They head back to the house. Master says, "Okay, I finished what Bai Yuan asked for. You need to get going now. This is not a place you should stay for long. Do not forget to pour your killing intent into the Godstone. I have let this thing go to waste for years, so I hope you can actually use it." He just smiles and listens. He thinks to himself, this Godstone is clearly a big deal. Master really gave up everything for me. I just do not get why he chose to hide out in this middle of nowhere place. He pours the hot tea and says, with respect, "Master, please have some." This little gesture actually catches the old man completely off guard. He laughs and says, "No wonder Bai Yuan thinks so highly of you." He takes a sip and adds, "Go back and finish your second-class change." He bows and says, "I am heading out." He heads back to the human world, man. I have not seen the sun in forever, he thinks. Feng Jiao is totally shocked to see him. She walks over, crosses her arms all arrogant, and asks, "What is your name?" He just gives her a look and says absolutely nothing. Then he just turns his back and walks away. That cold move makes Feng Jiao and the elders feel pretty awkward. Feng Jiao snaps. He is so rude. No manners at all. Just because he is the student of a god, he thinks he can ignore a princess? The elders tell her, he is arrogant, but if he caught Master's eye, he is a top-tier genius. She is totally annoyed and says, "Whatever, let's just level up." The elders add, "Princess, you already ate the snake meat. The king is almost done preparing the class change ritual for you." Elsewhere, and Wen thinks, his killing intent is totally gone. His stats must have jumped up a ton. Looks like the old man really does care about him. He says, "Your master is busy setting up your second-class change ritual right now. It is going to take a few days to finish, so go use that time to level up. Come back once you finally hit level 40. Do not keep us waiting." He says, "On it, I am going now." Back at the dungeon hall, it is packed. The crowd is huge, and the whole place is buzzing more than ever. Feng Jiao shows up in the crowd and checks the board. Water God Court, level 37. She thinks, I am level 36, so this dungeon is basically perfect for me. If I find a decent team with my skills, we will crush this place easily. Plus, it looks like there are plenty of people who would kill to be on my squad right now. Suddenly, a bright blue light flashes in the hall, catching everyone's eye. Someone screams, "It is Lin Moyu." Feng Jiao thinks, what the heck is he doing here? Instantly, everyone starts whispering, "It is Lin Moyu, he is actually back." What do you mean? Who is Lin Moyu? That is God General Lin. He single-handedly wiped out the entire dragon army. He is the youngest god general in human history. Over in the corner, people are really talking him up. The other guy says, he is invincible in his tier. Heck, even against higher levels. I bet after his third-class change, he could actually take on a demon king all by himself. Hearing all this, Feng Jiao is completely stunned. Realizing he is the real deal, she blocks his path and stares him down. Are you really the famous Lin Moyu? No wonder the god of madness took you in. He ignores the hype and just says, sorry, move. I need to level up. She gets pissed and snaps, how can you talk to me like that? He just sighs and says, look, I am seriously busy grinding. Can we talk after I am done? She sees an opening. You want to run the water god court? Let's team up. He shakes his head. I solo. She panics. Soloing normal mode is too slow. He just says, I solo hell mode. She cannot believe it. Who are you trying to fool? There is no way anyone can solo a dungeon on hell difficulty. The system pops up. Water God Court, level 37. Nightmare record is 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 22 seconds. He thinks, hell mode is not even unlocked yet. I need to upgrade the dungeon first. He turns back to her and says, you planning on hitting this dungeon? I would not if I were you. It is about to upgrade. She is confused. What do you mean, upgrade? He touches his ring and his body starts to fade away. Feng Jiao is standing there in total shock. Did he seriously just enter that dungeon all by himself? The crowd starts gossiping immediately. God General Lin always solos. Besides, he was the one who upgraded the Fire God Palace dungeon too, right? Everyone knows he is on another level. He even carried 39 people through the Desert Tyrant dungeon. Who knows what kind of insane, record-breaking run he is about to pull off this time. Feng Jiao is floored. His legends are everywhere and everyone knows them. How freaking strong is this guy really? I cannot even imagine it. Inside the Water God Court, spirits gather around the lake pavilion where lotus flowers are in full bloom. It looks peaceful, but danger is everywhere. The system screen flashes. Source Spirit, Enhanced Elite, level 37. Strength is 14,000, Agility is 6,000, Spirit is 10,000, and Constitution is 10,000. Skill is Encircle. Its traits are being totally immune to both water and physical damage. This is going to be tough. He thinks, immune to water and physical damage? That means only my non-water skeleton mages are going to be able to deal any real damage to these things. He casts his skills and the battle gets intense. His army splits up to cover every path toward the center. The pillars are literally cracking under the pressure. He notices the stone pillars seem to tell some kind of story. Without much trouble, the entire courtyard is wiped clean. Suddenly, the lake water starts spinning into a massive whirlpool. Should I jump? He does not hesitate. He dives straight into the heart of the whirlpool and swims deeper into the depths. The screen updates. Dungeon upgraded. He thinks, it is just like the Fire God Palace. Once you clear the outside fast enough, the difficulty jumps. Even the fountains outside start to change. Everyone outside starts yelling, look, the Water God Court. It is happening exactly like the Fire God Palace. The dungeon is upgrading. God General Lin just pulled it off again. From now on, the Water God Court has a Hell difficulty mode. Fang Jiao is stunned. A dungeon upgrade? Hell mode? She checks the level 37 dungeon and sees the options, normal, nightmare, and hell. She is totally shocked. He was not lying at all. He is actually soloing a hell-tier dungeon. How does he even do it? I need to know everything about him. Deep underwater, an attack comes for him. A sharp, three-colored trident flies straight at Lin Moyu at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, soldiers swarm in from every single direction. He immediately backs off and throws up a barrier to block the incoming hit. This damage is no joke. It definitely jumped up to hell difficulty levels now. I better stay focused. Out front, tons of tridents start spawning again, aiming right at his skeleton army. They're flying fast as hell, literally ripping through the air. The skeletons are dropping like flies and the defense is looking shaky. Then boom, the healer squad pops up. After one bloody showdown, the castle is totally wrecked. On screen, Water God Trident, Shadow Clones. Moyu gives the order to move out, wondering if all those crazy attacks were actually coming from that thing. A massive trident comes flying in, smashing through the battlefield and wiping out skeletons left and right. But Moyu ain't having it. He drops some heavy skills to strike back. The water spirits are trying their best to block those skeleton swords. Over in the corner, the skeleton warriors are going head-to-head with the spirits. Moyu barks out orders for a brutal counterattack to flip the script. That trident shows up at the throne. Stats pop up. Water God, level 41. 60,000 strength, 10,000 speed, 10,000 spirit, and 40,000 stamina. Skills include Water Howl and Eternal Freeze, plus total immunity to water damage and 50% physical reduction. Suddenly, this girl appears mid-fight, eyes shut tight. She glares at Moyu. Finally, the boss. The Water God goes ham, trying to crush Moyu with pure power, but she's fading and covered in scars. She screams, lifting the trident as water energy explodes. Eternal Freeze. A frosty wind rips across the field, turning the whole skeleton army into ice cubes. Moyu just smirks. Nice flex, he thinks. Too bad it's weak. The ice starts cracking and this weapon glowing red shows up. Then the system alert hits the screen. Skill, Army Force. It wipes all debuffs and cranks up morale. Only works on stuff under level 60. The Legion busts out of the ice and charges forward hard. The Water God keeps blasting away, calling up huge water spouts to drown the skeleton crew. Suddenly, red chains appear from nowhere and the tide just vanishes. The Water God screams and fades away. Screen says, Water God defeated, plus 4.1 million experience. Got 2 crystal shards, need 5 for the full set. Moyu looks at them and sighs. Still needs 50% more experience. Guess it's time for another run. He needs those crystals to craft the elemental stone. Sucks he hasn't found a water gem yet, though. His eyes go wide. The trident is glowing midair. What's that? He asks, touching it. The screen says, Water God Key. Unlocks the true shrine and water gem. Permanent 50% water resistance and a shot at a water skill. Only works once. Moyu thinks, glad I didn't miss this. That would have been a huge fail. He's got the key, so there's got to be more loot. Suddenly, a blue glow catches his eye. Something's hidden over there. System says, Water God's Lock, used to wake the deity. Moyu realizes he's finally got all the items needed for the elemental bosses. Out of the 5 dungeons, he's cleared fire, water, and light. Only wind and lightning left. Wonder what kind of crazy stuff happens when he gets them all. Moyu tells himself to use the gem before heading out. Outside, the bells start ringing. A new record just got smashed. General Lin just set a new record. People are wondering how fast he was. Honestly, the first result doesn't even matter because it's probably not his best. Obviously, it's because Lin breaks his own records every single time. This is just the warm-up. He hasn't even hit his limit yet. The girl is tripping. Screen shows. Water Courtyard, level 37. Record, Lin Moyu, 48 minutes and 22 seconds. Solo hell mode. And that's not his limit? Moyu steps out of the light. Without even blinking, he dives right back into hell mode again. The crowd goes nuts. Lin's going back in. Place your bets. Will he break it in under 24 minutes? Everyone's tossing in 1,000 points. It's gamble time. Fang Jiao just stands there, stunned. They're actually betting on dungeon records? Seriously, what kind of monster is this Lin Moyu guy anyway? Back in the courtyard, Moyu looks at the gem in his hand. He's looking a bit disappointed, actually. Hell mode has way more mobs and experience. At this pace, he'll probably hit level 40 in just a couple of hours. Easy grind. Moyu waves his hand. Let's go. 5 minutes later, he's diving deep into the whirlpools. The place is a wreck now, he thinks. Since I took the rare loot on the first run, nobody else can ever get the gem or the key. The water god spawns again, looking fierce. She throws everything at the skeletons, calling up a massive wall of spirits. But Mo Yu is just too cracked. He rolls them. Outside, people are screaming, "New record, check it." Courtyard record, 22 minutes, 58 seconds. Haha, I won, told you he would do it. Fang Jiao is floored. 22 minutes for hell mode? Seriously? She walks toward the portal, looking totally unsure of herself. She starts wondering if this dungeon is actually easier than it looks. If he can do it, maybe I can too. 2 minutes later, she stumbles out, soaked and looking pale. You okay? Someone asks. It's Mo Yu, looking perfectly fine. She's shocked he doesn't have a single scratch after hell mode. She just mutters, I'm fine. He nods and says, Good. Fang Jiao turns to ask a question. Hey, but Mo Yu doesn't stop. He just spins around and walks right back into the dungeon. She's annoyed. Ugh, this guy. I gotta see how he's doing this. 20 minutes later, he's back. She yells, Lin Moyu. He looks at her, totally chill. What's up? She asks for a carry. Mo Yu says a girl like her should have no trouble finding a team. She panics. I want to see the endgame scenery. Carry me once, and I'll get you into the secret archives. Tons of people would kill for that data. There's stuff in there that even the high-ranking officials don't know about. Mo Yu was shook. Access to the Empire's secret database? That's a massive win. Fang Jiao saw him wavering and leaned in. You definitely won't regret this. Do we have a deal? He double-checked one last time before the screen flashed. Dong Fang Jiao was officially on the squad. Without missing a beat, he just shrugged and said, All right then, let's move out. Fang Jiao froze as they stepped into the hell-level water god's court. She spun around, gasping at the sight. An entire skeleton army had materialized out of nowhere, absolutely shredding the guardian spirits in their path. Mo Yu snapped at her to quit daydreaming. Don't just stand there, move! Fang Jiao mumbled a quick apology and scrambled after him as they blasted through the wave of spirits together. Fang Jiao was shook. Are all those things yours? She asked. Mo Yu didn't even look back, just coolly replied that since they were in the Empire, she could easily look that up. They hit the Water God's boss room already? She couldn't believe it hadn't even been 5 minutes. They'd basically just strolled through the whole place without breaking a sweat or hitting any roadblocks. Suddenly, Mo Yu dived straight into the depths. Get down here, we're taking the boss, he shouted. She followed with a nervous nod, plunging under to face a familiar figure, the Water God. The Water God's trident flared with a blinding blue light, turning the entire underwater area into a glowing war zone. Fang Jiao stared, heart racing. So this is the legendary boss, she whispered. The pressure was insane, but Mo Yu wasn't sweating it. He summoned glowing red chains that lunged forward, binding the Water God tight. Right on cue, his skeleton warriors swarmed in for the kill. Massive bursts of magic fire erupted under the surface, completely engulfing the boss. Fang Jiao stood there, stunned. Was it really over that fast? Then, the system notification popped up, leaving the dungeon now. The party disbanded instantly. Mo Yu turned to her and said, Dungeon's cleared. Don't you forget our little deal. Cut to the Empire's archives. Fang Jiao was buried in files. An elder approached, saying, Princess, here's everything on Mo Yu. She started flipping through the pages, her eyes going wider with every line. She couldn't wrap her head around it. This has to be a mistake, she muttered. It had only been 6 months since his class change, yet he was already level 39. That leveling speed is straight up terrifying. But his stats were the real shocker top of the nation, professional competition champ, and he'd smashed records that had stood for centuries. She was confused. Wasn't he the military god's student? The file said he belonged to the White God. No way, she thought. Does this guy seriously have 2 legendary masters? What kind of freak is he? She wondered. While she was busy training, the Empire had birthed a total monster. Meanwhile, Mo Yu was chilling at home. After grinding that dungeon a dozen times, he'd finally hit level 40. He watched the crystal shards hover in the air. First, he needed to fuse the water essence, then bond it directly into the elemental godstone. Simple enough. The shards began to glow with a strange light. His system pinged poison, earth, light, all ready for the 3rd class change. Using these would boost his job advancement success rate by 20%. Next, The elemental godstone absorbed everything: fire, poison, earth, light, and water. This setup for his third-class change would now give him a solid 25% boost for his evolution. Name: Lin Moyu. Class: Necromancer, unique. Level: 40. Title: Dragon Tribe War King. All attributes plus 500. Skill costs reduced by 50%. Power: 4006, plus 500. Constitution: 4006. Agility: 400,645,009. Spirit: 26,830, plus 3,500. After eating that python meat, my stats exploded. I'm way ahead of anyone at my level. Time to prep for the second-class change. Moyu walked into the mansion and bowed. Master, he said. Bai Yuan grinned and clapped his shoulder. Not a bad pace at all. Let's go. I've already got everything prepped for you. In a flash, they were gone, appearing in the desolate void. It was a wasteland, totally empty and eerie. Moyu looked around, feeling the air. The elemental energy here was incredibly thick. Bai Yuan explained this was the desolate void. This place holds the source of primordial energy. There are monsters called desolate beasts here, but don't sweat it. Just focus on your class change. I'll handle anything that tries to jump us. With a roar, Bai Yuan raised his hand and unleashed a massive wave of power that shook the ground. Open, he yelled. This was the second-class change array, hand-drawn by a god-tier master. Moyu instantly spotted the two key items sitting in the center of the array, the origin crystal and the mermaid's tears. Everything was finally in place. The ground shook as the array activated. He took a deep breath and sat down, gritting his teeth. Raw power was surging into his body, and his stats were skyrocketing. Time for the python meat. He shoveled the meat down. As soon as he swallowed, an explosion of power ripped through him. His muscles hardened, his veins throbbed, and his insides felt like they were being twisted by a hurricane. Veins bulged in his neck, and his eyes turned blood red from the agony. The energy was spilling out of the array. Suddenly, a weird sound echoed from far away. Bai Yuan narrowed his eyes, finally showed up. Thousands of chains shot into the sky as Moyu stood in the center, covered in blood. Suddenly, a desolate beast lunged out of the shadows. Bai Yuan sensed the danger and roared, "Get back!" The battle turned brutal instantly. Bai Yuan went all out, landing a heavy blow on the beast. It only stumbled back a few steps before charging again, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the air, aiming right for Master's throat. Glowing red eyes began peeking out through the dust clouds. Bai Yuan slammed wave after wave of magic at the monsters. They just kept coming, though each pack more aggressive and hungrier than the last. Master pushed back again, sending a group of them flying. But then, a bone-chilling roar echoed through the wasteland. He spun around, his face going dead serious. Crap. Not now. How did a Lord-level desolate beast find us? The Lord Desolate Beast stood there, looking absolutely terrifying. Behind it, an entire army of monsters waited. It let out a roar that shook the very air. The nearby beasts went wild, their eyes filling with bloodlust as they charged Bai Yuan all at once. But then, a mysterious figure appeared, facing off against a glowing, winged creature. This is about to get messy. Two white tigers with glowing eyes pounced toward the hooded figure, ready to rip him to shreds. Bai Yuan gritted his teeth. Great, these things can't even be killed. I just have to drive them back. He didn't waste another second. Bai Yuan unleashed a massive skill, a huge burst of red flames lighting up the area. Get lost, he screamed. The white tiger caught the blast and roared in pain. Suddenly, a streak of blue light sliced across the sky. Massive birds started diving out like a heavenly army dropping in. Bai Yuan's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, the scene shifted high above. A massive, majestic palace loomed over the battlefield, looking absolutely epic. On the very top of that tower, a blinding purple light shot out, streaking past the white tiger. The beast was completely dazed by the sheer intensity of the glow in its face. That purple beam didn't stop there. It slammed straight into those giant birds, sending their feathers flying everywhere like a pillow fight from hell. The tigers roared in agony as red rings of light locked onto them. Then, a new guy appeared, holding a massive blade and grinning like a maniac. Hey, Bai Yuan, looks like I'm winning this round. He swung his blade, and a massive arc of light sliced through the air. The white tiger just stood there, frozen, staring up at the two figures floating against the dark, stormy sky. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Bai Yuan asks what he is doing here. Ning Kunsheng snaps back, quit talking trash. Kid Lin is my student too, so of course I am showing up for his second-class advancement. That white tiger flexes its wings and lets out a world-shaking roar. It is like a dinner bell for his buddies, because more of them start swarming the fight. Someone yells, "Heads up!" The beast horde is growing! Things are looking sketchy. So Bai Yiyuan and Ning Kunsheng charge up their power. Ning says, my killing intent might not drop these guys for good, but I can definitely leave a mark and soften them up for the kill. Meanwhile, Lin Meg is gasping for air. Every breath feels like he is inhaling straight fire. His face and shoulders are getting covered in these weird, glowing red patterns as the pressure starts to cook him alive. His back is not safe either. Those red marks are taking over his whole body. But suddenly, this intense yellow aura starts swirling around Lin Meg like some kind of golden shield. Out of nowhere, blue lightning rips through the gray sky, swirling together into a massive glowing sphere. Then, stepping right out of that energy ball, we see the Wind Necromancer himself. Suddenly, a swarm of mechanical bats floods the sky, turning everything a sickly blue. It is a total blackout. It looks like they are prepping for a massive strike that nobody can escape from. The Wind Necromancer raises his staff high into the air. A creepy army spawns right at his feet, and then the Wind Necromancer slams his power down into the ground. A blinding red flash explodes everywhere, making everything a blurry, stinging mess. He keeps pushing his magic further, making that light so bright you can barely even see what is happening anymore. Lin Meg is just standing there in shock at the absolute chaos. Meanwhile, those red marks all over his skin start shifting and turning into a bright, glowing gold. This insanely bright light erupts from him, looking both terrifying and beautiful at the same time. The beam rips through the clouds, surrounded by a massive Mafap churn and tons of floating, glowing stones. Lin Meg is kneeling in the center of it all, unlocking some legendary power that makes the whole world shake. Ning Kunsheng sees what is happening and yells out, "He is hitting class ascension!" Most people only get 3 colors during their first ascension. But this kid has 7. Is this what a unique class looks like? That brilliant light picks Lin Meg up and floats him high into the air. Another beam shoots up, and this time Bai Yiyuan loses it. He yells that the kid is awakening his 3rd talent. Ning Kunsheng looks like his brain just melted. He is just like, what? So does that mean if he uses a talent stone at the 3rd transition, he could actually get a 4th talent? Is this kid really trying to be the first person ever to have 4 talents? Right then, a notification pops up. He just scored the Mental Link talent. Now the Necromancer Lord and all his summons are officially sharing a brain through a psychic connection. Lin Meg is absolutely floored. First he got Life Link, and now he has Mental Link too. Since his summons already have massive mental power, having this talent basically means his own energy pool is going to be totally bottomless and infinite. Another screen pops up in front of him. It says the host has unlocked a new talent, and it is already starting to mutate. Lin Meg is totally stunned. Like, can talents even do that? The system notification keeps going, saying the mutation is finished. It has successfully fused both Lifelink and Mental Link together into one single insane ability. He just scored a unique god-level talent called Soul Link. Now he is fully connected to his summons. They share all the damage, they heal together, and they split their mental power. After hearing that, Lin Meg just whispers to himself in total shock. He cannot believe his 2 talents just merged into one unique god-tier power. From this moment on, everything changes. He and his summons are officially one. The notification confirms it. 2nd transition successful. Class ascension complete. You are now a Necromancer Lord. Plus, you just unlocked a new skill called Bleeding Curse. But wait, there is more. The system checks his successful transition and starts mutating his skills again. It is fusing the Poison Ring and the Burn Curse into something even more deadly. Once the dust finally settles, the sky starts to clear up and turn blue again. Lin slowly floats back down and lands safely on the ground. Bai Yiyuan starts to say that the kid finished his 2nd transition, but then this massive tiger with a head full of spikes shows up. Someone screams, "It is the Beast King!" Debris starts flying everywhere as a pillar of blinding light shoots straight up. The 3 of them are standing right in the middle of the glow. Bai Yuan yells, "Old man, move it!" Just as Bai says that, a beam of light hits them. At the same time, that white tiger opens its mouth and blasts out a bolt of red lightning. That beam hits the massive chains locking down the castle. The second the light touches them, the chains snap like paper, finally setting the whole locked-up fortress free from its heavy metal cage. With all the chains gone, the castle starts floating into the air, glowing with this mysterious energy. Down on the stone courtyard, 3 ghostly blue lights suddenly start to flicker into existence. It is Bai Yiyuan and his crew. They used a teleportation spell to warp back here. Bai Yiyuan asks the old man if he is all right. Ning Kunsheng just grunts and says, "Give me 2 more levels and my killing intent will wipe them out." Then Bai turns to Mog. "So, how did the class change go?" Lin Meg just says, "Let me check." He is thinking to himself that it is definitely time to see what these new fused skills can actually do. The screen pops up. Name, Lin Meg, class. Unique Necromancer Lord. Level 40. Title, Dragon War King. Strength, 23,925. Constitution, 23,925. Agility, 23,925. Spirit, 50, 3,255. Gear, Dynatus Scythe. Special stats include 50% physical damage reduction plus poison, fire, light, and water resistance. Feature Divine Intelligence level 40. Special item, God Pearl, currently unavailable. Summoning space, 300, 90 out of 600. Skeleton Warriors, 200. Skeleton Mages, 190. Talent, Unique Total Growth and Soul Link. Passives, Status Immunity and Damage Transfer. Active skills, Soulfire level 40 and also the powerful Aging Curse at level 40. Poison Ring level 40. Rune skill, Killing Lord, currently unavailable. You have also unlocked a brand new skill, Summon Skeleton Archer. Lin Meg is shocked. A lot of his skills have totally changed. For example, Light's Blessing evolved into Status Immunity, and now his skeleton army has a whole new unit type. The notification continues. Divine Power level 40. On level up, all stats increase by 40%. Your stamina recovery speed is also boosted by 4,000%. Total growth makes skill effects 10 times stronger. Soul Link connects you to your summons so you share all damage, healing, and mental energy. You also have total status immunity. You are immune to all debuffs. Damage transfer means any hit you take gets moved to your summons instead. Also, Corpse Explosion is now at level 6. It deals 35% health damage to enemies within 6 meters. Aging Curse is also at level 40. Bone Armor level 40. Summons form a suit of armor that gives you 4,000 defense for 5 minutes. Plus, you can actually cast this on other people too. Bone Spikes level 40. You fire sharp spikes to impale your enemies. The number of spikes you get depends on your skill level and your total spirit. Soulfire level 40 burns the soul of your target, with power based on your skill level and spirit. Poison Ring level 40 hits enemies within 100 meters, dealing 4,000 damage every single second for 100 seconds. This is an absolutely crazy and powerful rune skill. Swap your summon for 30 seconds and watch base stats jump 200% while damage spikes 500%. 1 hour cooldown. But Bai Yi Yuan snaps back, saying these stats crush level 60 legendary classes and even some bosses. The kid is just built different. Plus, this new talent fits his class perfectly. No wonder it is God tier. With infinite mental energy, his peers will never catch up to him. Mang Anwen asks to see the summons. Lin Moyu nods and says, Skeleton Warrior, come out and play. Let us see what it can do. System alert. Level 40 Skeleton Warrior summoned. It is a platinum rank. Strength is 55,000. Now we are talking big league numbers here. Agility, spirit, and stamina are all 55,000. Its Berserk Strike hits for 500% damage. Only a 10-minute wait for that skill. That is insane, someone says. Even bosses do not hit those numbers. I can feel the sheer pressure coming off this thing right now. Lin Moyu keeps going. System stats for level 40 Skeleton Mage. Strength and agility are 12,500. Not bad at all. Spirit hits 75,000. Skill, Elemental Burst. It deals massive mixed elemental damage based entirely on his insane mental power level and spirit. The masters are buzzing. The Skeleton Warrior is a beast. The mage looks weaker, but its stats still blow every other mage class away. Someone scoffs, saying the kid can summon a whole army of them. Lin Moyu adds a new face to his squad. The Skeleton Sharpshooter. He needs to grind, but he will hit platinum soon. Bai Yi Yuan hands him a gift, saying this is the one thing he needs. It is a mid-level cooldown charm. It slashes dungeon wait times for anything under level 70. He has got 30 times 30 uses left. Lin says thanks and heads to grind. Bai Yi Yuan brags about his student, but the other guy snaps back, saying he is mine. Back off. He is my student now. Meanwhile, at the dungeon hall, everyone is whispering. The God General is back, and he just advanced. Pure hype. Oh man, he is going to break another record. Gale Plains, level 42. Range is 37 to 47. Lin Moyu locks in for Nightmare difficulty. He picks Nightmare mode. The crowd goes wild. Lin just entered Gale Plains. That elemental dungeon is about to get a serious level upgrade. Inside, Lin Moyu stretches. This place feels nice. He focuses energy into his palms, and suddenly, a massive wall of skeletons surrounds him. Let his work. He smirks, liking the look of his growing army. Monster alert. Level 43 Wind Sprite. Strength is 20,000. It is an elite monster. Agility, spirit, and stamina are 30,000. It has Whirlwind Ball and Wind immunity. Plus, it takes half damage from any physical attacks you throw. A skeleton archer fires the opening shot. The arrow flies straight into the spinning vortex, but it feels like the storm itself has its own mind. Lin Moyu huffs, clearly annoyed. Fine. Just wait until I max my skills. I am coming back for blood. 4 hours later, the crowd outside is losing it. What is taking so long? The nightmare record is only 2 hours. Why has not the God General come out? A dark figure emerges. It is the Platinum Skeleton Sharpshooter, level 40. Strength is 30,000 and agility is 40,000. Total beast mode stats. Passive skill. Soul Lock. One shot, one kill. Lin smirks. Finally a way to deal with those annoying flying abyss and dragon tribes. The Platinum Archer draws its bow. Every arrow fired is a glowing streak of pure, absolute destruction. Green tornadoes suddenly explode everywhere. Notification pops up. Wind Sprite killed. You earned 860,000 experience points. Easy money. Decent, Lin mutters. Time to actually start the grind. He looks at the light behind him. This took way too long. Better reset and start over. The crowd outside sees the shift. Wait, what is happening? Someone asks, looking totally confused by the movement. He is second class, right? He should have crushed the planes by now. Another person agrees. This dungeon shouldn't be a challenge. Why hasn't it leveled up? Inside, Lin Moyu summons his force again. Rise, my soldiers. In a flash, his entire army stands tall behind him, ready to move. Let us go. The tornadoes grow thicker by the second. Outside, everyone is drowning in questions. Why is the dungeon stuck? Why hasn't it evolved yet? Someone sighs. I guess even a god general has his limits. Another person snickers. He has the title, sure, but his actual power is nowhere near a real one. As an arrow rips through the storm, Lin Moyu finally speaks. That should be the very last one. System alert. Dungeon upgraded to hell difficulty. Lin nods. Wind dungeons are different. You really have to wipe out every single monster to force the level up. A massive vortex looms ahead. Lin Moyu stares it down. Seems like that was just the warm-up. The real wind dungeon starts right now. Walking on air. Not a bad feeling, he says. The wind lifts him higher, carrying him toward the dungeon gate as it slowly creaks open. People scream as the dungeon levels up. He did it! The god general is the goat, but a few people just scowl in the corner, salty. Lin looks around at the new landscape. So this is the real Gale Plains. He is wrapped in glowing blue energy, like a shield protecting him. Lin Moyu locks in, eyes full of determination. Target identified, Hell-level Elite Tornado Spirit, level 44. This is the real deal now. Stats are 40,000, strength and agility. Stamina is 50,000. It uses wind attacks and is completely immune to all physical damage. Total nightmare. Lin Moyu just grins. Physical immunity? Fine. Let my mages handle this. He summons the skeleton mages, and they immediately blast off a massive elemental burst. Blinding light explodes everywhere. Clean them out, fast! Lin shouts. Green energy surges as two crystals spin, fueling a power that feels like the end. A mysterious castle appears in the distance, connected by floating stones. Lin moves fast, his feet barely touching the rocks as he closes the gap to it. He reaches the top and scans the horizon. Found you. Looks like the boss of Gale Plains is finally showing up. The stat screen pops up. Pillar of the Wind God. Hell-level boss. Level 47. Strength 60,000. Agility 70,000. Spirit 25,000. And Constitution 50,000. Absolute beast status right here. Wind magic and physical immunity. Plus 50% element resistance. Lin Meg just shrugs. Only level 47? I could have taken this thing down way before my second class change. Let us just end this fast and move on. He starts casting his skills. Step 1, lock this monster down and limit its movement first. Skill check, Aging Curse. Everyone within 100 meters gets hit with a 200% slow and 30% extra damage for 1 minute. The skeleton army isn't just standing around. Lin Meg fires off a frenzy attack to keep the pressure high. Waves of skeletons swarm the Wind God boss. It tries to swipe back with its claws, but it is a losing battle. There is only one way this ends. Lin Meg finishes the job and puts it out of its misery. Rare loot everywhere, baby. Cyclone gems for the awakening, plus a Wind God key to open the actual temple. He is also sitting on 3 cyclone shards. 5 of those bad boys make a full crystal. Not a bad haul for a quick run. Lin Meg figures a few more runs should finish the set. Suddenly, the dungeon hall lights up. New record for the hell-level Cyclone Plains, Lin Meg. Time 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 51 seconds. The world is about to go nuts. The crowd starts losing it. The bells are ringing another record for General Lin. But some people are just like, hang on, don't get excited yet. This was only his first run. Everyone knows the deal. Every time this guy enters a dungeon, he ends up smashing his own personal best. Lin Meg walks out the portal and the crowd goes wild. General Lin is back. The temple bells are definitely going to ring again soon. Hell mode re-engaged. He steps back into the dungeon with a grin. All right, time for a real speed run. Let us go. The frenzied skeleton warriors bolt forward. These huge, armored bone soldiers radiate pure killing intent. The pressure is so heavy, the ground literally cracks under their feet. It is an absolute stampede. 4,000 skeleton warriors launch 5 waves of fire attacks all at once. The ground turns into an oven, and the air gets thick with insane heat. Everything is melting. The spirits are reduced to ash, leaving a scorched path behind. He blurs through like a cold wind, hopping across floating stones like a bird before hitting light speed. His pace isn't just about efficiency, it is pure, solo player flex. He owns this place and he knows it. He is a one-man army. Soon, the bells in the dungeon hall start ringing non-stop. It is like an alarm signaling something legendary. A brand new record has just been scorched into the books. New hell level record Lin Moyu, 40 minutes and 38 seconds. People had their stopwatches out the moment he stepped in. When the bells rang, a guy with blonde hair jumped up. That is our General Lin. Others are buzzing he is 4 times faster than before. A girl standing nearby just shakes her head and smiles. I am telling you guys, he hasn't even hit his limit yet. Then the notifications start flooding in. Hell level record Lin Moyu, 27 minutes and 15 seconds. The times just keep dropping lower and lower. He is a machine. New record 21 minutes, 47 seconds. Then 19 minutes, 26 seconds. Finally, the screen flashes Lin Moyu, 15 minutes and 33 seconds. This is getting ridiculous now. Someone rubs their eyes in disbelief. Am I hallucinating? A sub 20-minute run? No one has seen a record like this in 100 years. Another guy just holds his head. Those bells haven't stopped ringing once since he started. My ears are literally dying. For a hell-level dungeon, this record is just insane. He is moving so fast it would probably take most people 15 minutes just to walk through an empty map. But Lin Moyu isn't satisfied yet. He rubs his chin, deep in thought. There has got to be a way to shave off more time, right? He hits on a new idea. Maybe skip the experience points and just focus on the clear. He pops out of the portal and dives right back in. Select Hell difficulty, let us go again. You can hear him coming before you see him. Old Bai, Old Bai. It is Old Ning, breathless and rushing over. Old Bai just looks at him. Is the kid smashing hell records again? Old Ning just nods, trying to catch his breath. Old Bai stays chill. Seems normal, right? Not his first time breaking records, but Old Ning just shakes his head, looking totally off. No, this time is different. Do you remember that guy from 600 years ago at the academy? Old Bai thinks for a second. You mean Senior Jiang Yi? Old Ning starts explaining. Jiang Yi was the academy head 673 years back. A level 98 Holy Light swordsman with 2 awakenings. Back then, he was the only one with a real shot at reaching super god status. Old Ning remembers the battle, massive shadows with glowing red eyes rising from the abyss. Sharp horns that looked like they could tear through reality itself. They were surrounded by twisted creatures, like nightmares coming to life. It was a total bloodbath. That year, the war at Abyss number 9 brought out nearly 100 demon kings. The human race was standing right on the edge of extinction. We only had 20 god-level experts then. Jiang Yi took on half the demon kings by himself and managed to kill over 30 of them. Old Bai sighs at the story. That battle changed everything, but sadly, Jiang Yi died there. The crazy part? The demons never realized he was gone. They stayed scared and didn't dare move against us for hundreds of years. Old Ning lowers his voice. Before he died, Jiang Yi sealed his power inside a secret realm, and that realm is hidden right inside the dungeon temple. He set a strict rule you can only enter if you meet the specific conditions. Old Bai raises an eyebrow. You are saying the kid actually triggered it? Exactly. The rule is you have to clear a hell-level dungeon in under 10 minutes. Old Ning uses his magic to pull up a screen. As the dungeon master, he is the only one who can spy on the players inside. There he is, right in front of the entrance to the secret realm. Old Ning points at the screen. That kid actually did it. He is standing at the door to a legend. The clock shows 8 minutes and 1 second. Lin Moyu takes a breath, his eyes sharp as daggers. This pace is all right. Not bad at all for a speed run. But Lin Moyu is actually a bit confused. Why is there a secret realm entrance here? He just finished the dungeon, and now this door appears. He knows secret realms usually contain dungeons, but he has never heard of it being the other way around. What is happening right now is the exact opposite of everything he has been taught. It just does not make any sense. Suddenly, a voice echoes out. Meg. Lin Moyu freezes. He recognizes that voice instantly. It is his teacher, Old Bai. Before he can ask, a powerful swirl of energy opens the secret realm. It looks just like the world outside. Lin Moyu looks around. He can feel the heavy aura of a god-level power radiating from the mountains. The water, the air, the whole place is soaked in this god-level energy. As Lin Moyu starts walking down a small path, he suddenly hears a weird noise. Something is not right. He quickly jumps back. Just in time, too, a longsword flies out of nowhere and slams into the exact spot where he was standing. The blade is razor sharp, slicing into the dirt. Someone leans down, grabs the hilt, and pulls it out. A guy with platinum blonde hair steps into view. He does not say a single word. He just raises the sword and points it straight at Lin Mag. Lin Mag just snaps his fingers. Suddenly, a deep red light floods the area. Those familiar red chains lunge at the platinum-haired guy. A star-like ring on his hand instantly explodes. The slow curse chains are sliced into pieces by pure sword energy. Lin Mag does not hesitate. He immediately summons his soul flames to strike back. When the soul fire flared up, Whitehair's cocky vibe vanished instantly. He looked terrified, stuttering about a soul attack skill. Next second, a fireball slams into him. Whitehair lets out a blood-curdling scream as his body goes up in flames. A loud crack echoes, and another star ring shatters into dust. Somehow, Whitehair bounces back instantly, firing off a blast of sword chi straight at Lin Moyu. It's a swamp trap. Moyu gets hit by 11 waves of energy, feeling like he's sinking into thick, heavy mud. With his last bit of strength, he swings for a desperate ground-shattering strike. Moyu just narrows his eyes, looking totally cold. He summons a white mist that swallows the guy whole. Everything fades away, but Moyu isn't relaxing. This trial was built by the old dean, so there's definitely more drama waiting around the corner. Up ahead, a new challenger appears. He grips his sword and gives a cocky introduction. "Kill me or die," says the level 49 divine swordsman. Moyu thinks, another star ring? Seriously? He summons his sickle, ready to tear through another round. I've got to see what's actually at the end of this place. Go, soul-eating king insect. Its stats pop up, 40,000 soul power and 40,000 agility. This thing is a total beast. 30,000 spirit, 50,000 constitution. Skills, soul swallowing and soul scream. It ignores defense and physical immunity, meaning it can literally shred through anything in its path. Moyu gives the order to finish this fast. The swordsman's energy slashes fly, but he just growls that no one passes unless he's dead. The king insect triggers its soul scream. The swordsman is still in denial, screaming that Moyu will never pass and will be trapped here forever. But the bug is relentless, stepping forward with total dominance. Moyu realizes the loop is resetting. Again. The swordsman starts his script again. Kill me or die, level 59 divine swordsman. Talk about a broken record. Moyu wonders if another star ring is coming. This time, he calls out the big guns. Come forth, dragon god tentacle, level 55, 100,000 strength, 100,000 agility, 60,000 spirit, 100,000 constitution. It's got toxic mist and shredding skills. Plus, it's immune to poison and tanks 30% of all damage. The guy's jaw drops at the sight of the dragon god tentacle. Sharp tentacles flash through the air, activating their shredding skill immediately. The divine swordsman can't hold out. Moyu just turns his back and walks away, leaving the cleanup to the tentacle. A village appears in the distance, and Moyu gets serious. Is this finally the end? There's the same old introduction again. Kill me or die. I'm a level 65 divine swordsman. Give it a rest, pal. Moyu figures this is the final boss. To get ready for the real fight, he summons his elite guards. He triggers their skills instantly. The swordsman charges in, his blade glowing with energy. Suddenly, the sky is full of clones. Moyu is stunned. Clones? That's cheating. Even his soul fire can't lock onto the real body. They clash hard. Moyu just smirks. You really think having more bodies makes you better than me? Smoke and fire explode everywhere as they fight to a standstill. The swordsman unleashes a massive wave of blinding sword chi. After charging up his power, the opponent's blade shifts into a massive, world-shaking strike. This is it. The giant sword floats in the air, but then it starts to crack. Moyu laughs it off. Useless. With my bone armor and skill links, unless you're a demon king, you aren't killing me in one hit. The enemy calls in a healing squad, looking hyped. My army is fully healed and ready to go again, he shouts. Moyu drops a weakening curse. It wraps around the giant sword like heavy iron chains, dragging it down. The sword struggles but can't break free. Finally, the swordsman is crushed by pure pressure. A massive energy blast hammers down, wiping out all the clones he summoned. The scenery starts to tear apart right before his eyes. Moyu wonders if that's finally it for the bug and the dragon. Is there really nothing left to fight in this place? He keeps exploring the secret realm, feeling a strange life force nearby. He stops in front of a raggedy old house. Moyu stands there for a minute, not quite ready to head inside just yet. Inside, the soul of the legendary Jiang Yi is already waiting for him. He politely invites Moyu to take a seat, and Moyu quietly sits down across from the old man, keeping it cool. Jiang Yi breaks the silence with a compliment. Not bad, kid. Moyu stays humble, saying he's still miles behind a legend like him. The old man laughs it off. No need to be modest. You're way better than I was at your age. Seeing you makes me feel better about the human race's future. Moyu mentions that humans haven't cleared the abyss yet, but Jiang Yi doesn't believe it. Moyu drops a bombshell. Their strongest fighter is already at the super god level. Jiang Yi doesn't want to argue. He just says, once you hit my level, you'll understand why I'm saying this. He says it twice, like he's trying to make sure it really sticks in Moyu's head. Moyu realizes this guy knows secrets that even his own teacher hasn't heard of. Maybe the abyss isn't as simple as everyone thinks it is these days. The old man switches gears, telling Moyu not to stress about that yet since his level is still low. You're exceptional, he says. You didn't just pass my test, you crushed it. So, let's make a deal. He pulls out a severed finger from a literal god. Moyu is completely floored. A god? Are you for real? Jiang Yi slides the box over. You can't use it yet, but having it will make reaching the divine level a cakewalk. Moyu doesn't waste time and asks, all right, what's the catch? What do you want? The task is simple. Take this pearl to the upper floor of the ancient trial ground and hand it to the central area boss. Moyu is shocked. The ancient earth dragon? He can't believe the deal involves that monster, but he agrees to deliver the goods anyway. Jiang Yi tells him to relax. Wait until you're strong enough. That central area is no joke. I've been waiting 600 years already, so what's a few more years between friends? Moyu asks why choose him over other divine-level masters. Jiang Yi explains that those guys aren't worthy to even speak to the boss. They'd just die, but Moyu has the right vibe. He warns Moyu to keep the box hidden, especially that god finger. The temptation is way too huge, and people will kill for a piece of that power. Moyu promises to keep it safe. As soon as he gets out of the trial, his first move is to go find his teacher and figure out what's really going on. Outside, the elders are stressing. They can't see what's happening inside the realm and hope Moyu hasn't gotten himself killed. One of them is confident. The kid is fine. Have a little faith in your own student, will you? When Moyu finally emerges, they both rush over. Well, I filled the 3 seniors in on what happened in the secret realm, then asked them to hold on to the loot for me. Keeping this stuff on me just isn't safe. Actual spiritual power. No wonder top-tier masters are fighting over it. Suddenly, he froze. He shouted with joy, saying this power feels exactly like the crazy aura from the berserk god himself. Yi Yuan chimed in, saying the kid really opened his eyes. It looks like his path to becoming a super god isn't that far off. Finally, he's back at the center of the ancient trials. Better use this time to level up. As the top student in the country, everyone's been hyping up the trials at Shenxia Tower. Moyu's been waiting for this forever, and the time has finally come at last. Yi Yuan warned him to know the enemy to win. He needs to master every class's strengths and weaknesses to level up his combat experience and get his skills battle ready for real. Guangxin warned him that he fought 1,000 battles there and suffered like crazy. Moyu just grit his teeth and said he isn't afraid of a little pain. Remember, the tower officially opens in 3 days. Use that time to learn how every single job class works and what makes them tick. Moyu took the advice to heart. 3 days later, the Hajing Academy Square was packed with people screaming that the Shenxia Tower had finally descended upon the world. Seeing one of the 3 divine towers in person is wild. It only opens once a year with 500 tickets. Even the royals struggle to get in, and the competition is absolutely insane. If you're lucky enough to get into the tower, it means you're a straight-up genius. They saw the army up ahead. Word is they got 100 slots for being total heroes on the abyss, front lines against the demons. That is my brother. He's a legendary holy light swordsman now. Ha Shui swore she wouldn't lose to anyone, except maybe Mo Yu. Only a guy like him could pull off something that insane anyway. Look, it's Mo Yu. Just look at that aura he's giving off. No way, man. He's already promoted his class too. Mo Yu showed up with his divine sword, and the entire military stood at attention. They saluted him as the god general while the soldiers cleared a wide path for him. He played it cool, taking in all the respect. Ha Shui felt crushed, realizing the gap between them was just getting wider and wider with every second. Then came the announcement. The tower is officially open, and the rules have changed. Name calls only, everyone else has to wait outside. Starting now, the first one from the academy is Lin Li. He is a level 45 watermaster, now heading into the massive space inside the Shenxia Tower. Mo Yu figured the masters wanted him in skeleton form. He tried to summon his warriors, but he was stuck as a level 10 watermaster. Talk about a massive shock for him. New rules for the trial. Beat your opponent. The more times you win, the higher your score is going to be. A skeleton? Lin Li's power was nerfed to level 10, but the skeleton looked like a total pushover to him. Lin Li fired an ice arrow. It slammed into the skeleton, and Mo Yu felt the sting. It had been forever since he'd felt real pain after using damage conversion for so long. He kept firing ice arrows, totally confident. The skeleton was slow. Mo Yu felt like he was already done for in this match. Suddenly, he leveled up and became a level 12 watermaster. Even Lin Li was shocked by how weak the skeleton was. But Mo Yu realized the masters wanted him to ditch his old style and learn the enemy's moves instead. He was almost toast right then. Lin Li attacked again, but Moyu finally drew his sword and delivered an icy strike that cut right through the air. Lin Li dodged it just in time. Now the real fight was finally starting. The seniors liked what they saw. Moyu was learning fast. They just hoped he wouldn't crumble under the constant pressure, but they believed in him anyway. Moyu got stronger. Now he's a level 26 water master. He's really getting the hang of this class. He even started improvising with his own water magic attacks to hit his opponent. Lin Li was stunned. The skeleton was keeping up. He unleashed a massive tsunami wave to finish it. Total overkill, he thought, as the water rose higher than the sky itself. Moyu hit level 32 and became a water wave master. Time for a fair fight between equals. His moves were so slick Lin Li couldn't keep up. This definitely wasn't the usual style he was used to fighting against. The trial was getting intense. The skeleton's learning speed was terrifying. Then it used a raging wave skill that totally caught him off guard. Lin Li got swept away. Massive waves crashed down on him from above. He knew it was over. When the water finally cleared, Lin Li admitted he lost. Moyu finally understood the power and style of the water master. This must be the understanding his master talked about. I wonder what class is next. Next up is Dai Yan from Feng Academy. She's a level 45 wind master entering the tower. Diane saw the challenge. She opened with wind blades, hitting the skeleton hard. She thought she'd win easy, but the puppet was still standing. But seconds later, she couldn't believe it. She lost to a puppet? Lin Li asked what level she reached before failing. She hit level 32. Lin Li told her it wasn't her fault. That skeleton was just way too fast for her to handle. She realized he was actually a level 46 flame mage. Lin Li noticed something even weirder about the way the skeleton fought. The skeleton was combining their skills. The third fighter stepped in to watch the match unfold. God-tier experts understand everyone's style. We aren't even real opponents. We're just sharpening stones for the great General Moyu. Get this, that dry-mouthed dude is actually the forest general. Turns out the whole tower trial was just a massive setup to test his limits. The arena is packed. Wave after wave of rivals jump in, each packing their own insane skills. These guys are going all out, and some are even tossing massive bolts of lightning everywhere. Moyu finally learned a serious lesson. After grinding through so many different battle classes, he realized one thing for sure: no profession is actually perfect. No matter how OP you are, there is always a weak spot. Even the classes he is super proud of, like being a Necromancer or an undead monarch, have their own flaws. People might not be perfect, but they can keep leveling up and improving themselves. That is the real secret to becoming a true powerhouse in this world. Yi Yuan is giving you props. Honestly, you are way better than that crazy Master Yan Nam, plus you are way stronger than you were a while ago. Let him soak it all in for the next 10 days. Fast forward 10 days later, and the crowd outside is getting twitchy. It has been over a week. Why has not anyone come out yet? Everyone is whispering. Why is the tower empty? What the heck is happening in there? Right at that moment, an invisible, crushing pressure starts to heavy up the whole area. They start shouting, "Look, the forest general is finally out." And behind him, there is a whole mob of other trainees. The spectators are losing it. Everyone else is making it out too. But why does everyone look so weird? What actually went down in that trial tower? He immediately heads back to his masters. Yi Yuan asks right away, "You are back, Moyu. How are you feeling?" Moyu drops his thoughts. "It was great. I gained a ton, and even the way I see the world has shifted. If I apply these battle tactics to my undead army, they are going to be unstoppable." Yi Yuan breaks it down. "With where you are at now in my training, you will definitely reach my level and that crazy Feng guy's level soon. But if you are aiming for super god rank, you are still not quite there yet." This does not scare Moyu one bit. "I will just keep grinding." Right then, Ha Tuyet shows up and starts teasing him, calling him Silly Lin. Moyu gives them a wave. "It has been a minute, guys." She replies, "It has not been that long, but I cannot believe how strong you got. Guess this lady needs to work harder." Fong Tu claps him on the shoulder, hyped up. "We were just in that big exam together." Moyu stays humble. "Just lucky, I guess." Tamai is shocked too. "Half a year, and you are already a general?" Suddenly, Fuang Jiao appears, and everyone starts buzzing. "Is that Princess Fuang Jiao?" She walks up politely and says, Fuang Jiao pays her respects to the forest general. He keeps it cool and asks, "What is up?" She says, "Thanks for carrying me through that dungeon last time. About what I promised," he cuts her off. "Let's go now." He figures it is a good time to dig for info on the Dragon King and the ancient vermilion bird. Fuang Jiao looks honored and replies, "All right, let me lead the way, General." The two of them walk off together. Hatuyet is just standing there in a daze, looking totally starstruck. That really is the princess. She is gorgeous. They teleport to the royal archives. Fuang Jiao explains that this massive vault is strictly managed by the royal family. She asks him to keep everything he sees a secret, even from his masters. Besides the documents, she wants to make a deal. He tells her to go ahead and speak. She reveals they have a level 45 dungeon, but they can only hit normal and nightmare difficulty. They have never been able to upgrade it. Can you help us break through? Moyu is curious. A level 45 dungeon sounds like a fun challenge. He agrees to give it a shot. Fuang Jiao is hyped. Great, just tell me what you need. She stands at the door and calls out for Uncle Lu to open up. A dark, gloomy energy pours out, but Mo Yu just walks right in. A massive wave of power hits him. Lightning is swirling all over the place. He is shocked it is an elemental lightning dungeon. Who knew the royals were hiding this? Mo Yu says his price is simple. If the dungeon levels up, he wants exclusive access to grind it. No one else gets in until he is finished with his runs. Fuang Jiao agrees instantly. That is it? No problem at all. Just then, her brother Dong Fuang Tuan walks in. He snaps. Since when did our royal dungeon become a place for some random outsider to mess around in? What kind of lowlife thinks he can talk big here? Jiao Jiao, why are you hanging out with this shady character? Mo Yu can feel his anger starting to boil over. Fuang Jiao screams for him to stop, but an energy blast hits Fuang Tuan. He is writhing on the floor in pain. Fuang Jiao is absolutely terrified by what she just saw. The guards rush in, demanding to know who hurt the prince. Fuang Jiao quickly orders them to stand down. Are you guys trying to die? Get out of here right now. Behind Mo Yu, sharp stone spikes erupt from the ground, aiming right at the guards. Fuang Jiao realizes right then this guy is terrifying. I am never, ever getting on his bad side. Tuan crawls up, acting tough. You jerk, how dare you treat me like this? Lightning starts gathering in the air. Uncle Lu appears, yelling, You have got some nerve attacking a prince in the palace. Fuang Jiao tries to stop it, but Mo Yu just gives the old man a look. Level 70? Please, I could still take him down. Tuan sees his backup and screams, Uncle Lu, kill him. Look at this guy acting like he is somebody. Mo Yu stays stone-faced and blasts him with energy again. Tuan hits the deck. Uncle Lu is fuming now, shouting that Mo Yu is asking for death. Fuang Jiao tries to explain that Tuan deserved it. He snaps back. Jiao Ni, why are you taking an outsider's side? I do not care who he is. No one insults the royals. She jumps in front of Mo Yu and says, He is the disciple of the war, God. Once they hear that title, they freeze. What? The forest general? Uncle Lu cannot believe it, the disciple of the white god and war god? That purple badge is real. A general is basically a god, and he is the student of those two legends? We were really about to throw hands with a god general. They all start bowing and scraping in fear. Greetings, forest general. Uncle Lu turns on Tuan, calling him an idiot for insulting a general. Even the king has to be polite to this man. Who do you think you are? You have no achievements, no contributions, just a prince title. What gave you the nerve to insult a god general like that? Tuan is just staring blankly at general. Fuang Jiao coldly tells him he is useless and to get lost. Then she turns to Mo Yu with a smile, saying she is sorry for the drama. He brings up his conditions again. Do we have a deal or what? She promises that while he is in the dungeon, absolutely no one is going to bother him. Mo Yu heads toward the lightning platform. His skeletons are standing guard behind him, and the wasteland ahead is totally covered in crackling electricity. He steps inside, and even though lightning is shocking his whole body, his face is perfectly calm. According to the info, these things are actually monsters called Miset. There are also lightning spirits and orb sparks. To upgrade the dungeon, I need to clear out a massive amount of monsters fast. The royals tried, but they are not as fast as me. Let's see how they handle my style. Elemental monsters are immune to physical hits. Notification: Soul-sucking insect king. Level 50, power level 40. 40,000 spirit, 30,000 physical, 50,000 skill. Soul button activated. Second form, soul-shaking cry. Ignore defense and physical immunity. Go, show me that lightning sea. The little king is fearless, charging straight into the eye of the storm. He stands tall against the deadly sea of lightning. A massive roar from the little king echoes, and the storm clouds begin to scatter. At that exact moment, the skeleton archer lets an arrow fly, piercing right through the thickest part of the thunderclouds. Keep moving and find an opening. My soldiers can handle the rest here. 10 minutes later, Mo Yu comes to a dead stop in front of a deep valley. These elemental monsters are way tougher than I thought. No wonder every team fails here. A 6-man squad versus 6 separate paths. Everyone has to clear their own way solo. That is why they keep losing. Mo Yu scans the distance and smirks. Honestly, this is a cakewalk. For someone like me, this is zero trouble at all. Mo Yu splits his forces into 6 directions while he just kicks back and waits. Everything is going exactly as planned. My undead legion cleared the way, but now the sky is acting up. Lightning is starting to crash down everywhere. Then, the ancient building finally appears. Mo Yu cheers. We did it! It actually worked! Feng Jiao is hyped, The dungeon actually leveled up. Meanwhile, over at the Imperial Palace, lightning is striking non-stop. The Lord looks dead serious as his guard rushes in to ask what the hell is going on. Fang Zhao reports, "Father, the dungeon just leveled up to a higher rank." The old man finally chills out. "A promise is a promise, so let General Lin go wild for a bit. Also, get all the princes into the army for some real training immediately." The dungeon has hit hell difficulty now. Moyu looks around at the lightning jade scattered everywhere. It gives 50% elemental resistance, and there is even a chance to score a lightning-type skill here. Protected by the skeleton bone shield, the lightning is so intense it is literally cracking the skeleton's bones. Suddenly, a notification pops up. "You have gained the lightning wing skill, 1 minute of flight with a 10-minute cooldown." He is pretty stoked. Only 1 minute of flight, but hey, he can finally fly. He wonders just how fast it is and takes a massive leap into the air. The speed is insane, almost like he is teleporting. Too fast. Now he just needs to grab the crystal shard, the key, and the awakening item to wrap this up. Right then, something moves behind him. It turns into a giant round boulder and starts charging straight at Moyu. The sphere shatters, revealing a hell-rank lightning ape boss, level 40 with 60 strength, 40 agility, and 10 spirit. It even has 60 physical power and its own set of lightning wings. Giant lightning palms. It has 50% damage reduction and boosted speed. The ape roars and swings a heavy fist, but Moyu is ready. Notification: Elemental Burst and Soul Lock activated. The beast gets blasted by a wave of pure energy. Drop dead. Soul Flame. I will let my warriors finish you off for good. It can't fight back. It just has to take it. The cursed chains are getting tighter by the second. The skeleton mage starts charging up its energy. He unleashes a brutal strike as a massive army of skeleton warriors charges toward the lightning ape. Moyu notices something. Why is this boss so slow? He has a bad feeling about this. To test his theory, he rushes over to a stone tablet. Electricity. This could wake the thunder god. Holding the item, Moyu breathes a sigh of relief. Got the awakening item. Now just the key. Notification: Lightning ape defeated. You earned 2,820,000 experience points. He picked up 4 lightning shards. Just one more, and he can make a full crystal. Perfect. This side is officially cleared out. Suddenly, the whole place starts shaking, and Moyu can barely keep his balance. He can't believe his eyes. That sword over there has an insane aura. He slowly starts walking toward it, bracing himself. He grabs the hilt. In that moment, he realizes this is a god. The powerful thunder god suddenly appears before him. The king of beasts is here too, the white tiger. Even the strongest masters can't stand against this thing. A battle between a king and a god is about to go down. The white tiger lashes out with its claws, slicing through the air. It pounces on the thunder god and literally rips him in half with its bare paws. Moyu watches in total shock. The thunder god is dead? How could such a powerful being get taken out by a beast like that? It is just a memory from the sword, though. If I get the chance, I promise to wake your master up. The sword seems to react to his words, glowing with a blinding light that fills the entire room. Notification: You obtained the Thunder God's sword. Moyu promises to keep his word. When he steps outside, the Dong family is already waiting. He gives a respectful bow to the Lord. The old man says to skip the formalities. I have heard the legends of General Lin, but I didn't expect you to be this young. You are seriously talented for your age. Moyu stays humble, saying he is far too kind. The Lord then apologizes on behalf of the royal family for what happened before. If you need anything, just tell Zhao. Moyu nods. Thanks, Lord. If you ever need my help, just let me know. The Lord smiles, getting ready to leave. Perfect. Our royal family will be your greatest ally, General Lin. You kids are young, so stay and chat for a while. Once they are alone, Fang Jiao looks at him and speaks from the heart. Moyu, thank you. He shakes it off. No big deal. I got what I came for. I still need to clear this dungeon a few more times. Your people should be able to enter in about 3 hours. Fang Jiao happily agrees. Moyu heads back in and locks down the boss with his chains. After 3 hours of grinding, he walks back out. I am all finished here. Fang Jiao is hyped. Let's go find Grandpa Lu. He will know about those records you want to see. She shouts for him, saying General Lin is finally out of the dungeon. A teleportation light shines down on them both. They are instantly warped to the next spot. Stepping into the palace, Fang Jiao rushes over to Grandpa Lu. She introduces him, saying this is the General Lin she told him all about before. Grandpa Lu laughs. Hey there, little Jiao. This old man's memory isn't that bad yet. I know exactly who he is. He thinks to himself that the kid is surprisingly young. Jiao said he hit general rank at only level 37. Suddenly, a bunch of books from the library start flying through the air toward Moyu. Grandpa Lu tells him that with his rank, he can read any of these ancient texts for as long as he likes. Moyu grabs a book and thanks the old man. Moyu sits down to read while Fang Jiao pours tea and keeps an eye on him. Grandpa Lu just smiles, thinking about the girl. Meanwhile, Moyu is blown away by the secrets hidden in these royal archives. There are stories here that even the Hajing Academy doesn't have, information on the gods and that famous fire mage too. I wonder if I can find any leads on that other person in the ancient trial grounds. 2 hours later, Moyu snaps the book shut. Fang Jiao jumps in immediately. So, find anything good in there? He says, "It is not bad. Tons of rare stuff here that is impossible to find outside. Only problem is." She blinks. "What problem?" He sighs. "Still didn't find what I actually need." Grandpa Lu is shocked. Even the Imperial Vault does not have those records? "General Lin, tell me exactly what you are after. Maybe this old man can help." He lays it out. "I need info on the wastelands, the upper core area of the ancient battleground, and specifically, details on that central boss." Grandpa Lu's eyes flash. He reaches out and hands Moyu a heavy book bound in rusted iron chains. "Everything you want is in here. Normal people cannot see this. Even Jiao Jiao does not have the clearance." Moyu takes the book. "Thanks, Elder. I owe you one." Grandpa Lu gives him a knowing smile as the kid dives back into the pages, completely obsessed with his research. Suddenly, Moyu freezes. "What? That guy from the ancient battleground is actually connected to the wastelands? He even took down a ton of wild beasts himself. Turns out they are not immortal, you just have to know how to do it." But even with all these imperial secrets, there is still nothing on that specific person. Moyu sets the book down on the table. "I am all done here. Thank you for the help." Fang Jiao watches him with a weird look. Moyu gives a polite nod to head out. Fang Jiao smiles and says, "Old Lu, we will get out of your hair now. I am taking General Lin back." She leads the way. "Let's go. This is the Imperial Vault. You would be totally lost without me." They start the teleportation process, but Moyu's face is full of doubt. 5 minutes later, Fang Jiao looks around, totally confused. "Wait, what just happened? Where are we? Why haven't we reached the exit?" He frowns. "We have been moving for 5 minutes. We are probably way outside the Empire by now." Suddenly, a blinding light flashes from above. They find themselves in the middle of some creepy, desolate mountains. She screams in pure terror, "This is the corpse realm. How did we end up in the corpse realm?" A corpse catches their scent and charges like a maniac, but Moyu drops it instantly. Even he is confused. "How did we get here?" Fang Jiao is pale as a ghost. "I have no idea." He presses for more details. "First, tell me what this corpse realm actually is." She explains that this used to be a small ancient world. During a massive war, someone used a powerful skill that mutated the entire place, eventually turning every living soul here into a walking corpse. Whatever you do not let them bite you. The poison will infect your blood instantly, and then you will turn into one of them. Lightning tears through the sky as heavy rain starts to fall. Moyu narrows his eyes at the clouds. "Is that rain?" Something about this feels totally off. A leaf shield appears over Fang Jiao's head, wrapping her in a massive protective barrier. She lets out a huge sigh of relief. "Thank you." He gets serious. Even the Abyss teleportation stone is useless here. This place is way more dangerous than he thought. Moyu looks at her. "Since you know so much about this place, you must know how to get out, right?" Fang Jiao spills everything she knows. "My father actually told me once that our entire family became royalty because we carry the heavy mission of guarding this corpse realm. In the center of this realm, there is a secret area with a teleportation circle that can take us home." Moyu stares at her. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" She looks embarrassed. "I was terrified, okay? I totally forgot." Just then, a creepy energy starts swirling ahead. A corpse begins crawling out of the ground. It is a level 5 low-tier zombie, and it actually has 3 heads. Moyu's skeleton warrior gears up and charges straight at the low-tier monster. With one swing of its scythe, it cuts the thing in half. "Let's move," Moyu says. But Fang Jiao shouts, "Wait! Look at that!" The corpse's body starts sewing itself back together. Fang Jiao huddles close to him, trembling. "You cannot kill these things." Moyu stays on high alert. Something is definitely wrong here. "Exactly. These things don't have souls. My soul flames cannot even lock onto them. Even blowing the bodies up does nothing." He realizes the truth. Wait, maybe it is because they are already just dead meat. Fang Jiao shakes her head. No way. But he is sure. Nothing in this world is truly immortal. We just haven't figured out the trick to killing them yet. The skeleton's spear starts absorbing the essence core after one strike. He checks the result and frowns. Still, 0 experience points. That settles it. These are not living creatures. They are just literal reanimated corpses. Moyu puts the pieces together. They were warped here directly from the Imperial Vault. Whoever messed with that teleportation circle has to be a total insider. It has to be someone in the family. Looks like the Dongfang clan isn't as united as they seem from the outside. Fang Jiao sadly admits, I bet my third uncle messed with the array. He's a level 81 elite powerhouse. He is incredibly strong and has a massive influence in the family. Moyu frowns. He sent me here? Is he really not afraid of what happens if I make it back alive? Fang Jiao sighs. He probably thinks there is no way we are coming back. This is the corpse realm. Even god-level warriors can die here. Plus, even if we survive, we have absolutely zero evidence to prove he did it. He scoffs. Sometimes, I don't need evidence. When I get out of here and settle the score with him, I hope your family knows better than to take his side. Fang Jiao is seriously worried. No one has ever dared to threaten the Dongfang family like this. But if Moyu actually dies because of them, the army will absolutely lose their minds. She pleads, Moyu, once we are back, I promise I will give you a full explanation. Just give the Empire one chance. He replies coldly, that depends entirely on whether your explanation is good enough for me. Bolts of lightning strike down, and the corpse actually absorbs the energy to start evolving. Suddenly, the low-tier zombie hits level 10. Moyu is stunned. Wait, did it just evolve right in front of us? The lightning is fueling their evolution. He knows this place is insanely dangerous. One tiny mistake and they are dead. But at the same time, this place might be hiding some legendary, god-tier loot or opportunities. Either way, finding a way out of here is the first priority. 2 days pass since they first entered the corpse realm. Fang Yi barks out a sharp order. Do we have results yet? The ministers stay dead silent. They cannot even look the king in the eye. Finally, one reports that Master Hongyu is investigating the teleportation array and should arrive any second. Hongyu, a level 89 array master, steps into the hall. Fang Yi rushes over. Master Hongyu, tell me, what did you find? He sighs. Forgive me, but I found nothing. Whoever did this is a pro. The array is a tangled mess, and I cannot undo it. Fang Yi panics. Is there really no other way to fix this? Hongyu hesitates. Actually, there might be one person who can help. The king looks up. Who? And Van, also known as the God An. He's the head of the Shenxia Tower. Not only is he a dual-class god-level powerhouse, but he is also humanity's top array master and alchemist. Fang Yi snaps, I am going to get him right now. Just then, a messenger rushes in. A massive ship is hovering right over the city plaza, and Van appears with an overwhelming aura. Fang Yi bows, God, and I beg you for an audience. The crowd is buzzing. Is that the king himself? Why is he looking for God An like this? Before Fang Yi can even process it, and Van walks in and asks, King of the East, what brings you here in person today? The king bows deeply. Greetings, God An. He quickly explains that Moyu has vanished without a trace, and Van's eyes go wide. What? He is missing? Exactly. The teleportation array was sabotaged, and we cannot find any clues. And Van signals him instantly. Show me the way. The massive ship then warps out to another dimension. The duo stops at a massive hall where Van spots it. Someone definitely messed with this place. A total pro hijacked the magic circle and completely wrecked the transmission lines. Fuang Dirt asks the big question, can you fix it? He replies that it is not hard. And Van immediately starts breaking the seal. After a moment, the formation is totally destroyed. It is done. Fuang Dirt rushes over. Can you track where my daughter and the general went? And Van shuts his eyes to sense the trail. Let me see. The last jump was to wait. He is stunned. This is bad. It is the undead realm. Your Dongfuang family clearly sealed that portal. How could they even get inside? It should be impossible. And Van realizes they used a fire rock to bypass the seal. It was a one-time hack that triggered a random teleport. Fuang Dirt cannot believe it. A fire rock? That is not human tech. That is gear straight from the Abyss demons. Is someone in the Dongfuang family a member of that cult? And Van looks furious. Listen, if Mak and Gu does not make it back safely, I will personally tear down the entire Dongfuang clan myself. Count on it. Between the White God, the Mad God, and my army, nobody in your family wants to see what happens if we get pushed too far. Mak Nu is my student, and the student of the White and Mad Gods. Plus, his sister is that person's only disciple. You know who I mean. Fuang Dirt gets it. If Mak Ingu dies, his family dies with him. He begs the master to follow him. They rush to the royal basement where the entrance is hidden, and Van recognizes it instantly. This is an ancient god-tier formation left behind by the legendary ancestors. He summons his power. Spirit formation, show yourself! A notification pops up. All god-tier circles have their own souls. The higher the level, the smarter they get. The spirit greets them. Respected god-tier formation master, welcome to my domain. I am the spirit of the seal, and Van demands entry to the undead realm. Can you send me through? It refuses. Access only opens once every 100 years. He gets serious. What if I force my way in? The spirit warns that it will self-destruct to strengthen the seal. Nobody below God tier can survive that. And Van sighs, "How long until the next opening?" It replies, 3 years, 2 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 55 seconds. He grits his teeth in anger. 3 years? He will be a skeleton by then. If someone accidentally fell in, how do they get back? It says there is an exit in the center of the undead realm. And Van gives an order. "Fine. If anyone comes out of there, tell me immediately." "As you command, respected master." And Van turns around with a cold look. "Now it is time to deal with the traitors in your family." Phuong Dirt breaks into a cold sweat. And Van explains that using abyss fire rocks always leaves a trace. He looks around. This is Phuong Thak's place. Is this where the abyss stench is coming from? And Van confirms it. Phuong Dirt loses it. "Phuong Thak, get your butt out here now." He demands an answer from the figure in the chair, but there is no reply. He grabs the shoulder. "Phuong Thak." He spins him around. It is just a puppet. He used it to hide his trail and escape. And Van orders a military manhunt. "Fix this, or else." He leaves a final threat and vanishes. The tower begins to move. The relatives nearby are terrified by the massive power surge. This is the aura of a god-tier powerhouse. Grandpa Luke is just chilling with his tea when he feels the sky shift. Suddenly, Phuong Chien appears. He is the family's god-tier protector. He asks why on earth they offended a master like Van. Phuong Dirt growls that this is a warning. Find Phuong Thak, dead or alive. Check every corner of the family. Meanwhile, the duo has been lost for 2 days. Macnu asks about her class. She confirms she is a Holy Shield warrior. It is a rare bloodline trait passed down through royalty. Just like the Overlord class, Holy Shield warriors are exclusive to the Dongphuong family. They share skills from both knights and warriors. My defense is as high as a knight's, but my attack power matches a warrior's. It is an insanely broken class. She stops talking though. Standing next to Macnu, no class really feels that strong anymore. Macnu stays alert as lightning strikes the ground. The undead are rising. A level 15 corpse crawls out. He is not surprised. It evolved. Then, he says something crazy. "I want to try getting hit by that lightning." "Wait, what?" "Just stay here." As he walks off, she screams that he is insane. Macnu just hopes his theory about the storm is right. He rushes into the bolt like a human lightning rod. A notification pings. "You gained 100,000 experience points." Macnu smirks. So that is the secret. The lightning carries XP. No wonder the undead are evolving. The girl is shocked he is not dead. He asks if she wants a turn. She frantically waves her hands. "No way. I cannot survive that damage or the rain." Macnu realizes the XP per strike is small, but if he grinds it, the results could be huge. Maybe being stuck here is actually a win. She watches him in silence. For days, every time a storm rolls in, he runs straight into the lightning like a maniac. He takes 0 damage. Honestly, he might be the only human on the planet capable of doing something this crazy. Back at the palace, someone breaks through the gates. Machan stalks forward with her twin blades. She slashes the guards and threatens to end the whole family. Back in the realm, a massive vortex of lightning forms. The girl points out 2 strange undead absorbing the energy. "Be careful, these things are weird. They are level 40 abyss hounds." The skeleton mage immediately swings its blade. Mac Engu guesses that if abyss monsters and dragons are here, they must be near the center. Why is all the lightning gathering in one spot? He tells her to stay back. It is getting dangerous. I am going in first to check it out. Watching him bolt, Fang Jiao was floored. Those wings were absolute fire, fast as lightning. Since when could this guy fly? He dives straight into the heart of the storm, looking cold and confident. Bolts of lightning slam down. System ping. Gained birth essence, 1 million experience points. Gained birth essence, 1 million experience. Gained birth essence, 1 million experience. Total level up vibes right here. Moyu couldn't believe his eyes. Up ahead, a crazy light started glowing. It was the scepter of life, and it was literally eating the lightning to repair its broken core. He gripped the ancient weapon tight. This was a legendary relic from the old world. Moyu realized the truth. He had to use his own body as a conduit. Repairing this thing would cost him some serious health points. No pain, no gain. Soon the mist cleared. Fang Jiao rushed over, worried. "General Lin, you okay?" He just gave a casual, "Yeah, I'm good. Let's move. I feel like the exit is close." They started heading deeper into the guts of this place. It had been over a month in this zombie-infested hellscape. He couldn't kill the undead here, but farming that lightning pushed him to level 41. Still, the Scepter of Life was being stubborn and hadn't shown any real signs of waking up yet. Status check. Name Moyu. Class, Necromancer Lord, Unique. Level 41. Strength 24,345. Stamina the same. Agility 24,345, spirit 56,400. He warned his partner, "Watch out, we just hit level 60 monster territory." A literal horde of zombies was waiting. From the swamp, giant octopus tentacles lashed out, snagging his skeleton mages. Moyu didn't blink, he just triggered a massive elemental explosion. The enemy? Level 60 rotting octopuses. Fang Jiao panicked. "Look out, your skeletons are getting hit with deadly poison." Moyu tried to cleanse. System alert. Mass Dispel only works on debuffs below level 60. Looks like these gross monsters are actually packing some serious heat today. Things were getting tense. The poison was high-level stuff. Fang Jiao said if they didn't clear the rot, it would just stack forever. Only one way out, he had to unsummon his skeleton warriors and bring them back fresh. Reset button time. System update. One skeleton warrior dismissed. Moyu looked back at Fang Jiao. "We gotta move fast. These zombies are immortal. If we get bogged down here, we are straight up dead." They hauled it forward. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged from the shadows, but a quick slash cut that overgrown calamari right out of the air. They were cornered by zombies and swamp monsters. No way back. The undead started chanting dark spells. Moyu kept swinging, hacking through those slimy tentacles one after another. A massive explosion ripped through the air as the giant octopus was totally fried. Moyu frowned. Still too slow. Suddenly, weird glowing serum started flowing. He grabbed Fang Jiao and bolted. The tentacles started regenerating immediately, slithering across the ground like a bunch of snakes. Behind them, everything turned to ash and smoke. The ground literally cracked open. They barely dodged the blast. He helped her up, making sure she was still in one piece. Fang Jiao looked at him, totally grateful. "Thank you, General Lin. I'm just holding you back, aren't I?" Moyu stayed cold. "Don't worry about it. Stay here." Then he just launched. He raised the staff, sucking in raw power. System ping. Gained 2 million experience from the birth lightning. Talk about a massive power level jump. Moyu was now a level 42 Necromancer Lord. He looked at the glowing scepter. "This lightning just gave me 2 levels. But why isn't this staff fixed yet? How much more energy does it need? What kind of weapon is this?" Suddenly, the top of the staff exploded with a blinding light. Moyu shielded his eyes in pure shock. Giant, majestic wings sprouted from his back. The scepter floated in the air, wrapped in a massive circle of pure, glowing energy. Moyu's whole body was pulled into a different dimension. Golden light swallowed him whole. Suddenly, he was in a lush green forest filled with crystals. "Welcome to the birth realm." Moyu took a breath. "This place feels amazing. Way better than that rotting zombie world." He put his hands in his pockets and started looking around. An ancient building appeared, covered in flowers. It was like something out of a dream. Moyu felt totally relaxed as he walked. Then he summoned the scepter, and it floated right in front of him. A statue of a woman was holding the glowing scepter. Suddenly, it came to life. A purple-haired lady appeared, gripping the staff tight. "Greetings, human. I am the former goddess of life." Moyu's jaw hit the floor. No way, an actual goddess from the old world? She looked at the flowers and sighed. "It's been forever since I saw this. This is probably my last moment." She stepped onto the grass. "Human, since you made it here, you must have seen the world outside, right?" She looked back. "That place out there? It wasn't always a corpse world. It used to be called the birth world, but another god destroyed everything. He turned my world into a tomb, killed my people, and ended me. Then he took himself out too." Moyu had to ask, how could anyone be that powerful and still lose? Respectfully, how do you gods compare to our strongest human warriors? The goddess just laughed. "If we are talking god-level beings, we are all similar. That includes the Abyss King and the Dragon King. Gods have 3 ranks: low, mid, and high. I'm a high-rank god. In human terms, that makes me roughly equivalent to a level 97 powerhouse. That's way beyond anything you've ever seen." Moyu started thinking. The top humans back home are only level 95. They are legends. But at the god level, a 2-level gap is basically like a canyon. 3 of those guys combined couldn't touch her. Yet, even she died. What the heck actually happened in that ancient war? It must have been a total slaughter for everyone. She looked at the staff. This weapon was the reason for the whole war. And honestly, I wasn't even the original goddess of life to begin with. The gem on the staff glowed. Her voice got soft. "This gem is the key." Then she got serious. "This is what lets a person become a god." Moyu was stunned. "This gear rivals my tyrant set." She worked her magic on the staff. "Thank you for bringing it here at the very end. I finally have a chance to look at these flowers one last time." She smelled the air. "The core of this staff is still missing. If you ever find it, you might be able to fully restore the scepter to its original glory." She smiled happily. "Even for humans, if you can master the power inside this staff, you'll have a real shot at reaching the level of a god." I'm at the end of my time, kid. Before I go, let me give you one final gift. Consider it a reward for coming all this way to find me. She held the glowing weapon. This is a fake life core I made with my last bit of strength. If you can fix the real scepter and bring it back here, I believe you'll use it well. This scepter has 3 charges. Each one unleashes God-level power, equivalent to a level 90 human warrior. That's a literal get-out-of-jail-free card. Can I still save you? He asked, worried. She started fading. Once you become a super god, you'll find the answer to that yourself. The god just vanished, and the whole realm is falling apart. Moyu is just standing there, thinking. Then boom, lightning keeps striking while some crazy beast starts jumping. Fang Jiao. System alert! Bone armor equipped. Moyu summons the invisible suit and it instantly wraps around her like a protective shield. Feng Jiao hits the deck in pure terror as a massive explosion rocks the place. Dust is everywhere. She chokes out, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, Moyu swoops in with these huge wings. Feng Jiao is floored. Wait, did the forest god actually make it out of the hidden realm alive? Feng Jiao yells that she found the exit, but it is crawling with dragons and demons. Moyu is like, "Where is it? Show me the way." They spot a weird glow in the distance. "That is it," she screams. He grabs her, spreads his wings, and guns it. Then he panics. "Crap, I cannot fly." Feng Jiao cries, "Why?" Suddenly, a giant hand reaches out from behind, ready to squeeze the life out of both of them. Huge claws swing at them. The system identifies it as a rotten dragon level unknown. Moyu is stressed, teeth gritted. He knows that thing is way over level 80. He is completely outmatched and definitely cannot take this beast on his own. The dragon opens its mouth to fire. Feng Jiao stammers in fear. "Is that dragon breath?" "It is dragon breath." He snaps. "Fine. I have just got to stall for time." Suddenly, a horde of skeletons swarms around their protective circle, blocking everything out. The skeletons are screaming in pain as the rotten dragon torches the place. The system keeps pinging. 45 skeleton warriors are dead. 27 archmages are gone. 23 sharpshooters just got incinerated. Moyu is thinking, how much longer can I hold out? Suddenly, something slams into his wings. He spins around, eyes wide, totally caught off guard. This massive freak with a giant mouth on its stomach appears out of nowhere. System says it is a rotten demon, level unknown. Its eyes glow red as it stomps on my tiny skeleton squad. The rotten demon starts calling down lightning, frying everything in its path. Another huge blast rocks the field. The system pings again. 33 skeleton warriors destroyed. 12 archmages gone, 18 sharpshooters turned into dust. Alerts are flying. In 30 seconds, all summons get a 200% stat boost and 500% damage. 1 hour cooldown starts now. Moyu holds her tight, stopped right at the barrier. "Can you break this?" he asks. She nods. "Yeah, but I need a minute." Behind them, the demon is burning the world down. It is going savage, tearing through everything with those sharp claws. The system pings with more bad news about our defenses. 28 warriors dead, 15 archmages gone, 19 sharpshooters wiped. Feng Jiao is sweating, trying to crack the seal. "I need more time." Moyu freaks out. 1 minute? We are dead. The monsters finally caught up. There is a whole army of them, their glowing eyes locked onto us like we are a snack. Skeletons are rising from the ground, looking ready to swallow us whole. They are lunging forward, roaring like crazy. Feng Jiao is gritting her teeth, pushing her power. Faster! Meanwhile, a massive hand is reaching for Moyu. He is terrified, thinking, do I really have to use the creation staff already? I literally just got this thing. Suddenly, this blinding light hits. Moyu looks up and sees a warrior in epic armor with a massive sword. Wait, is that a human? Is he actually protecting me? Even with his armor rotting away, the human soldier stands his ground. Moyu realizes, no, he is protecting the whole human race. His body is falling apart, but his spirit is still fire. This multi-legged freak charges in. The warrior leaps high into the air and delivers a massive slash right through the middle of the beast. Feng Jiao yells that it is almost ready. Moyu looks at the monsters and realizes they are definitely after the creation staff. That human soldier is not quitting, though. He is jumping around, slicing through everything. Suddenly, a whole squad of soldiers appears in front of the giant beasts. Moyu is stunned. These guys are human ancestors. Their will is literally stronger than death, all just to protect the next generation. Feng Jiao shouts, "It is done. We can finally get the heck out of this graveyard world." Moyu looks back one last time. "If I get the chance, I am coming back to bring you guys back to life." Then, they both step into the light and vanish. Somewhere else, the sky starts glowing like crazy. A golden beam of light shoots down from the clouds. Someone yells out, "Hey, humans are being teleported back from the graveyard world!" And Van shows up right under the sealed stone. The guards rush over, all panicked. He narrows his eyes and asks, "Who is the one coming through the portal?" Moyu and Fang Jiao pop out. A guard yells, "It is a guy and a girl." And Van shouts, "Jiao Ni?" Once he sees they are both safe, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. And Van tells them they got lucky this time and saved the family. He tells the shocked guards he is pulling the God Tower back. He is totally serious about it too. And Van uses his magic to get moving. Cut to 5 minutes later at a massive castle. The giant sealed mountain behind Mo Yu and Fang Yao is slowly being lifted up. She sees Fang Gie walking toward her and yells out, "Father!" They run to each other and grab onto one another in a huge emotional hug. She is crying, saying she thought she would never see him again. He just holds her tight, whispering that it is okay and everything is finally over now. Mo Yu is not playing. He demands a real explanation from the family. The leader bows and says, "General, we messed up. It is on us. We will explain everything and give you compensation." Mo Yu is fine with that. Then the leader asks, "Hey, your sister has been waiting for you for a month. You want to go see her?" He is shocked and asks where she is. The guy gives a creepy smile and says she is right outside. Mo Yu just summons his wings and says, "Forget it, just give me the address. I will get there myself." He takes off and finds her in no time. Mo Han is standing there, looking over her shoulder like she is expecting trouble. He lands right in front of her and yells, "Sister!" She bursts into tears and tackles him with a hug, crying that she knew he would be okay. He smiles, saying he is totally fine, but how did she even know he was in trouble? She explains her master saw it coming and told her he was in danger. She tells him, "You have no idea. When you went missing, my masters almost leveled the entire Dongfuang family. They were absolutely livid." He rubs his head, embarrassed that the masters found out. She looks at him and thinks, he is strong enough now. With the elders watching his back, I do not have to worry 24/7 anymore. She wipes her eyes and tells him to go see the masters since they are freaking out. He looks at her worried and asks, "But what about you?" She got her swagger back and snapped, "Look, I got a train. Staying here for a month without a level up? My master would literally have a stroke." He smirked at her, thinking his master must be a total hard-ass. Meanwhile, Feng Jiao was spilling the tea about everything that went down in the underworld. Turns out Jiao Ni only survived because of the God General. The old man just laughed, saying the kid is a beast. Honestly, coming back alive with loot is insane. Most of us would have been totally wrecked in there. After hearing the news, Feng Rot cleared his throat. Take 5 for a few days. Then, Jiao Ni and I are going to find this Lin kid. As soon as he got back, Makinger was swarmed by his 3 masters. Quark Sin looked dead serious. "So you are saying the life goddess gave you the power of light? Find that life core and you hit super god level fast." And Vun chimed in from the side, "I do not like it. Gear is cool, but do not get hooked on it." Eviern just rolled his eyes. "Chill, old man. You got a magic tower, so do not talk. But you are not wrong. At the end of the day, your own hands are the only thing you can trust." Makinger nodded. "Do not worry, I am not going to be some gear-carried scrub." He grit his teeth and asked, "Master, can people actually come back from the dead?" Eviern sipped his tea. "Only if there is a soul imprint left. Then there is a chance. But if a god tier dies, they stay dead. Game over." Makinger was confused. Why can they not be resurrected like everyone else? Korksin just gave a weak smile. "You will get it later. No matter what happened in that graveyard, do not sweat the small stuff right now. That level of power is still miles away." He snapped his fingers. "You got lucky this time, kid. Stay low. The Dongfeng fam will definitely come crawling to apologize soon. Those royals have the best loot. I will make sure we fleece them for everything they got." And Vun added, "Just get some sleep. We will handle the scamming. Your teacher is a pro at this." Makinger just sighed and agreed. Cut to the academy. He was walking around, deep in his own head. Those old-timers are really something. He turned and saw a girl. "Hey, Yi Yi!" She jumped him with a hug. "Finally finished my grandpa's chores. Missed you, dude." She was blushing hard. "Grandpa took me to a secret grind spot. I finally hit my second job change." "Look!" The system dinged. "Yi Yi, Shadow Walker, level 40. She started dragging him along. "It has been forever. I want the full story on what you have been doing. Plus, I have so much stuff to tell you." Under the golden sunset, they sat by the river. Makinger started telling his crazy stories, and she was laughing so hard she started crying. It was a whole vibe. After hanging out, Yi Yi leaned on his shoulder. 2 days later, at the guild hall, she looked at him shyly. "Man, it has been ages since we hit a dungeon together." They walked into the lobby and the warriors went wild. "Yo, God General Lin is back. Wait, who is the smoke show walking with him? No way." She is so lucky. Getting carried through a dungeon by Lin himself? I wonder which raid they are going to crush this time. Everyone was watching. Yi Yi teased him about his fame. You are kind of a big deal now. Mockingbird just shrugged. I am nothing compared to the legends. She laughed. You will pass them soon. Let us find a spot to grind. She thought for a second. Let us hit the Beast God Plateau. Huge XP and perfect for level 40 to 50 players. It is a grind fest. The hall had two massive raid zones. One was the Desert King, and the other was the infamous Beast God Plateau. High risk, high reward. Mackinger nodded. Cool, let us do the plateau then. He walked up to the crystal ball to lock it in. Time to go to work. The leaderboard flashed. Songthun Academy, 6 hours 29 minutes. Songthae, 6 hours 52 minutes. VM Huang, 6 hours 53 minutes. The bar was set high. The crowd started whispering. Lin is actually going for the plateau record? No way. Is he about to delete another Academy's high score? This kid is nuts. That girl is living the dream. Lin even soloed the Desert King, so this place should be a walk in the park for him. They stepped into the portal while everyone else just stood there. Suddenly, a heavy-duty squad showed up at the gate. The crowd gasped. Look, it is the elite team from VM Huang Academy. Things are getting spicy. As they walked in, people kept gossiping. I remember now. The Beast God's real form spawns today. 3 years ago, the academies fought over it, but Sangthun snatched the kill. The Sangthun crew showed up in full force. The whole place erupted in cheers. Looks like the big dogs are finally here to play. This is going to be a bloodbath. Looks like the top schools are fighting for the boss again. Defeating the true form gives insane loot. I wonder who is going to bag the prize this time around. The elite squad vanished into the portal. Everyone was placing bets. But don't forget, Lin is in there too. Who is going to win? My money is on the God General. Same here. Inside the dungeon, Yi Yi was vibing. Finally. I have been grinding so hard, I forgot what it feels like to just relax and have fun. Mac Inger wasn't relaxing. He was already prepping his skills. Heads up, it is starting. Suddenly, she pulled out a massive cloth bundle. Yi Yi had a whole mountain of snacks ready. Let us go, I am prepared. He smirked and cast his spell. Rise up, my soldiers. A swarm of skeletons crawled out of the ground. She stared with her jaw dropped. How did you summon a whole army like that? This is insane. Looking at the massive bone squad, she just sighed. Guess I can just sit here and eat. The skeletons swarmed a wolf. System. Level 46 wolf killed, plus 920,000 XP. Got some high-grade wolf skin. Elsewhere, a skeleton fried a beast. System. Level 45 antelope dead, plus 900,000 XP. The notifications were flying. Yi Yi just munched on snacks. This is way faster than grinding solo. I could get used to this lifestyle. Suddenly, Mac Inger scooped her up. Found it! Let us move! She was totally caught off guard by the sudden lift. She thought, wow, I am actually flying. He got so strong while we were apart. She leaned into him, blushing. He landed near a ravine. There are 4 plateaus in total. The monsters only get meaner from here on out. They touched down on the second plateau of the Beast God. As they hit the ground, a terrifying roar echoed through the air. Mac and Gur did not even flinch. He just looked around with ice in his eyes. Looks like our luck just ran out. Just got to the second floor and we already aggroed the boss. A massive, savage tiger appeared. System, Plateau Giant Tiger. Elite Leader Boost, level 47, 60,000 agility, 30,000 spirit, 80,000 total power. Let us go. He dropped a massive roar skill, then ordered the skeletons to charge. One slash after another hit the mark, and just like that, the system pinged. The Plateau Fox boss is officially history. Dead and gone. Earned 1.4 million experience points and a Platinum Great Fox Sword, plus 1,200 to all stats and a 50% sword skill buff. Yi Yi's jaw hit the floor. Since when did these skeletons get so jacked? I mean, they just shredded an elite plateau boss like it was nothing. This guy is on another level. He looked back with a stone-cold face and said, let us move. We are hitting the final plateau now. She just nodded, stammering out a shaky, okay. They started sprinting as Yi Yi explained the lore. This place is called the Beast God Plateau because it holds the actual physical body of a deity. Legend says this god respawns in the dungeon once every 3 years. She remembered an old scroll and added that the rewards change depending on how fast you kill it. Speed is everything here. The last pro team took 40 minutes and only walked away with a beast god bone for some boss jewelry. Moyu just grinned. So the loot scales with the timer? Fine by me. Time to go full throttle. A moment later, they hit Plateau 3. It is a literal nightmare bridge covered in swarming snakes, with a massive king cobra waiting at the far end to ruin their day. This is going to be messy. Yi Yi was sweating bullets, screaming about all the snakes. Before she could even blink, Moyu scooped her up and took off into the air. He soared over the bridge, carving through any snake dumb enough to get in his way. In seconds, the path was completely cleared out. Notifications started popping. Killed level 47 White-Eye Vipers, 940,000 experience, looted 3 snakeskins, then another one died, and another. The XP is just rolling in. Cut to the Genesis Academy squad. Their captain barked out orders to keep it down. They could not let the Saint Spirit or Flame Emperor teams beat them to the punch. 3 years ago, the Saint Spirit crew beat us by a mile last time. They charged across the bridge with fire in their eyes, screaming like lunatics. Ahead of them sat a giant lake, and the whole team surrounded it for the kill. Meanwhile, in the observation room, 4 big shots watched the battle unfold. The guy with the black hair stroking his beard? That is Xing. He, the dean of Genesis Academy. He looked pretty confident. He bragged that Saint Spirit won last time, but today? Today belongs to Genesis Academy. We are taking the crown this year, boys. The chill guy with green hair is Dean Saoxian. Then you have Luo Yan, the sharp lady from Flame Emperor Academy. She snapped back, saying it is obviously their turn to win. Everyone wants the glory. General Lin was fuming, yelling at some kid to let go of him. Luo Yan was shocked that General Lin had actually entered the plateau himself and was already about to clear the 3rd stage. That is insane speed. Cao Xian, his eyes nearly popped out. Xing, he just chuckled and bragged that the old record was 37 minutes. But today, General Lin is about to set a new bar that nobody will ever touch. Back in the dungeon, they reached Plateau 4. Yi Yi warned him that this is where things get real. The difficulty spike on this level is absolutely brutal. No joke. They call this boss plateau because there are no weak mobs here. It is strictly high-level leaders from start to finish. Suddenly, 2 shadows appeared behind them. The system pinged. Killed level 47 Giant Tiger, 1.4 million XP. Killed level 47 Valley Cobra, 940,000 XP. Talk about a payday. Through the dust, the monster's eyes glowed. He realized the deal. The enemies on Plateau 4 are just upgraded versions of the bosses from the previous stages. Clever. Moyu looked down, feeling a bit hyped. It has been a minute since I have gone on a killing spree. Let us see what I have got. The leaders outside were baffled. Cao Xian wondered what the hell General Lin was planning. How was he going to handle a pack of bosses all at once? He claimed, Plateau 4 requires extreme caution. Even their best team would need 2 hours to crawl through it. Luo Yan asked him point blank, how long do you honestly think it will take General Lin to finish this place? General Lin stayed quiet. He calmly said if the kid gets serious, maybe 10 minutes. In the dungeon, a massive bear and tiger were flexing. The monsters started chasing the skeletons toward a cliff, thinking they had the upper hand. Moyu waited patiently in the distance. Come and get it, he muttered. The skeleton archers took aim and put an arrow right through the bear's glowing eye. Another blast hit the tiger's face, causing a massive explosion. He grinned, loving the chaos. It has been a while since I saw fireworks this beautiful. A blinding flash swallowed everything. Dust flew everywhere as the monsters were burnt to a crisp in seconds. Cao Xian gasped. Did that just happen in 10 seconds? Is it actually over? Luo Yan stood there with her mouth hanging wide open. It was not even 10 seconds. General Lin realized he had never seen the kid move that fast before. He laughed and said he wanted to recruit the boy to Saint Spirit Academy. But Luo Yan was not having it. No way. You guys already have enough geniuses. General Lin belongs at Flame Emperor Academy. He would be a perfect fit for us, obviously. They kept bickering. Cao Xian snapped that Saint Spirit is the top-ranked school, so he should naturally come to them, no questions asked. Luo Yan rolled her eyes. Like Saint Spirit even has the resources for him? And who even said you guys were number 1 anyway? General Lin started sweating as he watched them go at it. Suddenly, they both turned on Xing He. They asked why he was being so weirdly quiet today. He just scratched his head and admitted that the kid already joined his academy. They both screamed, "What?" Luo Yan glared at him, demanding to know when this happened. General Lin just mumbled that it had been a while. Cao Xian was fuming. Fess up. What kind of shady tricks did you use to pull this off? He snapped back, calling it a fair deal. Then General Lin finally lost it and told them all to shut up. He pointed at the screen. Look, the beast god is coming out. Inside the 4th level, the ground started cracking as massive power surged everywhere. A giant stone statue began to rise, making the whole world shake. This is it. Moyu stared in disbelief. So that is the real beast god? He told the girl to get back and hide. Looking at the monster, he realized he had actually seen this thing before in the undead realm. Dark energy swirled into a single point. Lightning struck the earth as the ground shattered under the sheer weight of the god's presence. The system pings. The beast god's real body has officially awakened. Moyu stares at the giant monster, realizing there is no mistake. Looking at that massive arm holding a boulder, he is sure he saw this thing back in the corpse world. This is the real deal. Stats pop up. Beast god body, enhanced type. Level 55. Power is 120,000. Speed? A cool 100,000. Spirit is 50,000. Stamina hits 130,000. Skills include World-Ending Club and Army Sweep. Plus, he takes 30% less damage from everything. Moyu cracks a smirk. This guy is beefy. His stats actually crush any boss from the trial grounds at this level. Since they met in the corpse world, why play nice? Yi Yi is speechless. Moyu asks if a faster kill means better loot. She stammers out a yes, wondering what he is planning. Moyu gives her a look. If I take this beast down fast, I wonder how big the payout will be. He starts channeling magic. One hand glows green, the other burns red. The system identifies his move. It is a combo of weakened curse and soul flame. Chains lunge forward, binding the massive beast god. It roars as it gets pinned down. My spirit stat is over 150,000 now, so soul flame damage is going to seriously sting. The monster grabs its head, screaming in absolute agony. Arrows rain down. Am I dreaming? The beast just stands there, soaking up every hit until it finally hits the dirt. Its massive arms are basically pincushions now. The skeleton squad does not waste a second. They swarm the beast god, hacking and slashing at its massive body. Blood sprays everywhere under a blinding light. In the observation room, Cao Hian asks if they clicked the wrong video, but Old Man Ning is just vibing with excitement. General Lin is the GOAT, seriously. Lac Viam admits he has never seen anything this wild in all his years. Old Man Ning shuts it down though, telling everyone to keep their mouths shut. Given how things are lately, this news cannot leave this room. If the word gets out, people will literally stop at nothing to assassinate the kid. We have to be careful. The trio nods. Back in the dungeon, Moyu has his hands in his pockets, staring at a glowing red portal. He carefully reaches out to touch the mysterious light. Fog clears and the system pings. You got the beast god's leg bone. This is a relic left behind by the beast before it officially became a god. It carries a piece of divinity. Below that is a vial of blood. System says it is beast god blood essence, perfect for anyone in a physical class. Old Man Ning's jaw drops. Beast god blood? Suddenly, the feed cuts out. The room goes into a panic as the trio desperately shouts for the old man. Moyu looks at his loot. The blood essence is only for physical fighters, but what about this chunk of leg bone? It is not quite as powerful as my Finger of God relic, but the effect is basically the same. Honestly, it is kind of useless to me now. He tosses both items to Yi Yi. She tries to wave them off, saying she does not even need to fight when he is around anyway. Moyu just pats her head and tells her he has better treasures already. Yi Yi finally agrees to hold on to them for him. Suddenly, a purple portal rips open in the sky. A voice booms out telling the kid to get his hands off his granddaughter right now. Old Man Ning's image flickers into view. Yi Yi shouts out for her grandpa. Moyu turns around, totally confused as to why the old man showed up. Old Man Ning gets straight to it. Did you just snag the beast god's bone and blood? Kid, do you have any idea how much those are actually worth? Moyu keeps it cool and says he has heard the rumors. The old man explains that the divinity inside that bone helps half-gods level up to full godhood much faster. He keeps going, explaining the beast's blood essence. Even using it raw gives you a 15% boost. Moyu narrows his eyes. So, old man, did you come all this way just to cut a deal? He crosses his arms. Exactly. That blood essence needs to be turned into god blood medicine. You need other rare items to make it work. One batch of essence usually nets about 3 doses of the high-grade medicine. Old Man Ning holds up 3 fingers. I will handle all the logistics, so you do not have to worry about a thing. Out of the 3 doses, you take 1, I take 1, and the final one goes to the master alchemist. Moyu considers it. He knew alchemists were pricey, but Ning would not screw him over. Fine, he says coolly. The old man laughs, calling him a smart kid. Moyu bites his lip and asks who the medicine is actually for. The old man just chuckles. I only have 1 granddaughter, kid. Who else would I be giving this to? It clicks for Moyu. Of course, the blood was meant for Yi Yi all along. She reaches out and takes the essence and the bone. Yi Yi walks over slowly. Her grandpa looks shocked. Wait, Yi Yi, why do you have the beast god's blood essence already? Yi Yi just giggles. Moyu was actually going to just give it to me as a gift, but since you guys are partners now, I guess I will just hand it over to you. Old Man Ning is totally floored. You mean this was already yours? She quickly clarifies she was just keeping it safe. The old man blows a fuse. You little brat, you were playing me this whole time. Moyu just puts on a pathetic face. Well, you never asked, Ning Sr. Yi Yi jumps in, reminding her grandpa that the leg bone is a treasure for reaching godhood, and Moyu needs to use it too. Ning turns his back as his physical image starts to fade away. Since the brat already gave it to you, I will just count it as his official betrothal gift for the wedding. Yi Yi turns bright red. A betrothal gift? Grandpa, seriously, you are too much. Moyu walks over with a smirk. Looks like old man Ning just traded a beast god bone to get me to take you off his hands. Yi Yi blushes even harder. Stop talking. Back at the lab, old man Ning returns to a room full of shocked faces. They swarm him immediately, asking if that treasure Moyu looted from the beast god is what they think it is. He raises his hand high. You got that right, he says. He shows off the bone and the blood vial. Cao Hian's eyes nearly pop out. General Lin is lucky as hell. With these two items, he is definitely going to hit god level. Lak Wiem snaps back, saying it is not luck, it is pure skill. At the end of the day, both of these prizes ended up right here in my hands. Lak Wiem is skeptical. Wait, old man Ning, did you actually have to strike some kind of shady deal with General Lin for those? He turns away, feeling a bit guilty. Business is business, he grumbles. She ignores him and asks to see the bone. After all, they have all been stuck at the half-god rank for way too long. Tinha frowns at the request, but Ning just laughs it off. It is no big deal. Take a look for now, just make sure you give it back to me later. Tinha is overjoyed. The bone floats and starts to glow. Tinha sits, feeling a surge of raw power. He grinds his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he concentrates. His eyes were locked forward. Tinha felt the raw power of that bone. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, glowing bright. The world stood still. Some weird holy light was pouring out of Tinha's body. A beam of light shot into the clouds. The crowd outside went nuts, screaming. A god-tier aura. Our people finally have another god-level powerhouse among us. That pillar of light pierced the heavens, opening a portal. Tainan stood there, totally stunned. Is this it? Is Tinha really about to become a god? The rivals, Cao Hian and Lok Wiem, watched him soak up power, turning green with envy. Tinha is hitting godhood. Unbelievable he beat us to it. Suddenly, Tinha appeared right next to Tainan. Wow, he joked. Looks like I really am becoming a god. He let out a cocky laugh. Yo, you better thank me right now. If I hadn't snagged that beast god bone from Kid Lin, you think this would have happened? Tinha kept his eyes on the prize. So, that's how it went down. Guess I really do owe Master General Lin a huge favor for this one. Tainan was fuming. Tinha arched his back, drinking in the power. Cheers erupted everywhere. He did it. Our race finally has another god-tier warrior. This is huge. Over at the dungeon exit, two figures stepped out. The system pinged. Beast God Plateau records. Number 1, Macnu, 3 hours. Number 2, Creation Academy, 6 hours. Number 3, Genesis Academy, nearly 7 hours. Mac and Gu rubbed his chin. Man, 3 whole hours? That took forever. Why looked completely shocked. Mac and Gu. We were twice as fast as the other schools. Are you still not happy? He walked back to the portal. Let's go again. I'm gonna speedrun this for real this time. The soldiers outside were losing it. General Lin is going back in. He's a total beast. Taking a girl through and smashing records on the first try? This guy is insane. Just wait till he actually tries. The next score is gonna be terrifying. One cocky soldier chimed in. Every time the beast god resets, those 3 big academies hog it. But not this time. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when they fail. His buddy slapped his shoulder. Oh, for sure. It's gonna be gold. The first guy nodded. Lin's new record is gonna leave them in total despair. Scene swap. A new dungeon. 2 people are standing on a hill, looking down at the valley. Macnu pulled YY close. Hold on tight. She looked at the skeleton army below, worried. What about the boss of this plateau? Macnu acted like it was nothing. I'll just leave a few bones behind to mop them up. We're good. Moments later, they're in front of a giant silver ape hugging a rock. The system screen popped up. Beast God Shadow. World Boss. Level 52. Strength. 100,000. Speed. 80,000. Spirit. 4,000. Stamina. 100,000. Skill. Army Sweeper. Trait. Insane HP regen. The massive ape appeared again. The Beast God was right in front of him, staring him down. Meanwhile, over at the God Creation Academy team, Fuang Xiu smirked. Finally, time to take down the real Beast God. As the captain, he felt untouchable. Our run has been flawless so far. No mistakes. Looks like that new record is basically ours. Let's finish this and get paid. Back with Mac Nu, the Beast God lunged with everything it had to crush him. Fuang Xiu, elsewhere, stopped dead. Wait, what's going on? Why is this just a shadow? He was livid. No way. They couldn't have finished faster than us. I don't care. Kill the shadow boss first, then we'll go outside and see who's cheating us. Same story at Genesis Academy. Lungnut Qian gritted his teeth. A shadow? How is this even possible? Who got here first? The VM Hoang team was just as lost. The Beast God is just a shadow? Are we seriously a step behind? Meanwhile, Macnu had already handled it. They were leaving the dungeon. He held her close, acting all cocky. That was probably fast enough, right? She laughed. I felt like I was on a supersonic roller coaster. Of course it was fast. My head is still spinning. The portal light started to glow. Mac Engu smiled. Let's go. Now we can finally level up in peace. And just like that, they vanished through the gate. The soldiers watching the board were stunned. Am I seeing this right? Is that the new record General Lin just set? 3 hours later, the other teams finally finished their fights. Fuangxiu barked at his team. Move it! Check the board. The other teams followed. The three captains glared at each other, fueled by hate. Check the leaderboard now. I want to see who actually snagged the real boss kill. Not Qian looked at the screen and gasped. 9 minutes and 43 seconds? He just rubbed his head. Defeated. Classic General Lin. He really does make the rest of us look pathetic. Fuangxiu wasn't having it. This is total bullcrap. There's no way anyone could get that time. I don't care if he's a god general or whatever. It is absolutely impossible. He definitely cheated. He had to. Not Qian just turned to leave. Let's go. There's nothing wrong with his score. He's just on another level. Hung An was surprised. Whoa, not Qian. Since when are you a Lin fanboy? Is he really that good? Not Qian just looked down with a faint smile. Captain, seeing General Lin. It's like finally seeing the light. Just as he said that, Macnu and YY walked out of the dungeon. Fuangxiu glared at them, fuming. He looked up and barked. So you're Macnu? The youngest god general everyone's talking about? His teammates were confused. Fuangxiu, what are you doing now? Hung On, smirked and clapped. That idiot Fuangxiu is at it again. This is going to be a great show. Macnu frowned. Who even are you? The guy snapped back. I'm Fuangxiu from God Academy. Now listen, Macnu. How the hell did you clear that dungeon so fast? YY yelled back. Are you crazy? Why should we tell you anything about our run? Mind your own business. Fuangxiu roared. I'm asking him, not you. Macnu's voice dropped. I don't owe you an explanation for anything at all. Also, here's a warning. Watch your rank. Don't ever speak to me like that again. Fuangxiu bragged. I'm a genius from God Academy. I'll be a god general soon too. You're just hiding something because you cheated. Macnu cut him off. Then wait until you actually become a god before you try to talk to me. Now get out of my way. Don't block me from clearing this dungeon. Fuangxiu wouldn't budge. I just want some answers. Tell me and I'll move. But honestly, if you can't even answer, you probably just got lucky. You're no real legend, just a fraud. Why couldn't take it? Look, this is a school, not a place for you to act like a thug. He stayed put. I said what I said. Answers first, then I move. Macnu's aura flared, turning blood red. A wave of killing intent slammed into Fuangxiu. He froze, unable to move a muscle. Suddenly, a phantom army rose from the ground. A massive phantom lunged at Fuangxiu, sinking its teeth into his neck. Other shadows swarmed the area. Fuangxiu fell to the ground, shaking. It was all an illusion. Macnu looked down coldly. That's all the guts you have? He was still dazed. Was that an illusion? How is that even possible? His friends helped him up and Fuangxiu was forced to retreat. Back at the base, someone noticed him. Wait, why did that guy just fall over like that? He looks like he's totally terrified for some reason. Others were just as confused. What just happened? Macnu turned to YY. Forget him. Let's get back to grinding and level up. She smiled. You got it. Hours later, Fuangxiu finally rolls back in. He starts grilling the director immediately. How did Macnu clear that raid so fast? No way it was legit. That guy definitely used some dirty low-down tactics to cheat his way through. Cao Hian scowls at him. Do you even know who Macnu is? He is a god general, on par with the strongest god-level masters. You think just anyone can reach that rank? It is not exactly a walk in the park, kid. He has wiped out more dragons and demons than you have even seen in your life. Even I have to show respect and call him God, General Lin. Where do you get the nerve to just throw his name around and talk trash behind his back? Fuangxiu suddenly realizes he just messed with the wrong guy, but it is way too late. Director, Wait. What? Are you seriously telling me that even you have to address him as God General Lin? My mind is literally blown right now. Cao Hian snaps back. Keep your mouth shut right now. Listen carefully. We saw the whole thing. All three of us directors watched God General Lin clear that dungeon. He did not just have speed, he literally annihilated every single monster in the entire place. He left nothing standing. Do you have any clue how fast he took down the actual beast god? It was insane. If he were really using some shady tricks like you claim, do you honestly think we would not have noticed it? Give us some credit, kid. Fuangxiu has totally run out of excuses. He just stands there while Cao Hian keeps laying into him. You are a genius here at Genesis Academy, but the gap between you and God General Lin is massive. Why? Because you are way too full of yourself. Stop looking down on everyone. This conversation is over. Get ready to lead your team to the training grounds. Fuang Xiu is still hesitant. But director, the Genesis Ancestral Land is supposed to open in just a few days. If I miss out on this chance, I might never get another shot at it. Cao Hian gives him a cold stare. You think you will get another chance? My mind is made up. Get your act together. Left with no choice, he finally shuts up and accepts the order. 10 days later, Mac Nu and his crew are absolutely steamrolling dungeons. Bosses are dropping like flies. He is pretty stoked with the results. After 10 days of non-stop grinding, he finally hit level 40. Mac Nu just leveled up to a level 45 Spirit Mage. Suddenly, his pocket starts buzzing. He checks a message from YVN that says, "Hey brat, get over here right now." He replies immediately and heads over. Two people suddenly teleport into the room, and Mac Nu is completely caught off guard. His jaw drops. He notices Tin Ha is practically glowing with power. Mac Nagu bows his head and says, "Congrats on reaching God level, Director." The old man laughs. "Thanks, God General Lin. Honestly, if it were not for that beast god essence you gave me, I would not have leveled up this fast." YVN smiles and says, "Listen up, kid. I called you here because the Genesis Ancestral Land is about to open up. It is time for you to get ready for the big show. Since you are a member of the Genesis Academy, the director decided you are going in." Tin Ha smirks and adds, "That is right. The gates to the Ancestral Land will be opening up in just a few days. I should probably give you a heads up. There are tons of creatures in there, and they are super aggressive. Do not try to help them, just keep moving. Once you get near the center, you will find trees with fruit you can eat. Eat as much as you can. It will help you out big time. After you eat, you enter phase 2. You will go into a trance to gain enlightenment, but what you actually learn depends entirely on the person. It is different for everyone. Once you clear that, you hit phase 3. We do not have much intel on this part, but based on what we know from the past, it probably has something to do with whatever you learned during your phase 2 trance." Tin Ha adds seriously, "Rumor has it there is even a phase 4 after that. But almost nobody makes it past phase 3, and those who do lose their memories of the place. So, we have no idea what it is like." He gives one last warning. The Ancestral Land only opens once every 5 years. This time around, there are 30 people heading in with you. It is going to be a packed house, so watch your back. Mac Ngu smiles. "Thanks, Director." 2 days later, a massive pillar of light shoots into the sky, scaring all the birds away. Mac Ngu hears the crowd around him screaming in excitement. The Ancestral Land is open. All the big shots are finally here. Fuang Vo gives the woman in front of him a creepy grin. "I cannot believe I actually get to enter the Ancestral Land with the goddess Mac Han. This is my chance to really show off." That guy is Fuang Vo, Fuang Xiu's older brother. He is a level 61 legendary class Sacred Knight. Mac Han spots her brother and waves. "Hey, little Ngu." He looks confused. "Wait, you are going in too? I thought you were already past level 70 and finished your 3rd class transfer." Mac Han laughs. "Who told you level 70 was the cutoff? Anyone can go in." She looks at the girl next to him and smiles. "You must be YY. My brother talks about you all the time. Thanks for looking out for him." She blushes and shakes her head. "No way. He is the one who carries me through all the level grinding." Just then, some other guys walk up. "Long time no see." Mac Nagu just smiles back. "Yeah, it has been a while." The guys nearby see him surrounded by 3 beautiful women and start getting super jealous. "Look at this lucky punk. Who does he think he is? Why does he get all the attention? Seriously, who is he?" Suddenly, something shifts. I think the Ancestral Land is finally opening up. A mysterious portal appears out of nowhere. The crowd goes wild, screaming, "It is open! It is finally open!" Mac Nu goes quiet, thinking to himself. This life energy feels exactly like the staff of creation. Could the literal source of all life be hidden right here in the Ancestral Land? Tin Ha just watches with his arms crossed. A blonde guy suddenly steps up. That is Lich Fong, a level 56 legendary mage. "Out of my way, losers! I'm going in first." He blasts off into the air. Someone looks confused. "That is weird. Did nobody tell that guy the rules?" "You definitely cannot fly in this area. He is in for a rude awakening." Before he can even finish, the guy falls flat on his face. He slams into the ground, nearly crushing a poor little rabbit. The rabbit just looks up at the sky, totally traumatized. He gets up and starts swearing. "What is this trashy place? Why can't I?" Someone whispers, "He just killed an animal here. We need to stay far away from that guy." Fuang Vo tries to act cool. "Hey, Lady Mac Han, wanna go together?" Mac Han shuts him down cold. "No thanks. I am sticking with little Nu." Mac Nu just grins at his sister. "Come on, let's get moving." She follows him happily. "You got it." The 4 of them head into the woods, chatting away. Mac Nu keeps his voice low. "Hey, watch your step." Whatever you do, do not hurt any of the living things around here. YY gets curious. What happens if you kill a bunch of stuff? Makhan gives her a spooky look. Legend says you will turn into an animal and be stuck here forever. YY covers her mouth, totally freaked out. As they keep walking, Mak Nu suddenly reaches out and stops her. Careful, there is a tiny bug on a leaf right in front of her. Mak Van looks surprised. Whoa, thanks. Mak Nu just shrugs. No big deal. My mental power is pretty high, so I can sense life energy way better than most people. Mak Han pulls out a compass. All right, everyone, follow me. I know the way. The three of them follow Mak Han's lead. Hours later, they find themselves deep in a mysterious part of the forest where crystals are scattered all over the ground. Up ahead, they see a massive grove of fruit trees. Mak Han says, My master told me the fruit here has different tiers. Looking at this place, we might have found the top tier stuff. This should give us the best possible boost. YY quickly grabs a handful of fruit and starts munching, handing some to Makengu too. A system notification pops up. High-tier fruit. He takes a bite, and his screen flickers. Name, Makengu. Class, Sovereign of the Undead. Level, 45. Power, sealed at 100. Constitution, sealed at 100. Agility, sealed at 100. Spirit, sealed at 100. Skills, currently locked. Everything is grayed out on his display. Mak Nu looks panicked. Wait, all my stats and skills are completely sealed off. YY looks at him in total shock. What? How is that even possible? He takes another huge bite, hoping it was a glitch. The system pings again. Power sealed at 200. Constitution, agility, and spirit all sealed at 200. Skills? Still absolutely nothing. Unable to resist the sweet fruit, Moyu gobbled it down. The system chimed in. Power seal 300. Physique seal 300. Agility seal 300. Spirit seal 300. And 0 skill seals. Yi poked him, asking how it felt. He just grinned and said, Not bad. A single fruit boosted my overall stats by 800? Hearing that, she started stuffing her face like a greedy maniac. What are we waiting for? Dig in. Yi rubbed his bulging stomach with a sigh. Man, I am stuffed. I only managed to eat a couple before hitting my limit. Mo Yun and Mo Han were vibing and enjoying the snacks. Suddenly, a weird light flashed, making Mo Yu freeze. Right in front of them stood a massive tree that practically oozed bad vibes. A cluster of bizarre fruit hung from the branches. The system identified them as soul fruit. He stood up, pointing toward the tree, and asked his sister, What exactly are those things? Mohan's eyes went wide. No way, those are still here? She yelled that plenty of people died from their bodies literally exploding after eating one. The master figured the attributes were just too overwhelming for anyone to handle. Moyu narrowed his eyes. If they are that deadly, the power boost must be insane. Sis, I have to give it a shot. She immediately tried to block him. No way, it is too risky. He pushed back, saying he was confident. Besides, the master at the soul hall left him a soul mark. Even if things go south, he would not actually die for real. Mohan closed her eyes, totally defeated. Fine, try it. But if you fail, you are grounded for life once you respawn. No more dangerous stunts outside. Mo Yu gave a thumbs up and chirped, Deal. She stood up with a chilling warning. Go ahead, but if you actually die, I am keeping your corpse. He stepped forward and grabbed a soul fruit. Mo Yu's eyes widened as he pulled it down. He stared at the massive tree in shock. Was this a vision or just a hallucination? Either way, this thing was clearly on a whole different level. Mo Yu shoved it in his mouth and immediately made a face. Ugh. So bitter. The system pinged. All attributes plus 198. He rushed back to the group, and they all asked, How was it? He grimaced, complaining that while the stats were great, the taste was straight up nasty. Yi quickly handed him a different fruit to wash it down. This one is sweet. Mo Yu, looking pale, took a bite. He coughed and spat it out instantly. Forget it. Everything tastes bitter now. But man, the power boost is no joke. The effect is actually incredible. Mo Yu thought about his stats. With his skills locked, his attributes were being totally reshuffled. The fruit's power was aggressively surging through his entire body. Without his skeleton army to soak up the damage, even he would have been overwhelmed. Suddenly, a violent roar echoed nearby. Everyone froze. What is happening? Sounds like a massive fight is breaking out outside. Mo Van warned them to stay sharp as they headed out to investigate. Outside the forest, warriors were busy tearing each other apart. Mohan watched closely, noting the system info on their leader. It was Yue Sheng, a high-level source knight. He laughed while bullying the guys whose powers were sealed. These fruits are great. How does it feel being chopped up without any stats? The guy getting beaten snarled back in protest. Everyone in this sacred land has powerful connections. Yue Sheng, do you really want to make me your enemy right now? He gripped his sword, radiating a terrifying aura. You should worry less about politics and more about staying alive. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Stop right there! Mo Yu and his crew arrived. Yue Sheng gave a wicked smirk. I have been waiting half the day for you, Mo Yu. His eyes gleamed like a predator. Good, everyone is finally here. This little game of cat and mouse ends now. Yue Sheng raised his sword high to trigger his skill. The system flashed. Frost Halo. A wave of freezing light blasted out, striking every warrior one by one and trapping everyone in place. Mo Yu asked coldly, Yue Sheng, I am not mistaken about you, am I? He grumbled, shocked that a god general would remember a nobody. Mo Yu unleashed his power. Why did you become a lapdog for the demon worship cult? Is it just you, or has your entire clan turned into demon lapdogs? Yue Sheng's face twisted with rage as he growled. How the hell did you figure that out? Mo Yu stared him down. I have slaughtered so many demons that I know their scent by heart. The stench coming off you is so thick it makes me want to puke. He let out a sinister laugh. Lapdog? That is a bit harsh. We are just partners. Thanks to their help, I have reached my second-class advancement, a mid-level legendary Source Knight. Without another word, he unleashed his skill. Slash! One move ended the lives of every warrior lying helpless on the ground. Yue Sheng clenched his fist, his voice dripping with arrogance. Did you see that? This is the true power of a Source Knight. You guys are just trash. The survivors screamed in rage. You are insane. Yue Sheng, we have soul marks. We will respawn, and when we get out, you and your whole family are dead meat. He gripped an object tightly with a wicked grin. Do you really think I am that stupid? You think I would actually give you a chance to come back to life? The system chimed. Soul-devouring barrier. It deletes the souls of the dead. A massive dome appeared, trapping them all as his terrifying laugh echoed. Yue Sheng licked his lips, eyeing the three women with a disgusting smirk. And as for you ladies, before I finish you off, I think I will have a little fun first. Mo Yu asked coldly, you and who else? He grabbed his scythe and walked forward. Yue Sheng burst out laughing. Mo Yu, have you lost your mind? A mage using a weapon to fight me? He stepped forward with pure arrogance. I was going to save you for last, but I think I have changed my mind. You are going down right now. Yue Sheng raised his sword high and roared, time to die, slash. A protective shield barely took a scratch. The system pinged, damage transfer and total link passives activated. Yue Sheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What is going on? I put everything into that hit. How does he not have a single scratch? Yue Sheng went ballistic, swinging wildly. Impossible, just die. Cross slash. But none of his desperate strikes could even touch Mo Yu. Even the massive power from his sword only managed to tear a few holes in Mo Yu's clothes. Yue Sheng was shaking now. What the hell is this guy? Yue Sheng raised his sword again, screaming, Holy fire, Halo! The system confirmed the skill as a wave of power leveled the entire forest. The warriors watching from the sidelines were terrified. Drink your potions. Can the god general actually survive an attack like that? From the middle of the inferno, a figure slowly emerged. Mo Yu stood there completely unharmed by the onslaught. Yue Sheng's voice cracked. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? He kept babbling in pure terror. You didn't eat the fruit. Wait, no, you did. If you hadn't, you would have definitely summoned those annoying skeletons to help you by now. Why can you ignore my halo after eating that fruit? Why? Mo Yu grit his teeth and made a cold declaration. Even without my skeleton army, I can still end you right here. Yue Sheng couldn't handle the truth and screamed back. Don't talk big. You are just a mage. How could you ever beat a knight in a fair melee fight? If skills won't kill you, I will take your head myself. He swung hard, his blade clashing against the scythe. Right in front of him, Mo Yu was already charging in with a cold, deadly stare. Yue Sheng grit his teeth in pure shock. No way! How are his melee skills better than mine? He is supposed to be a mage. The warriors outside started cheering. Go, God General, kill this bastard. Man, lucky thing I knew to grind those classes at the lower god tower after eating that fruit. My mental stats finally topped out at 10,000 points. 10,000 points isn't even that high. His eyes flashed with pure malice as he realized the guy definitely ate the fruit. His stats were way beyond mine now. Nakthon stood up, raised his blade, and screamed at the top of his lungs. Clean blade, slash! A massive pillar of fire erupted, and the system notified, clean blade slash. The warriors watching were freaking out. Could the general actually survive a hit like that? His stats were totally sealed. His face twisted into a grotesque grin as he roared, drop dead. A massive explosion rocked the area. Nakthon laughed like a psycho, shouting, You are definitely toast this time, right? Suddenly, Mo Yu stepped out of nowhere with a scythe, snapping back. Actually, you are the one dying. Before the words even landed, he sliced the guy right in half. Nakthan stared at his wound, stammering, This is impossible. Moyu just shrugged and said, that weapon the boss dropped earlier? Yeah, it actually gets the job done. As he spoke, Nakthan's eyes rolled back while he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A blade drove straight through his gut, followed by 10,000 swords shredding his body to pieces. He stared in pure terror, stammering, No, you cannot do this. You cannot kill me. He begged through the pain. Don't kill me, Moyu. Please, I am begging you. I don't want to die yet. I can be useful. I have intel on the demon worship cult. Moyu replied coldly, You are just a low-level dog for the cult. What kind of top-secret intel could you possibly have? With that, a final blade plunged through him, ending his life. The ice circle shattered, and they all swarmed him with gratitude. Thank you for saving us, General Lin. You are seriously a beast for pulling that off. I cannot believe you took that animal down while your skills and stats were totally sealed. We would have been toast without you. Moyu gave a light smile and said, We are all part of the human race. No need to be polite. They grinned, replying, Rest easy, General Lin. Once we get out of here, the Chu family is going to pay for what they did. After wrapping things up, he headed back to the meeting point. Mohan smiled with pride and said, Hey there, little you. You look so legendary right now. I honestly do not know whether I should call you Little You or General Lin anymore. Moyu scratched his head, feeling shy. Sis, come on, stop teasing me like that. The four of them hiked out of the woods and stopped right in front of an old suspension bridge. An ancient, foggy bridge loomed ahead. Mohan turned to them with a serious warning. Crossing this starts the second stage of the trial. From here on out, we split up. Everyone fights their own battles. How far you make it is entirely up to you. So, good luck, everyone. He volunteered to go first, casually shoving his hands into his pockets. All right then, I am heading in, he said, as his silhouette slowly faded into the mist. Mohan followed next, with Mo Van in the middle, and finally Yi. Suddenly, a strange root emerged from nowhere and snatched up Nakthan's body. Dust swirled everywhere as the gap between the two sides began to close shut. The scene shifts to Moyu, who stops in front of a sword driven into the ground. A system notification popped up. Low-level skill stone tablet. Moyu slowly stepped forward, his eyes locked onto the symbols carved into the stone. Skill, basic wind/sword technique. It can cut right through defenses. Suddenly, a bright light flashed out. Moyu gasped in shock. The patterns are actually moving! As the trial began, he glanced behind him to see more stone tablets with different symbols sprouting from the earth. The system displayed the options, wind/, wood/, and stone/. Moyu was impressed. 3 choices, huh? It looks like they represent 3 different paths: total agility, refined skill, and raw strength. He sat down in front of a tablet with a crescent moon symbol, muttering, Even though I am a mage, I have plenty of experience from the lower god tower. Learning some sword skills shouldn't be a problem at all. A while later, over by Lich Fong, he was panicking. How did this happen? Did I accidentally kill some animal without realizing it? Dust swirled around as someone else cursed, Damn it! How the hell am I supposed to learn anything like this? Moyu stood up calmly, whispering to himself, All right, I have mastered the wind/. Now, let's see what this trial is really all about. He pulled the sword from the ground, his body vanishing into a surge of mystical energy. A muscular figure emerged from the smoke. Moyu gripped his blade, realizing the goal, but then the puppet moved with insane speed. He was totally shocked its agility stat had to be over 1,500 points at least. 500 points. Moyu grinned and said, Got it. I see the trick now. So the second stage is all about defeating this puppet using only the sword skills we just learned, since our regular skills and stats are totally sealed away. He tightened his grip on the hilt. The more fruit you eat, the higher your stats, making this puppet way easier to handle. Its stats aren't even that high, just like everyone else here. Suddenly, he swung his blade, nearly stumbling as he muttered, But since I ate that special fruit, all my stats are at 10,000 points. Moyu grabbed the sword as the system flashed. Wind/. He delivered a decisive strike forward and then slammed the blade back into the ground. The puppet went down. He chuckled, thinking about how simple that was. The system notified him. Mental stats, plus 500. Meanwhile, in another training area, a warrior was getting wrecked by a puppet. The puppet raised its claws to slash at the trainee. Lin Moyu moved to a new area and asked suspiciously, Is this the third stage? The system replied, You have now forgotten the wind/ skill. He rubbed his temples and sighed. So that is how it works. Skills from the previous stage are wiped out. No wonder the dean said nobody remembers the earlier parts once they hit stage 3. Images of those stone tablets flashed through his mind one by one. fire arrow, wind blade, ice arrow, and snowball skills. Moyu smirked, muttering, I didn't expect these to be magic class skills. He gave a confident smile and said, Next up, Stage 4. The system announced, mental stats plus 1,000. Elsewhere, the entrance to the Holy Land spat Lich Fong right back out. An old man rushed over and asked, Fong Yi, are you okay? He looked stunned, wondering, did I just get eliminated? Lich Fong looked up at the old man and said, Grandpa, something big happened back in the Holy Land. Tin Ha and Tai Nian tilted their heads, totally confused. He sat up in terror and blurted out, Nak Than from the Chu family joined the demon worship cult. He's their puppet. He tried to kill us using a soul-destroying barrier so we couldn't respawn through our soul marks. Tai Nian shouted in pure shock. What? What was that you said? The other guy jumped in. Elder Nin, take it easy. Let Fong Ni finish his story first. Lich Fong continued. Nak Than tried to murder us, but luckily General Lin showed up and killed him instead. If not for him, none of us would have made it out alive. Tai Nian's face went dark, the air turning heavy. The Chu family, they have some nerve. Meanwhile, Tin Ha couldn't help but snap. Daring to slaughter human geniuses right here in our Genesis Holy Land, the Chu family must have a death wish. The other elders were stunned, and the Chu family members had already tucked tail and ran. He promised the group, don't worry, they won't get away. Once this trial is over, we are going to make them pay for this. The crowd below started gossiping like crazy. The Chu family really has some guts, colluding with the demon worship cult to murder people inside the academy. This time, the Chu family is totally finished. Over at the instance gate, someone stepped out with a sigh, muttering, I'm out. Tin Ha frowned, checking the numbers. 20 people eliminated. That means there are only 10 left in the Holy Land. Back in Moyu's trial area, he stood before 2 more stone tablets. The carvings on the stones looked just like a bow. He realized it immediately. This time, it was all about archery skills. Right then, multiple beams of light pierced through the bodies of the NPCs in the dungeon. At the same time, Moyu got a mental stats boost of 1,500 points. Suddenly, blinding rays of light flashed before his eyes, making him wonder, is that light? White God said the Creation Academy had a light I needed. Guess this is the one. It looks like the real deal. I felt the power of creation before. Is this the light of life? Forget guessing. If I make it to the end, the truth will come out. Suddenly, everything shifts. Moyu is stunned. Just one doll stands there. Skill, micro, healing, basic tier. It restores vitality to a target. Moyu isn't even shocked. Looks like my hunch about this place was spot on from the start. This trial isn't just 4 stages. Every time I hit a new level, the skills get harder to learn and the puppets get way more jacked. It's getting intense. The difficulty just keeps climbing. Since our attribute skills are sealed, this isn't just a brain teaser. It's a straight-up test of how well I can actually scrap in a fight. Right behind him, Moyu lunges with the scythe first. This time, I'm going to use its own life-sustaining skill against it and see if my mental power can take the heat. First, he pops the heel. A green aura wraps the puppet. Yi Yi and Moyun exit the dungeon. Moyun bows to Tai Nian. Hey, Senior Ning, he asks. Yi Yi, how do you feel? She reports. My power, speed, and spirit all jumped by 3,000 points. My physical build spiked by 7,000 points. Tai and Tin Ha gasps. 27 out, 1 dead. Now only those 2 sisters are left in the ancestral land. Inside the dungeon, Moyu is stacking 300 mind points. He mutters, I've lost track of how many levels I've crushed, but I'm definitely getting closer to that light now. Wrapped in the glow, he feels it. It's so warm. What even is this? The blinding light is too much. Moyu covers his eyes as the smoke gets thicker and thicker. Moments later, it clears, leaving a dim space. A male elf appears and says, Hold up, there is still one more person who hasn't arrived yet. Moyu stares at the guy. That core in his forehead is definitely something. Mohan walks out, stretching her arms. Figures you'd be a step ahead of me, little you. She hands an item to the light official. My teacher told me to give you this. He kept his end of the deal, so I hope you keep yours too. The official bathes Mohan in healing light. She's slowly transforming. Once it's done, he adds, My deal with that person is officially over and done with. Now for your trial. There is only one reward for 2 people. Moyu says no way. Mohan agrees. Just send me out. Give the kid the chance instead. He's confused. Sis, what are you doing? She hands it off. Silly brother, this opportunity is way more important for you. For a third transition like me, this is mid. Besides, I already got what I came for. While he's speechless, the official speaks up. She's not lying. She definitely got the better deal. Before leaving, Mohan warns him. Don't worry, little you. I've got my own path to walk. I'm not just handing this to you. I'd never lie to you. Moyu watches her leave, touched. The official announces, she gave up the prize. Now, you are the only one. Follow me for 10 days. Moyu quietly follows him into the woods. The official explains, the fruit you ate lets you live over 1,000 years. You're the most qualified person I've ever met to take this. No doubt about it. A blinding beam of light shines down on him. The official bows. This is what you need. Whether you can actually grab it depends on your luck. Moyu realizes his skill seals are gone. The points he earned in the temple are all dumping into his main mind attribute now. System alert. Mind attribute plus 16,000. Vitality is now at 30%. The staff begins to merge. Power from the fruit gets sucked into the scepter. The core on the official's forehead starts cracking. Every piece is pulled into the staff to fuel the absorption. A notification pops up. Genesis Scepter. Damaged core. Mythic tier weapon. All stats plus 400,000. Equipable at level 90. Light of Healing can fully restore a target. Light of Destruction can deliver a massive critical strike to any enemy in your way. Purple light glows from the scepter. He studies it closely. It's not a fake core anymore, just a damaged one. This proves my theory. The ancestral land is definitely linked to the Genesis Scepter. I knew it. If I can fix the core, it'll become a true mythic weapon again. Suddenly, the official drops to his knees and bows. Moyu is shocked. Hey, what are you doing? He says respectfully. This humble servant greets the master. Whoever holds the Genesis Scepter is the one I serve. Moyu is puzzled. You know this thing? I've been searching for the heir of light until I found you. With that scepter, you can become the next god of life. Moyu hesitates. But I'm human. I never planned on being a god. After finishing up, he leaves the dungeon. Yi feels him coming first and turns around grinning. She rushes over and gives him a huge hug. Tai Nian is anxious. Kid, did you get it? He nods. Yeah, I think I got the goods. His mind stats jumped by 12,000 each, vitality up 30%. Yi Yuan is stoked. Nice, kid. Your stats are probably double any other player at your level. Kwang Sin asks, what are your actual numbers now? His profile shows, name, Lin Moyu, job, unique undead sovereign, level, 45, power, 40,055, physique, 40,055, speed, 40,055, spirit, 83,110. Kwang Sin is terrified. Oh my god. A mid-tier legendary player at level 45 only has 80,000 total stats. You're over 100,000 points higher than them. Your strength beats a warrior and your speed kills any assassin. Are you even a mage? Thank God I didn't have to compete with you in my day. Yi Yuan shouts, listen kid, I'm waiting for you to hit god level. We'll storm the abyss together and take out those punks once and for all. Moyu agrees instantly. Fine by me. But Wen is worried. Recently, the White Devil Society has been way too active. They think they've hidden within the world's factions, but they've left openings. It's finally time to catch the big fish. A familiar beep rings from his wrist. Thu Han smiles. Hey, Lin, you got a minute? Yi Yuan laughs, seeing right through it. Look at this kid. Quite the ladies' man. Fine, go ahead and handle your business. I have some private matters too. Looking at the list, Yi Yuan gets serious and mutters, good, very good. And Wen says, let's move. It's been a while since I fought. Time to warm up. They head to city number 9, and Wen's demon-slaying tower escorts them. The sky turns dark as they arrive, and the god tower descends on the land. A voice yells from the empty city. Yi Yuan, what is wrong with you? Yi Yuan, and Wen, why the hell did you bring the god tower to city number 9? Yi Yuan scowls. Why am I still not at fortress number 9? Don't you guys know why I'm here? And Van adds, anyone I name, hand them over. The Che, that level 93 spirit mage, asks nervously. What is this? Are you saying there's a traitor in fortress number 9? Where's your proof? Just that scrap of paper? Yi Yuan snaps back. My word is the proof. I'm here to kill. Anyone who tries to stop me is dead meat. Everyone freezes. Suddenly, a dark energy shroud slams down on the entire city. Level 95 General Deepow appears. Take it easy, White God. If you're here, you must have the goods. Go ahead. Yi Yuan is shocked to see him. He nods. The White God did his homework. There is no mistake. Proceed. Yi Yuan unleashes fire swords and massive fireballs, melting the buildings. People scream as the terrifying heat turns the place into a literal hell. Everyone is drowning in his ocean of flames. Desperate screams echo everywhere. One final blast rockets straight toward the target. Yi Yuan wipes his bloody hands. Traitors are done. Next stop, Fortress number 8. And Van realizes something. Hey, does the demon-slaying tower have an owner yet? Hawtrock's squad is stunned. He says, the tower is safe. Its true master is coming. The others freak out. Is he talking about that kid, Moyu? This is bad. Deepow is cool with it. If that young genius can handle the tower, great. I haven't been able to crack it in all these years. One step short, always. If he can do it, let him. Remember, no matter how much we fight, it is all for the human race. We get it, they shout. Back at the Chu house in Haithon, Tainan hovers in the sky with a massive army behind him. Qin Tian, head of the Chu family, watches from afar. This looks like big trouble. He wastes no time and flies up to meet Tainan. He bows respectfully. Elder Ning, what did my family do wrong? Tainan tosses a notebook at him. Read it yourself, Chu. He scans the details. Veins pop in his neck. This is impossible. How could this happen under my roof? Tainan sees it. You got played, didn't you? You built this empire and they ruined it. Qin Tian begs for a chance to fix the mess. I'll give you answers. Tainan lets it go. Fine. Handle it. Moyu meets Thu Han at their spot. Hey, you called? What is the big deal? Is everything okay? She looks desperate. Lin, I need a huge favor. He cuts her off. Just tell me what you need. I am listening. Follow me, she says. She leads him into a shop. A nasty smell hits him. He knows this scent. It is bad news. Thu Han nods. You guessed it, right? He is curious. Why is the general here? Do you remember? I told you before I need you to clear some rot poison. She points to a woman on the bed. That is my mom. She was poisoned while guarding the seal to the corpse realm. Since then, nothing has worked. No cure exists. Moyu sighs. I feel for you, but I'm not strong enough yet. She shakes her head. No, we just need your help with something. Grandpa, he's here. In walks Thu Bin, a god-level pharmacist. He's old and shaky, but still looks legendary. Moyu is floored. Greetings, pharmacist god. He waves it off. Don't call me that, kid. I heard your summon might be the key to this poison. Let me look. General, can I analyze your summon? I need to find the source of the cure. Thu Han watches, eyes wide. Even the old man is impressed. This thing is powerful. He starts the scan, light glowing everywhere. He starts sweating hard. Fuang Zhao asks if he can do it. He gasps. This skill is insane. I cannot analyze it at all. I have never seen anything like this. Even at god level, it is a total mystery. Fuang Zhao starts to panic. Now what? Mo Yu feels bad. I want to help, but my level is too low. Sorry. He turns to the old man. Senior, I have to go now. Good luck with everything. I'll be back. Thu Bin nods. Thanks for coming, General. Han Yi, show him out. Thu Han walks him to the door. Fuang Zhao is heartbroken. Grandpa, is there really no hope for Mom? He sighs. This corpse poison is the nastiest stuff I have ever seen. Unless Mo Yu's summon can clear it, she is done for. There is no other way. Fuang Zhao can't take it. Thu Bin tries to be gentle. Maybe when he hits god level. At the rate he's going, it might not be long. Outside, it is getting dark. Thu Han apologizes for the trouble. Mo Yu promises to save her mom once he is strong enough. I'm going to go grind some levels. He heads to the dungeon hall. He's aiming for the Beast God Highlands to hit level 50 fast. He enters the dungeon, but he is not alone. Shady figures are watching him from the shadows. Men in black confirm he's inside. Move out. They pull out a crystal. The big guns are away, killing our people right now. This is our golden chance to strike him down. If we kill Mo Yu here, we win. It's a fair trade for our people. He is dead meat, and we are the heroes. The crystal sucks up dark energy and blasts into the dungeon. More cultists show up. Someone screams. Is that abyss demon energy? Oh no, that's an abyss stone. It's the demon cult. They're going after Lin. Someone call the master now. A man steps out and tells everyone to chill. He crushes the crystal in his hand like it's nothing. Dark smoke pours out everywhere. His face goes full psycho. It's just Mo Yu dying. Why are you losers so stressed out? Once he's dead, the academy will be crushed. He holds up the glowing core and a purple shield locks down the city. Someone screams, completely unhinged. How dare you trash talk in my capital academy? You're literally asking to die. Inside, Mo Yu senses something's off. The dark aura of the abyss is flooding the room. He notices abyss fire. Wait, how is there abyss fire inside this dungeon? That shouldn't be possible. The demon worship cult suddenly appears, their faces twisted and completely devoid of sanity. Mo Yu realizes with a jolt these aren't just academy students. No, they're cultist assassins sent to end him. First, they swarm Mo Yu, boxing him in. Thick, dark energy starts to suffocate the entire dungeon. They've set a massive trap just for him. As the abyss fire rains down, they start chanting, "Take my body, take my soul, let the demon king descend." The sky-splitting roar echoes everywhere. Take my body, take my soul. Abyss fire swallows the space, leaving only that creepy robotic chanting ringing in his ears. One guy goes totally psycho as the abyss energy corrupts every rock and tree in the area. Suddenly, two massive red lights glow in the thick purple mist, growing larger and more terrifying by the second. He gets it now. This was a setup from the start. They waited for him to step inside to pull this do-or-die suicide mission. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Moyu curses. Every single one of his teleportation items has been completely jammed. Only that abyss stone still works. Suddenly, a massive mountain-sized figure towers over Moyu, making him look like a total ant. It's the blazing demon king. He lets out a raspy laugh. Moyu, you're not getting away this time. Moyu narrows his eyes, grit his teeth, and spits out every word with pure venom. Looking at the giant monster, Moyu doesn't blink. Wait, even though this clone is stronger than an average demon, it lacks that god-tier aura. He smirks. Lai Yan, you didn't have enough sacrifices, did you? The dungeon rules are crushing you. You're not as tough as you look. The beast slowly rumbles in a deep, gravelly voice. Sharp kid, I guess you figured out my little secret. But so what? Even if I can't use 10% of my power, killing a brat like you is still a total cakewalk. Moyu looks down with a mocking sneer. You really think it's that easy? Death energy swirls around him, and from the shadows, a level 46 Gaoyuan Jialan monster steps out. It snarls, baring razor-sharp teeth before letting out a howl. Moyu leaps back to scope out the battlefield. You won't kill me here. Bad choice picking the beast plateau. Every inch of this place is a weapon for me. He sprouts wings and takes off, while Li Yan immediately gives chase. You think you can run? Dream on? He lets out a wicked, triumphant grin. Stop dreaming. There's no escape. I'm going to burn you into literal nothingness. Suddenly, a massive eye appears out of nowhere, making him freeze in his tracks. That eye starts blasting a storm of explosions right at Lai Yan. Meanwhile, Moyu hits top speed, weaving through the chaos like a pro. Moyu breezes through the explosion rain. He's doing the math to kill Lai Yan. He needs to land a perfect, high-damage strike. He has to find that one opening for a one-hit kill before it can react. He summons a massive spear and grips it tight. He'll let the skeleton army distract the monsters while he focuses everything on holding that beast down. Moyu stops and dumps his mana into summoning the soul-devouring Worm King. He barks the order, "Go, pin him down," as it charges forward. It stands before Li Yan and lets out a deafening roar. Li Yan just gathers fire in his hands. Where'd this bug come from? They clash, but the Worm King easily dodges. So annoying. Before long, the Worm King gets caught in Li Yan's fire and starts burning up. Moyu glances back, worried. The Worm King's power just isn't cutting it anymore. He didn't think it would buy so little time. Now he wonders how much longer the earth-suppressing dragon god can actually hold out. Suddenly, a massive dragon appears and joins the fray. While the enemy is distracted, the earth-suppressing dragon god swings its tail, slamming it right into Lai Yan's gut. But Lai Yan counters with a single move, slicing through the dragon like it was nothing. The dragon god hits the ground, sliced clean in two, while that giant eye in the sky keeps up the pressure. It rains down beams of light, blasting the ground into a dust cloud. Lai Yan dodges and flies after Moyu with a creepy, hyped-up grin. What's wrong? Can't fly? You're full of surprises. Not just those flying skills, though. How can I possibly let you live? You're a major threat to my abyss. I've got to take you off the board right now, he hisses, releasing a crushing pressure. Moyu keeps his distance, thinking to himself that a demon king is on a whole different level. Even his strongest summons couldn't stall for more than a few seconds. Suddenly, his eyes go wide as his pupils shrink in shock. Lai Yan lands a surprise blow that he didn't even see coming. Moyu is slammed by that insane power and hits the dirt hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. So this is the real power of a demon king? Lai Yan keeps firing beams down at him. Finally, now die. The beams rain down in a non-stop barrage. But suddenly, out of the rubble, a cluster of iron chains shoots out, flying straight for Lai Yan. Those chains wrap tight around his body, carrying a nasty, weakening curse. A freezing aura pours off the metal, pinning Lai Yan down. He screams, "I'll rip you into 100 pieces." He summons a bunch of creepy eyes behind his back, firing 3 times as many beams as before. Moyu struggles to his feet, barely dodging the incoming light show. A beam grazes his face, leaving a bloody streak. Moyu immediately triggers his bone armor for protection and fires back a bolt of emerald soul fire. That fire hits Li Yan's head, making lava-like blood pour to death. Puce, if I let you keep growing, you'll be the ultimate enemy of the abyss. Elsewhere, the skeleton warriors are busy slaughtering monsters left and right. One by one, the beasts fall. Time is almost up. They start tossing the monster corpses over their shoulders. Seeing the skeleton army returning, Moyu flies back into the fight. The chance is finally here. The leader rushes toward him with a pile of corpses. The skeleton leader charges ahead, swinging a massive mace to create a barrier that protects the entire army. Lai Yan narrows his eyes in pure contempt. You're sending summons to die? Really? Beams rain down, causing massive explosions and shattering several skeleton warriors into dust. 22 skeletons are wiped out, while 60 others are badly damaged. Instantly, the healer squad rushes in, raising their staves high to restore the broken skeletons back to full health. Lai Yan doesn't even care, just sneering at the effort. So you have healers. Big deal. How long can your summons actually take this? Right as he finishes talking, a monster corpse flies right at his face. It starts glowing with a weird light, and then boom, it explodes. Smoke everywhere. Blazing Demon just shrugs it off like it is nothing. He calls the attack weak and says he was way too worried about some puny human skills. Talk about being overconfident. This clown really thinks he is untouchable. Then his skeleton warriors start chucking monster corpses at him like high-speed grenades. Every single body just goes kaboom on impact. But the boss is just standing there, no scratches at all. He roars out Lin Moyu's name in pure rage. Blood starts leaking from his eyes and he lets out a scream that shakes the world. Total fire breakout. His flames just swallow the skeletons whole and burn them into crisp nothingness in seconds. It is a total disaster. 56 skeletons just got roasted, gone. Moyu pulls the rest back fast. He is staring at his remaining crew and doing the math in his head. There is only one shot at this. He has to make it count or it is game over. Moyu clenches his fist, and a dark wing mark starts glowing on the back of his hand. 30 seconds. Every base stat is boosted by over 200%. Total damage goes up 500%. But the cooldown is a whole hour. This is the ultimate power play. His soldiers are suddenly juiced up with 200% more power. They start burying Blazing Demon in a mountain of monster bodies again. Then everything just goes up in one massive explosion. The boss looks smug. He says this tiny scratch won't kill him. Then he suddenly flinches. Wait. Why does this actually hurt so bad? Moyu is not playing around. He knows simple damage won't cut it. He rushes in with a glowing fist. This is his real secret weapon. His power has leveled up way more than anyone realizes. Time to end this. He yells and blasts out a soul fire. 30 seconds to kill. The flames wrap around the boss and he starts screaming in pure agony. It looks like it really burns. The boss hits the ground hard. He is freaking out and asking what kind of skill this is. Moyu is already flying toward him. No time to waste. Every single second of this buff needs to be used perfectly. A swarm of evil eyes pops up to block his path. They are firing beams everywhere. But Moyu just spreads his wings and dives straight through the chaos. Nothing is going to stop him now. He is sweating like crazy, but his eyes are locked in. He flies higher into the sky and looks down at the massive explosion below. He pops his bone armor and decides to nerf the boss's healing first. Then he lets a toxic star fly. This green poison is about to make things very messy for the demon. The boss is coughing in the green fog and calling him a literal bug. Then the skeleton archers on the cliff start raining down arrows. It is like a hailstorm made of pure bone. From deep in the pit, the boss screams that Moyu has finally crossed the line. His skeletons don't care. They just keep charging in like mindless zombies. Moyu checks the clock. 15 seconds left. These skeletons are actually my real heavy hitters. Just watch what happens next. The boss stands back up and starts trash, talking the annoying bugs. These skeletons are just draining his energy. He slams a flaming fist into the ground and the whole place starts to shake. He is trying to wipe the floor with them. A skeleton warrior swings his sword and the system alerts go off. Violent strike. It deals 500% of his own power to the target. That is massive. 10-minute cooldown. The sword energy slices right into Blazing Demon. Then the whole skeleton squad just jumps him. The boss releases a massive energy wave to push them all back. He is yelling at them to just get lost. The skeletons hold their ground and use a Legion heal. He can't let them die here. Not now. Not when they are so close to winning this whole thing. If they fall now, everything was for nothing. Inside the green toxic fog, those skeleton warriors slowly stand back up. They lift their weapons high and swing with everything they have. Green mist covers the entire cliffside. Blazing Demon is not moving at all. Moyu's eyes go wide as he stares into the dark canyon. What is happening? A huge explosion rips through the air. Moyu stands still. He is thinking hard because there is no experience point notification. That means the guy is still alive. Suddenly there is a small noise coming from the fog right next to him. The mist clears and he sees the boss's true form. It is pretty gross. Moyu just laughs and tells him he looks absolutely hideous in his real skin. The boss loses it and screams for Moyu to die. Then his entire body gets swallowed by a wave of intense fire. Moyu braces himself for the firestorm. He closes his eyes and curses the demon for finally using his ultimate move. He just hopes his soul bond is strong enough to tank this hit. It is going to be a close one. The fire dies down and only smoke is left. The boss sounds completely shocked. How are you not dead? Moyu just looks up with dust all over his face. Time to go. Blazing Demon screams that this isn't over. He sacrifices the soul of his clone to cast a curse. A dark shadow starts flying straight at Moyu's chest. This is a god-tier curse. No one can ever remove it. Even if I can't kill you, I will ruin your entire life. You will always remember me. The dark energy hits Moyu, but it just bounces off like it hit a wall. He watches as the shadow smoke just fades away into nothing. It didn't even leave a scratch on him. Moyu is immune. He just thinks to himself that the demon picked the wrong guy to curse. Then a system screen pops up right in the middle of the fog. Demon King clone defeated, 900 million experience points added, plus a military medal. Moyu is suddenly glowing in a bright golden light. His level is just climbing and climbing. He opens his eyes with a huge grin. He can't believe the boss just gave him enough free experience to hit level 48. That is a massive win. Suddenly, a bright white teleportation light wraps around his whole body. He is heading back home. He looks around in shock. Moyu asks the guard what just happened. Did the demons break through? The guard is hyped. He yells that the fight is over. The cult members who snuck into the academy have all been executed. He tells the guard to chill out. Just tell me everything that happened while I was out. The guard nods and starts the report. Meanwhile, in the Abyss world, a demon looks up at a rain of fire hitting the ground. He is shocked. Back at the palace, purple light is flashing and fire is everywhere. The boss is clutching his head and screaming about losing 10% of his soul. He vows that Lin Moyu is going to pay for this. Back home, the Empire spends weeks cleaning out the cult. But deep in the Abyss, a dark green palace is glowing with a creepy light. Inside the hall, the different demon kings are all looking up at the empty throne. Something big is about to happen. One of them asks if anyone knows why His Majesty called them here. It feels like trouble is brewing in the air. The second demon king thinks it is about the humans. Their cult is getting wiped out and they need a new plan. The others just stay quiet and keep their heads down. Nobody wants to speak up right now. Right then, a green light flashes in front of the throne. The Abyss ruler spreads his wings and stands tall. He looks down at all the demon kings gathered before him. The eerie green glow fades to reveal his terrifying face. That toxic mist surges in every direction, filling the entire chamber. Then, without a word, Shen-Yan casually takes his seat on the dark throne. Immediately, the demon lords drop to their knees, shouting, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Shen-Yan's deep eyes flash with a creepy red light as his powerful demonic aura sweeps across the entire land. His ice-cold voice rings out, calling for the second demon. The guy is shaking like a leaf, looking up to answer. Shen-Yan looks down, asking about the humans making moves lately, especially that Shen-Xia Empire. The Demon King bows low, giving a super respectful reply. Bai Yiyuan and Meng Anwen hit us with the Shen-Xia Tower. It was a total ambush. We had zero time to fight back. Shen-Yan glares at him. So, you're saying you just sat there while they wiped us out? The demon panics, sweating bullets. He turns back and yells, "No, Your Majesty. When Bai and Meng left the capital, I sent the cult in. I sent Blaze to take out Lin Moyu. He swore he'd kill the kid, so he took the mission. This guy Blaze is a real piece of work, apparently." Blaze scowls, looking totally ticked off. But then Shen-Yan's voice cuts through, making him drop his head fast. He presses his face to the floor. "Majesty." Shen-Yan asks slowly, "So, did you actually kill Lin Moyu or what?" Blaze is drenched in sweat, too scared to even look up. "I messed up, underestimated him." Suddenly, the demonic energy in the hall goes wild, surging up like a dark storm. That green mist completely swallows Blaze. The other demon lords watch his body burn to nothing, but they don't say a word. They just stay glued to the floor. Shen-Yan looks down at them. "I don't care about the cult's losses. They're just cannon fodder. I brought you all here because there is something actually important you need to handle right now." The other lords look up, listening close to the orders. First, get ready for war. The dragons are massing at the Abyss entrance. Second, an Earth Knight is coming. I feel that annoying energy. Find him and kill him. His eyes glow. We cannot let him reach the third turn, ever. Inside the building, Lin Moyu teleports in. After hunting monsters for 2 weeks straight, he hit level 50. Fang Yuso waves a hand. "The Divine General is back, I see." The old man looks at Bai. "Since he's here, General Bai, we'll head out. Don't want to get in the way of your teacher-student bonding time." I appreciate the gesture. Let's not bring up the past anymore. Light wraps around the two as they teleport away. "Take care, you guys," they say. Yiyuan walks over and slaps Moyu on the back, laughing. "Man, the royals are loaded. I've spent half my life collecting gear, and it's nothing compared to this." Anwen smiles, chiming in. "It shows they're serious about this. They clearly think very highly of our boy Lin here." Yiyuan laughs with pure pride. "Well, duh, he's my student." Moyu looks at him, curious. "What did the old man actually give us?" Yiyuan holds up a finger. "Not just enough to cover your second turn costs. They basically handed over everything you need for your third turn, too. I'm holding on to the rest for now. But there is something you can use right this second." He points to the skill scrolls. The scrolls float up, glowing bright. Since you're level 50, it's time for some new tricks. Moyu grabs one, and suddenly, massive skeletal wings sprout from his back. Whoa. The system pings. New skill. Undead wings. Level 1 gives you and your summons the power of flight for 1 second. Higher levels mean more speed and faster cooldowns. Yu Yuan and Anwen are both stunned. A flight skill? No way. Then, the system rings in his ear again. Scanning. Host has awakened the undead wings. Merging skills now. Green light flashes from his wings. New skill, lightning undead wings. Level 1. You and your summons can fly for 10 seconds now. Pretty sweet. Higher levels boost speed and shorten the 1-hour cooldown. The wings on Moyu's back start glowing a soft blue. He grabs another scroll. Boom. Massive bone spikes erupt from the ground. The system pings. Bone chains awakened. Optimizing and merging skills for the host right now. Stand by. Notifications keep popping up. Merging with the curse of weakness. Merge complete. Bone spikes lace together around him. New skill. Bone prison. He eyes the golden scroll in his hand. Dark energy rushes toward him from the ground. The system screen starts explaining. Summon elemental fog demon awakened. Optimizing and merging skills. Now, combining with your summon undead general skill, this is going to be big. His body starts changing. The screen pops up. New skill unlocked. Summon fog demon general. Moyu closes his eyes and whispers, Master, I'm going to go max out these skills and then I'll be back. He knows with his 10 times talent boost, these are going to be insane. Yu Yuan waves him off. Go for it. We can't wait to see what those new skills can actually do. Move out. 6 hours later, Yu Yuan is shocked to see Moyu pop up right next to him. Back already? Well, let's see what you got, kid. He nods. Yes, sir. He checks his stats. Name, Lin Moyu. Job, Death Lord. Level 50. 1. Power, physique, and agility are all 48,000. Spirit is over 100,000. Moyu activates the new wings and takes off. Level 50 wings give 50 seconds of flight with only a 10-minute cooldown. Not bad at all. Yi Yuan watches, impressed. That flight skill is legit, especially since it works on your summons too. Suddenly, bone spikes slam down. Bone prison, level 50. It traps enemies instantly. Targets are paralyzed and take 30% more damage. It lasts for a full minute. Yi Yuan touches the bone spikes. With control like this and your damage output, once you catch someone, they are basically toast. Next, Moyu raises his hand to summon. The screen flashes. Platinum Fog Demon General, level 50. Stats 16,000. Agility 16,000. Spirit is a massive 180,000. Level 5 Legion skills are here. Strength, healing, and elemental auras. These buffs power up every single member of the undead army. Since different elements create different effects, we can basically customize our destruction on the fly. It is time to level up. Anvander strokes his beard and tells Lin to test it out right now. Lin commands the Lich General to trigger the skill immediately. He raises his staff high, and a blinding golden light starts radiating from his body, covering the entire area. A system notification pops up immediately. The blazing aura is active, dealing massive fire damage to any enemies within a 10-meter radius. No escape for them. Anvander's eyes nearly pop out of his head. This skill is totally broken. While the skeleton soldiers stand guard, Lin shifts gears and has the Lich General cast the Holy Light Aura instead. Another alert. The Holy Light Aura boosts resistance to light damage and grants a huge attack bonus against any Dark-type monsters. Talk about a counter. Lin raises his hand, explaining it is not just fire and light. This beast can drop wind, ice, earth, and even lightning auras whenever he wants. The mentor nods, totally impressed. Sure, Lin's base skeletons didn't get a direct buff, but with this Lich General around, his entire undead army just got a god-tier upgrade across the board. Anvander whispers that even at level 50, Lin is hitting like a G-rank pro. Lin bows low, keeping it real. He thanks his mentors, saying he would never have reached this level of power without their training. He is humble, but we all know he is a total beast now. The mentor slaps his shoulder hard. Look, kid, you are only this strong because you had the guts to turn our resources into pure power yourself. He mocks that loser Chunak Than, saying he would be dead 10 times over by now. Then he asks Lin what his next move is. Lin is dead serious. It is time to head back to the Kangku trials. A day later, he is standing among the giant trees of the forest. The teleportation light fades, and our boy has officially returned to the game, ready for action. He looks around, feeling the vibe. Back again. First things first, I need to check the stats on my boys. Lin waves a hand, using his summon magic. The screen shows his level 50 platinum skeleton soldiers. Strength, agility, spirit, and constitution are all sitting at a cool 105,000. Skill, Berserk Shadow Slash level 2. It deals 600% strength damage, 10-minute cooldown, pure destruction. The alerts keep coming. Level 50 Platinum Skeleton Grand Mage. Strength and agility are 25,000. Spirit is 150,000. And Constitution is 25,000. Next, another screen pops up. Level 50 Platinum Skeleton Marksman. Strength, Spirit, and Constitution are 75,000, while agility is an insane 150,000. With the Soul Lock passive, he never misses a shot. Lin stares ahead, hyped. They are way stronger than before. Time to settle the score and get some payback. His bone wings glow with a creepy blue light as he takes off, heading straight for the center zone right now. Suddenly, he stops mid-air. A massive explosion rocks the ground below. Lin frowns, wondering if that was some high-level skill. Down on the dirt, Tian is gasping for air, clutching her hammer. Her face is covered in blood, but she is still glaring at the monsters surrounding her. The Sword Demon and Dagger Demon swoop in, laughing. They think they have finally won. The Sword Demon fires off beams of red light, screaming for her to just die already. Jia Vu, also battered and bloody, charges in with her shield. She throws it up just in time, shouting for a holy shield defense. The impact sends dust flying everywhere. Deep in the chaos, Jia Vu holds the line, taking the full force of their brutal attack with everything. She gets shoved back but stays on her feet. She looks back and yells for the others to run while she holds these freaks off all by herself. Jia Vu isn't having it. She tells Tian to stop talking crazy. If they leave together. Tian is desperate. She screams that her skills can only stall them for so long. If they do not move now, everyone dies. She tells Jia Vu to save the rest. Jia Vu bites back tears and gives the order to retreat. The rest of the squad limps away, leaving them both behind. The Sword Demon roars, telling them they aren't going anywhere, but Tian swings her hammer, unleashing a wave of blue light that stuns them right in their tracks. The demon snaps his attention to her. Since you want to die so bad, I will kill you first. Tian watches them charge, thinking this might be the end. Blood dripping down her face, she just hopes Jia Vu and the others made it far enough away. Suddenly, Lin appears right in front of her. Bone armor wraps around her body as he raises a hand. Let's take these losers and test out my brand new skill, Bone Prison. The Dagger Demon mocks him. A level 50 kid with wings? Please, you are just another snack for us to munch on. Suddenly, bone spikes erupt, trapping them tight. They realize they are stuck and start panicking, wondering what kind of magic is holding them down. The Lich General rushes in, swinging a massive blade that glows blood red. One hit is all it is going to take. They scream, terrified because they cannot move. The Lich General clean sweeps their heads off. Tian stares in shock, thanking Lin for saving her life again. Lin looks back at her and smirks. If you are really thankful, you can help me out with something. He tells her he is heading to the center and wants her to come along. He warns her it is going to be dangerous. She just smiles. Not scared at all, she says. As long as you are here, I am safe. Lin nods and starts walking. She is buzzing with excitement, asking how he got so powerful. Those two demons did not even stand a chance. They were like ants to him. 5 days later, they have cleared everything in their path. Suddenly, she points ahead and shouts that they have finally reached the spot. She reminds him this is where he died last time. She even built him a grave. Lin just sighs. I am not dead. He remembers the ancient bird using a black stone to wipe out his entire army. Tian points and asks if he means that thing. Up in the clouds, the massive ancient bird is circling. Lin clenches his fists while Tian gets ready. The skeleton archers take aim. System check. Ancient bird. Level 67, Lord Boss. Strength is 300,000. Agility and Constitution? A massive 1.5 million. Let's go. Fire skills. Boom. That ancient phoenix ignores armor and blasts off with a massive fire explosion. Plus, it is completely immune to any kind of fire damage. Moyu takes flight, hovering right over them. He rains down sharp tail feathers, skewering those skeleton warriors like total kebabs. Then, blue flames erupt, completely swallowing every skeleton soldier. The flames wrap around him and lift him high. Seeing this, the skeleton general raises his banner and triggers a mass healing skill for the entire legion. The skeletons fight back. Moyu uses his bone prison to lock down the ancient phoenix. Sharp bone thorns weave together and tighten around its body with incredible force. Down below, the skeleton warriors immediately start climbing up those bone thorns to launch a direct attack on the bird. Hundreds of arrows fly toward it all at once. The ancient phoenix gets clobbered by the volley and lets out a pained, high-pitched scream. A lightning halo appears. The bird spits out clouds of dark gas, but the skeleton general raises his staff and activates his own lightning halo skill. Magic rings wrap around the attacking skeletons as purple lightning crackles. Then, massive bolts of purple energy strike down, hitting everything on the other side. Moyu smirks. Today is different. In just 1 minute, he has already dealt massive damage. It is time to wipe away the shame of the past. Suddenly, the bird erupts with power. Skeletons get blasted away by the dark mist. Tian Tian screams, "Look out, Lin Moyu! Above you! Watch your head!" He stares in shock. The entire body of the ancient phoenix is suddenly swallowed up by a terrifying shroud of pitch-black fire. Moyu gets hyped. It is finally happening. Last time, that skill almost put me in the ground for good. Moyu grabs Tian Tian and pulls her close to dodge. Thick smoke rises and starts spreading everywhere. She watches over his shoulder as the chaos unfolds behind them. A massive shockwave slams into Moyu's back, forcing him to lose his grip and drop Tian Tian from his arms. Both of them crash hard onto the ground. He immediately sits up and glares at the wall of fire in the distance. Inside the pit, lightning and fire swirl together. My screen flashes. Boss info, level 67, Ancient Phoenix, Lord Class. It is currently in a state of invincible rebirth. He looks down from the ledge and yells, "Go ahead, finish your rebirth, but once you are done, I am going to kill you again." 5 minutes later, the egg cracks. It looks up at the dark sky. A notification pops up. Ancient Phoenix, Lord Boss, level 68. Power? 310,000. Spirit is 200,000. Constitution is 160,000. Fire skills, fire immunity, and its claws just completely ignore any kind of defense. Moyu watches it fly and shouts. It got even stronger after rebirth. A red mark glows on his hand. "I told you, I am ending you today." The skeleton warrior's eyes flash with light. They lock onto the target and fire off a barrage of blue glowing arrows at the ancient phoenix. Moyu scowls. "Get ready. We are using the collection skill now." Tian Tian is sweating bullets. Moyu fires off his bone prison again, binding the bird. Bone thorns wrap around it while thousands of high-energy arrows fly. Tian Tian swings her massive hammer, triggering the collection skill. Moyu watches the bird closely. Suddenly, his eyes go wide. He is completely stunned. Moyu grabs Tian Tian and bolts to avoid the counterattack. A pale blue flame blasts the ground where they stood. Then, the system notification pops up. 42 skeleton warriors destroyed. 25 skeleton mages gone. 19 skeleton archers wiped out. Moyu shields Tian Tian with his back, tanking the shockwaves. He grits his teeth. Why is it rebirthing again? How many lives does this thing actually have? The system screen pops up again. Ancient Phoenix. Moyu yells at the bird. "You have got to be kidding me. Is there a third rebirth coming? Or maybe even a fourth?" He sets Tian Tian down. Tornadoes swirl around the skeletons. Then, a massive, giant claw reaches down from the sky and heads straight for them. Moyu stares, wondering what that massive thing is. He grits his teeth and fires off a bone prison at the claw. "You think you can stop me? Dream on!" The skeleton warriors stand their ground alongside the bone thorns, but the claw just curls its fingers and easily crushes everything in its path. The thorns and skeletons are smashed into tiny pieces. Moyu is shocked. Did that powerful person really just interfere? He raises his hand to stop the fire. The giant claw snatches the bird mid-rebirth. Tian Tian looks at the sky and asks, "Lin Moyu, what was that?" The pressure was terrifying. He turns to her and explains the situation. "Remember that ancient dragon boss we farmed before? Well, this is its true form." Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet starts shaking like crazy. She turns pale, looking at the ground. Moyu grips his weapon tight. Then that giant claw slams into the earth, and both of them get snatched up. The claw drags them both toward a swirling vortex above. In the darkness, a massive glowing eye opens and stares right at them. Moyu sits up and looks around. We are in the heart of the core zone. Antares the dragon speaks. "Finally, you showed up. You kept us waiting." Moyu bows his head. "Senior, I leveled up as fast as I could." Right then, the ancient phoenix glares at him with its mouth open. He is surprised and asks, "So this is your pet?" Antares uses a claw to swat the bird away. "Little Black, shut your mouth." He reaches a claw toward Moyu. "Hand it over. I can feel you have what I need." Moyu pulls out a box. "My godfather sent this." Antares laughs. "I cannot believe that human kid is your godfather now." Then, the dragon opens its massive mouth and lets out a thunderous response. "Relax, kid. This king always keeps his word. Since you made it this far, you have officially earned the right to know my name." The screen flashes. "World Boss, level 100 plus." Moyu is sweating. This is the first time I have seen a literal level 100 entity. Antares' dragon leans in, whispering to Moyu, "Surprised, kid? You should feel honored." The dragon flares his wings, flames flickering across the scales. "Listen up, because I am only saying this once. I have a deal for you, and trust me, you will not regret it. Moyu looks up, skeptical. What kind of deal? I am listening. The dragon taps the air with a massive claw. He creates a glass shard out of thin air. In the lower trial grounds of the ancient valley, there is a place called Burying Thunder Canyon. Go there and find this specific crystal. Suddenly, a single drop of fresh, glowing blood drips from the sharp tip of the Antares dragon's claw. Moyu catches the blood with both hands. Drop this on the crystal, then bring back whatever is inside, the dragon commands. Moyu frowns. If you are so powerful, why not go yourself? Antares responds coldly. I have my reasons for staying put. Don't worry, a king's deal is never one-sided. I promise you will not be disappointed with the reward. Moyu looks serious. Fine, I am in. But honestly, at my current level, I cannot even reach the lower floors yet. The dragon stays calm. No rush. Let us talk about your payment. The dragon's eyes flash. I will give you a full set of top-tier armor. Moyu shuts it down instantly. No thanks. Relying on gear is for losers. I need real training, and besides, I can find my own equipment. The dragon freezes, staring in pure disbelief. Wait, did I hear that right? You are actually turning down a free gift? Are you crazy, kid? This is a full set of legendary gear. Even among your human leaders, only a few have anything like this. Moyu stays cold. I said no. My scythe and staff are more than enough. He thinks about the divine pearl hidden inside him. The dragon sighs, resting his claw on the ground. Fine, no armor. Let me see what else a picky brat like you might actually want. He points a claw. You are level 50. I can give you the heart shield meat of a bloodthirsty python. It will boost your stats way beyond anyone else at your current rank. Moyu laughs. I ate that back at my second job change. My teacher prepared it for me. Antares leans in, sniffing him. You actually smell like python. Fine, your teacher must be pretty decent. He scratches his head with a massive claw. Nothing is working for you. Let me think. There has to be something in my hoard that can satisfy your soul. Maybe this? How about an elemental godstone? It helps with your third job change. Moyu shrugs. Already got one. The dragon tries again. A talent godstone then? Moyu replies. Got that too. Antares closes his eyes, fuming. Fine, just tell me. What exactly are you missing? What do you actually need? Moyu holds up a hand. I have a few questions that have been bothering me. Just answer them, and we are square. The dragon shouts. Is that all? Easy, ask away. Moyu's face turns serious. I have been to the zombie realm. There is a terrifying poison there. Is there any way to actually cure it? Antares stares at him. You know about the zombie realm? You actually went there and came back alive? How are you not a mindless corpse right now? He leans in, sniffing again. Wow, you really do smell like death. And you visited the life secret realm too? I cannot believe the creator's staff actually ended up in the hands of a kid. No wonder you don't care about armor. Moyu raises his staff and grins. Guess I can't hide anything from you, senior. Antares roars with laughter. That is hilarious. All those losers killed each other over the god of life's throne, only to die in the zombie realm. They totally deserved that pathetic ending. His eyes glow with ancient power. I can answer that for you. That poison is incurable. Once you are infected, even a god-level powerhouse is basically a walking corpse. There is no escape. The stronger you are, the faster it kills you. It is more of a skill. Moyu is stunned. Is my Shadow Queen really the only one who can purge this poison in this world? Antares waves a claw impatiently. All right, enough with the gloom. Move on to your next question already. Moyu nods. Can a dead god-level powerhouse actually be brought back to life? The dragon looks up at the sky. In the old days, a god just left a soul imprint. After death, their soul would return and they would be reborn. That is how they cheated death. But without that imprint, it is almost impossible. There are only 4 beings in this entire world who have the power to actually resurrect a fallen god. It is a very exclusive club, like that level 98 guy, Yi. You humans call him a semi-god. Moyu realizes the truth. So, the deal between Master Yi and the dragon was for a resurrection. Can monsters be killed? Antares is genuinely shocked. Kid, you even know about the Desolate Void? How many secret places have you visited? Are you some kind of professional tourist? I went there during my second job change, Moyu says calmly. I even ran into the Desolate Beast King. The dragon whistles. Your teacher has some serious guts, and some real power too. Surviving an encounter with the Beast King is no joke. Of course they can be killed. You just need enough power, purity. Moyu frowns, lost in thought. Purity? What does that mean? Master Bai is level 95, and even his power was not pure enough. Just how high does it need to go? Super god level? Moyu looks up with hope. Senior, how does one actually become a super god? Antares' eyes go wide. You are only level 50 and you are already asking about that? Talk about ambitious. Think carefully. If I answer this, I am not answering anything else. No more freebies. Moyu places a hand over his heart. This is the one. I need to know my endgame. I need a goal to aim for. The dragon's eyes glow gold. Well, if you are that stubborn, I will tell you. Once you hit level 99, there are 3 paths to greatness. Antares explains, the first path is the easiest. You use top-tier materials to build a massive ritual array. If you do it right, you can force your way into becoming a super god. The second way is similar. You borrow the power of mythic-tier artifacts to help you ascend. It is basically using a cheat code to get to the top level of power. Kind of like that fancy creator staff you are holding right now. He pauses, his tone suddenly becoming very serious. The third path is the hardest. You must master every single thing you have learned. You have to push one of your attributes into the tens of thousands. That is how you truly ascend. Is there a difference? Antares roars. Hey, I told you that was the last question. No more freebies for you, kid. Moyu bows deeply. Senior, you have lived for so long and seen everything. Surely a legend like you would not mind helping out a humble junior with one tiny little detail. The dragon looks down at him. Fine, since you are being so polite, I will explain. Those who break through using their own raw attributes are by far the strongest in existence. The second type merges with power. Moyu nods. So my teacher was right. Real strength comes from within. I have to rely on my own stats to truly break through. Suddenly, smoke rises as the Antares dragon begins to fade away. All right, our business is done. I have paid you in full. Next, it was the kid's turn to deal. Mackinger immediately holds up a hand and shouts, Wait a second, senior. I have one more tiny request. Antares narrows his glowing eyes and asks, What are you yapping about? He stares the dragon down. A few answers aren't worth my life. This trade needs an upgrade. The dragon glares at him with pure menace. Kid, if you keep being this greedy, you are going to end up dead. Mackinger shrugs it off. From where I'm standing, this deal is a ripoff. Besides, if you wanted me dead, I would be toast already. Antares huffs, Fine, let's hear it. He holds up a hand to negotiate. After I grab your loot from Thunder Gorge, I want to take some materials back for myself. Is that cool? The dragon's jaw drops. That is all? Seriously? If you actually bring me what I need, I will throw in a legendary item that will blow your mind. You have my word. Mackinger flashes a confident grin. All right, senior. We have ourselves a deal. Let's get this show on the road then. Suddenly, Antares takes flight. It is time to go. In a flash, Marking and Thien are warped away. He frowns as the scenery shifts. Something feels totally wrong. The dragon's voice echoes in his head. You brat, did you really think you could play me? Who is the sucker now? Enjoy your trip. They land in the lower level of the training grounds. Mackinger looks around and realizes, Wait, are we in the basement right now? He scans the area as Antares' voice mocks him. Kid, nobody has tried to scam me in 1,000 years. Welcome to the lower space. You finally found a real challenge. Since you are here, time to pay up. He points at a scale. This can get you out of here, but there is a catch. It only works for one person. Mackinger looks at Thien and realizes the trap. If I use this to bail, she is stuck here alone. This old dragon is definitely holding a grudge. He realizes the only way back is to finish the quest. Suddenly, a purple light glows. Markner smirks and pulls his hand back. This just got way more interesting. Even though the normal teleport is busted, my abyss teleport still works fine. I am not totally screwed just yet. We can still move. Just then, Thien rubs her eyes and sits up. That is weird, she mutters. Did I seriously just pass out right there? What happened? She looks around and asks, Where the heck are we? Mackinger keeps his cool and replies, We are in the lower level. She nearly jumps out of her skin. Isn't this place restricted to level 70 players? He hands her the scale. Do not worry about how we got here. Just know it is dangerous. Stay alert. She takes it and looks at him, totally confused. But what about you? If I have the dragon scale, how are you getting out? He shoves his hands in his pockets and tells her, I have my own ways. Do not sweat the small stuff. Just keep your eyes open. If things get ugly, just run. I cannot promise I will be able to save you. You hear me? You have to move fast. She grips her staff and nods. I get it. If things go south, I am booking it. I will not be a burden. Let's go. Mackinger jumps into the trees. Massive vines surge toward them. Mackinger launches a bone sea attack. Sharp spikes erupt from the ground to impale the plants, but the vines do not have a scratch. He is stunned. These things are like iron. My bone spikes cannot even dent them. More vines start closing in from every direction, trying to trap us in a cage. He grabs Thien and pops his bone wings. He turns into a blue blur and rockets away. She screams as she sees a literal army of vines chasing them. Level 72 broadleaf vines. Power is 250,000. Stamina is 100,000. Agility is 80,000. These things are no joke. This is a fight. Spirit is 250,000. Skills include Vine, Whip, and Leaf Slash. Plus, they take 30% less physical damage. These plants are basically tanks. Macking locks in. The lower level is insane. The basic mobs here have stats like bosses from the upper floors. It makes sense why level 70 is a massive hurdle. He lands softly on a giant leaf and sets her down. He looks ahead at the path, trying to find a way through this mess. He turns to her and smirks. For most players, this place is a total nightmare, but for us, it is just another Tuesday. High up on the leaves, the witch general leads a skeleton army. The skeleton warriors start charging dark magic, ready to unleash absolute chaos on these vines. Blue energy blasts slam into the vines while the skeletons swing their axes with everything they have. Macking just stands there, watching the carnage unfold right now. Suddenly, the leaves drop off and the stems start mutating. Weird yellow circles appear all over them. Macking grabs Thean and hauls it out of there. Two glowing yellow leaves whip toward them, but he blocks the hit with his wings. Level 72 monsters really hit like a truck. This power is insane. He grits his teeth and shouts, "We cannot keep this up. Use the elemental halo now. It is our only shot to win this battle." The witch general raises his weapon high toward the sky right now. He triggers the fire, lightning, and frost halos. The skeletons roar and swing their axes, shredding through every leaf and vine in their path. This is it. Blue energy surges as the jungle explodes. Notifications start popping up. Level 72 broadleaf vine defeated. Over 2 million experience points gained. This is a gold mine. Thean blushes as she watches him. How is he this strong, she wonders. He is like a totally different person when he fights. Even in this hellhole, she feels safe by his side. Suddenly, a massive tree trunk slams into him, shattering his bone armor into a million tiny pieces. Macnur is in total shock. What the hell was that? My bone armor got shredded in a single hit. This shouldn't be possible right now. The giant leaf mother tree emerges. The system identifies it as a world boss, level 86. Power is 1.5 million. It is a total monster. Agility is 1 million, with stamina over 2 million. It has 70% physical immunity and 50% elemental immunity. This thing is basically invincible. Mackingur's eyes go wide. He grabs her and flies away at top speed. This is bad, really bad. We need to go now. The leaves turn into golden energy and chase them. The leaf slash is relentless. The skeletons charge forward to buy them some time. This is chaos. In a heartbeat, they were all shredded into dust. The giant mother tree loomed over the remains of my bone army like it was nothing. I looked back and saw that thing smash my bone prison like it was wet paper. What? My strongest trap didn't even last a second. I grabbed her shoulder and yelled for her to teleport out before we both died. She nodded, used the scale, and vanished in a blue flash. Sweating bullets, I wondered why that ancient dragon even dumped me in this crazy hellhole. Does it want me dead? Thank God I can fly, or I would have been crushed by that monster tree's massive reach. I landed in a new area, but my heart stopped when a massive shadow rose up right behind me. That giant shadow moved past while I hid in the bushes. Guess I'm too weak for it to notice. What is this place? Seriously, why are there bosses everywhere? My teacher said the lower levels were dangerous, but this is ridiculous. In the courtyard, Yi Yuan rubbed his nose while Van sipped tea. I can track the kid since he has my teleport charm. Wait, he's in the lower space. The master jumped up. Can we pinpoint exactly where he is down there? Hold on. Let me try to sense his location again. He's tough, so he should be fine unless he hits a dead zone. Wait, he's near the continent of wild beasts. Send me down there now. He has no idea what he's walking into. That continent is a literal paradise for monsters. It's way too dangerous. But relax. He's there to meet that entity for a deal anyway. Plus, how could a kid like him even break through the barrier between dimensions on his own? So you mean that powerful being was the one who sent him to the lower space? Exactly. Only that entity has the power to do what we can't. We don't need to worry about his safety. If you go now, you might just mess up the whole plan. I hope he pulls it off. Meanwhile, stuck in the Rocky Mountains, I had to stay quiet. One wrong move and I'm toast. Suddenly, a green light shot into the sky. I rushed to the cliff's edge to see where it was coming from. Below me was a boiling lake of poison, glowing green. Toxic snakes were everywhere. Where the heck am I? Time for a scout. I sent a skeleton warrior in. The snakes hissed and bared their fangs as he rushed forward. Their eyes glowed as they lunged, but my skeleton hopped right over the venomous pack. He dived into the lake. The snakes wouldn't follow him. But then crap. My skeleton is taking massive poison damage. He was holding glowing rocks. Those are poison crystals! Suddenly, the ground started shaking violently. I took to the sky. What's happening now? Toxic mist filled the air, and every snake on the shore looked up at once. Are they guarding something? The lake started bubbling like crazy until a massive geyser shot into the air. It started raining poison crystals in every direction. The snakes are fighting over the loot. A black snake grabbed one but got shredded by a bigger red one immediately. My skeleton was still in the middle of the toxic splash. I gave him a new order. Grab as many crystals as you can. But a massive world boss snake rose up behind him. It glared at him and blasted a cloud of lethal venom. My skeleton collapsed, dropping all the crystals. Then it snapped him in half. System alert. Your skeleton warrior has been destroyed. Talk about a cheap shot. My special link talent didn't even work against a level gap this huge. The snake started absorbing a purple mist from the lake. My system screen flickered to life. Divine Poison Blood. It can massively boost poison class skills or trigger a rare job evolution. Divine Blood? My teacher said anything from the gods is priceless. The boss is busy, should I steal it? Time to risk it all. System alert. World boss, level 85. Strength, 15 million. Agility, 17 million. Spirit, 10 million. Skills, Death Shred, Heartless Devour, and Lethal Venom. Plus 50% physical and elemental resistance. It opened its mouth to suck in both me and the blood. Not happening. I summoned my bone prison to create a barrier of spikes between us. The snake smashed through the spikes instantly. I smirked. My trap didn't need to last, I just needed a second. Blue energy blinded the snake as my bone army swarmed. Aim for the eyes, block its vision. Boom, while it was distracted, I lunged for the prize. System alert, Divine Poison Blood acquired. This venomous snake's got its eyes locked on me like I'm a gourmet snack. Then it unhinges its massive jaw, ready to gulp me down whole. Seriously? I'm not on the menu today, buddy. The beast snaps its jaws, but suddenly, thick white smoke pours out its throat. It starts hacking up my entire army like a bad hairball. My girl just taps the red mark on her hand and laughs. I'm leaving, she says, and a glorified lizard like you isn't stopping me. My skeleton warriors charge in, blades swinging and ready for blood. I just raise my hand and douse the whole squad in soul fire, amping them up for the kill. Let's see some real fireworks. She smirks and asks if it wants another taste of her skeleton crew. Before the snake can hiss, my undead legion swarms it, choking the monster out in a cloud of its own lethal poison mist. Karma's a beast, isn't it? The snake roars and belches out a wave of neon green toxic smog. My skeleton soldiers get swallowed up in the haze, but they aren't backing down yet. Explosions of pure energy rip through the air, slamming into the beast. It keeps spitting venom, literally melting my skeletons into piles of bone dust. But Mark Inger just watches the carnage and laughs like she's watching a comedy special. Got everything I came for. Time to bounce. Mark Inger flashes that red mark and shouts at the crowd. If I can handle a boss, you losers don't stand a chance. My power-up is still ticking, so who wants to be first? It is time to run. A blast of frost hits a nearby red snake, turning it into a literal ice sculpture in seconds. Then, Markener screams, "Bone fangs!" Ice spikes tear through its body as the system notification starts ringing in my ears. You killed a level 72 venomous python. 4,320,000 experience points added. Now, I just raise my hand. Perfect timing. I've got a fresh corpse to play with. The notification flashes. Corpse explosion. I take to the sky as the red mist erupts, covering everything in a bloody, beautiful disaster. The big snake looks up at my skeletons charging in, and I just grin. Enjoy the fireworks, pal. The red mist blows sky high. Boom! Notification. Level 75, 5-step python killed. Plus 4.5 million experience points. I am rich. Waves of red energy sweep across the field as the level up alerts keep screaming. I squint through the chaos, wondering just how many of these monsters I actually took out. Man, I didn't even realize I was grinding that hard, but I just leveled up. My screen pops. Lin Moyu, level 50, 1, the one and only Necromancer Lord. But then I look down at more toxic mist bubbling up. What now? Is this ever gonna end? Suddenly, the ground splits open and the whole mountain starts shaking like crazy. I watch this weird green whirlwind spiral out, and honestly, I have to ask myself, what the heck is that? Is this some kind of lower-level spatial trap? The wind starts spinning faster and faster, and thick fog swallows up over half the mountain peak. This is getting intense. I wipe the cold sweat off my forehead. That was a close one. If I hadn't leveled up right then, I probably would have thought I was losing my mind and seeing things. Terrifying stuff. I look at the toxic lake, totally still and creepy. Why is this thing still here? I trigger my immunity buff and dip a finger in to test the waters. With my skills, this poison is basically just flavored water to me. I wade into the deep end, heading right for the center. The poison water swirls around me, but I'm focused. Those toxic crystals from before definitely came from right under here. I take a breath and dive. The surface goes quiet as I sink deep toward the bottom of the lake. I see the crystals drifting out of a dark cave. What's even in there? I grit my teeth and decide to go for it. I start swimming toward the entrance of the underwater cavern. After a while, I pull myself up and look around. There's a weird glow coming from a spot I can't quite see clearly. Wait, is that a coffin? What is a coffin doing here? I rush over to the casket and my eyes nearly pop out. No way. The system tag says, Poison God, hibernating. I'm standing right in the middle of a literal god's tomb. This is insane. I lean on the edge of the coffin, putting the pieces together. No wonder the lake was full of divine blood. He's been hiding here, sleeping. But those wounds on his body? They aren't healing at all. He's basically on his deathbed. Suddenly, the poison god's eyes snap open. They're just pure, creepy white. I feel a wave of toxic mist hit me and I have to wonder, is this guy actually still alive? No way. I shake my head. He's been tucked away in this hole for ages. If he could have recovered, he would have done it centuries ago. Right now, he's just a shell of a god. I raise my hand and blast him with soul fire. Listen, you old fossil, if you're dead, just stay dead and get back in your box. I don't have time for zombie god drama today. The poison god's body starts dissolving into light green mist. I can't help but yell in excitement. My hunch was right on the money. He's just a tiny, fading soul hanging on by a thread. The green light fades away and he's finally gone. System alerts go off. Poison god defeated, +1 level. You also earned the soldier's badge of honor. Everything is coming up Lin Moyu today. Poison god killed. Your poison resistance is now maxed out. I'm officially untouchable. I check my stats and my jaw drops. What? Another one? Level 52. I'm Lin Moyu, the only Necromancer Lord. I close my eyes and let my consciousness dive deep into my own soul. Inside my spirit world, I see the Godstone field. Mid-tier divinity. This is the official seat of the poison god himself. I stare at the glowing crystals and shout, so this is what divinity looks like? It's a mid-tier god's power. If I wanted, I could become the new poison god right now. But I pull myself back to the lake and scream. I don't want to be just any god. I'm going for super god status. Up in the sky, colorful light starts raining down from the clouds. It is like a cosmic show. People everywhere look up at the dark sky in shock. Divine rain? That only happens when a god dies, especially a mid-tier one. Deep in the abyss, even the demons are stopping to watch. The second demon king's eyes glow red. Another god has fallen? He asks. Who is powerful enough to do that? Even the great dragon Antares feels the shift. He looks up and growls. Would you keep it down? It's way too noisy out here. Meanwhile, light keeps pouring into the forest. Antares squints, wondering why a god suddenly bit the dust. Back at the lake, I'm crawling onto the shore, muttering to myself. If people knew I had a literal god's corpse, they'd go absolutely ballistic. I pull out all the crystals I've scavenged from the elemental dungeons. Fire, poison, earth, light, and water. Time to mash them together. The screen says these are elemental godstones, perfect for my third-class promotion. This boost can increase my job promotion success rate by 25%. I watch the multi-element crystal float up and suck in 2 more stones. Done. The system rings out. I've got a godstone with fire, poison, and earth elements. Now with light, water, wind, and lightning too, my success rate is up to 35%. That's huge. I quickly stash the crystal in my inventory before anyone sees it. I look back at the lake and realize it's drying up. This place won't exist much longer. Guess those snake monsters are out of luck. They won't be getting any more power-ups from this spot. I spread my wings and take off. Time to finish that ancient earth dragon quest. It's way too sketchy here with bosses crawling out of every corner. I need to get out while I'm ahead. I soar over the horizon and notice the landscape changing. Looks like I've hit a whole new zone. I land softly on the ground, keeping a low profile so I don't get spotted. He scanned the area, feeling weird. Like, what is this vibe anyway? Mac Inger stared at the beast under his boots, a total freak show. It was a giant octopus covered in thick vines and greenery. Suddenly, it whipped its tentacles out of the water, smashing the ground with a massive thud. Mac-Inger froze, totally confused. Why is a sea monster chilling in the middle of these plains? The water swirled, revealing a thick sheet of ice hiding underneath. The lake started draining like a bathtub. Within seconds, that octopus literally chugged the entire thing dry, leaving nothing behind. Then, it slammed its tentacles down, launching itself high into the sky. The ground below started glowing with a weird, shimmering light, reflecting like a mirror. Mac-Inger looked down, speechless for a sec. He ordered his skeleton warrior to smash the ground. The ice was thick, way thick. That octopus was just grabbing a drink. This place used to be an ocean floor. Mac-Inger stood still, watching smoke rise in the distance. He watched the group jump the octopus, hammering it until it finally collapsed. Pale blue blood splashed everywhere, staining the ground. The crew scrambled to bag the liquid as fast as they could. Once they were done, the Eagle Guild members surged into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The leader looked back, shouting to check if they got the purified water. The crew nodded, calling back that they were loaded up. He hoisted his weapon high and let out a roar for everyone to hear. Perfect. Hand out that purified water. It is the only way to survive the weakening effects of the toxin. The Eagle Guild was totally hyped to hunt down the toxic dragon. ManhwaRecap just sighed, knowing they were way too late. The dragon had already been swallowed by the earth. The leader charged ahead, screaming, "Move out! We are heading to the great land of snakes!" The whole crew roared in agreement, ready to kill anything in their path. ManhwaRecap watched them, thinking this must be where the human class users hang out. Maybe I can find some people from the Empire here. An hour later, he spotted a squad approaching from a distance. It was the Blue Guild, looking serious and ready for business as they marched forward. Lirt spotted him and asked, "You from Shenhe?" ManhwaRecap landed and fired back. "You guys with the Blue Guild?" The guy looked surprised and gave a confused look. "You actually know the Blue Guild, kid?" ManhwaRecap smirked. "Yeah, I know Jalam Zavur from the upper levels." He laughed and threw an arm over the kid's shoulder. "Welcome to the crew. I am Lirt, a level 82 Holy Knight. Zavur is actually my little sister." ManhwaRecap told him he was a level 52 Necromancer. Lirt nearly choked. "Level 52? What are you doing down here in the lower levels?" ManhwaRecap rubbed his head, looking embarrassed. "It is a long story. The rest of the guild freaked out. A level 52 alone in the basement? And he found us without dying? Man, I am seeing ghosts." Lirt laughed and shook his head. "ManhwaRecap, you are literally making history right now. We have been down here 2 years and never seen anyone under level 70. ManhwaRecap just shrugged. "Some weird accidents brought me here." He laughed and smacked ManhwaRecap on the back. "Lucky you ended up on this plane. If you hit the deadly forest or the snake land, you would be toast. Just stick with us for now. Once we finish up, we will get you home. The Blue Guild has a base in the lower levels. We have a teleportation array set up to leave the arena." ManhwaRecap nodded. "Thanks, brother." He figured this was his chance to figure out how this world works. Up in the sky, the crew was moving fast through the clouds. ManhwaRecap turned to the leader. "So, what is the deal with the lower levels anyway?" "No problem," Lirt said. "The lower space is split into 4 massive continents. They used to be one big landmass," he explained. "Now, there is nothing but ocean between them. The center is just a massive void left over from the Great War. We are currently on the southern Madness continent. To the east is Dragonland, north is Wind and Thunder, and west is the continent of Love." ManhwaRecap asked, "You know where Thunder Burial Canyon is? How do I even get there?" "It is a trek, but simple. Go east through Dragonland, then cross the stormy sea. Our guild has a teleportation gate ready for you in the Dragon Continent. You can jump from here to the Dragon Continent easy. But there is no teleport gate between Dragon and the Wind and Thunderland. Honestly, even I am not sure you can make it to that sea. Thanks for the info, Lirt. ManhwaRecap started calculating. "So I am in the deep south right now, but the canyon is in the far north. Why did that old master dump me all the way down here?" Suddenly Lirt held up a hand to stop him. "Stand back, kid, we are here." Down on the ground, a mutated lanternfish covered in nasty spikes was looking right at them. The Blue Guild dropped down in front of it. ManhwaRecap followed, landing right near the beast. Lirt raised his shield. "Let's hunt." The fish hoisted its lantern high. The others launched their binding skills, trying to trap it. Suddenly, a glowing pink crown appeared over the fish. It was totally immune. "It is not working. It is immune to control. We can't stop its attack." The system screen flickered to life. Target, Lantern, Fish Lord, level 80, 3 boss, Strength, 1 million, Agility, 500,000, Spirit, 1 million, Constitution, 1,200,000. Skills include Fire Blast, Meteor Strike, and Flicker. Its special trait also reduces 70% of all incoming fire elemental damage, water, buffs, and resistance. Suddenly, the lantern on its head flared with a blinding light, blasting energy everywhere. Everyone threw up golden shields to block the blast. Lirt veins were popping out as he grit his teeth. "Keep attacking, don't stop." ManhwaRecap watched the lightning and whirlpools clash. These guys have been down here a long time. Their teamwork is actually insane. Lirt seems to have this under control. I probably don't even need to step in. He raised his weapon. "This ends now." A golden light smashed into the fish's lantern. "I got it," he yelled. "We took out the lantern. Keep it away from the fish and we win." The beast started shaking, staring at the guild. After one final push, the entire fish sank beneath the surface of the water. ManhwaRecap's eyes went wide. He saw a red blast charging toward the guild. "Look out!" he screamed. The explosion ripped through the air, sending everyone flying. The fish snatched its lantern and bolted. Liert Dung looked up, absolutely furious. You Black Dragon Society punks! You really think you can jump us and live? Those Black Dragon losers rolled up talking trash, mocking us because we let the boss slip away right when it was about to drop. Who knows when you will track it down again, right? Hearing that trash talk, he frowned and barked. Is your Black Dragon Squad seriously looking to start a massive war with our GLM guild? Young Shuai locked eyes and sneered. Nah, we don't want a war. We just want you dead. Lai Yang scoffed right back. You and what army? You bunch of absolute jokers? Laughing like a maniac, he held up a glowing purple rock. Just us? Hell no, but what if we throw this bad boy into the mix? Lai Yang stared at it, his eyes wide. The Abyssal Magic Stone. You guys are actually in bed with those creepy demons from the Abyss. Young Shuai looked down at them and laughed. Oh, don't make it sound so dirty. We are just business partners doing a little scratch-my-back deal here. The Abyssal Stone shattered in his hand, and a massive, swirling magic portal instantly opened up right over his head. Out stepped a crazy, powerful figure, the level 83 succubus, Mina. She glared down at the ground. Moyu frowned, squinting up at her. Great, not this crazy chick again. Lai Yang looked up, screaming, Are you guys out of your minds? If even one of us gets back to tell the humans, you are toast. Mina just flipped her hair and cast a charm spell over them. Oh, Li Yang, I could never hurt a cutie like you. I am just here to chat business. Suddenly, the GLM squad started blushing, completely hypnotized by her spell. Suddenly, a burst of massive energy blasted skyward as Li Yang's aura swept outward, roaring, Snap out of it, guys! The crew snapped back to their senses, gasping heavily. So that's the power of a succubus? Man, that's terrifying. We got totally hypnotized without even realizing it. Mina stroked her cheek, cooing in a flirty voice. Damn, Li Yang. Your willpower is rock solid. I love a strong man. Too bad your team is pretty pathetic, though. Then she blew a kiss to the Gyalem crew. Boom. They instantly became her mindless puppets, drooling as they stared up at her. Lai Yang grabbed his head, sweating buckets. He knew her magic was like a mental tidal wave. If he slipped up for even a second, he would end up as her brainwashed puppet forever. Right then, Moyu shot straight up from the ground, heading right for Mina. Her eyes glowed crimson as she tapped her lips, giggling. Oh, did a little rat escape my trap? Your level is so low I didn't even notice you. But when she got a clear look at him, her eyes practically popped out. Breaking into a cold sweat, she stammered, Wait, Lin Moyu? What are you doing here? He waved with a smug little smirk. Hey, long time no see. Mina panicked, her heart racing as she squeaked. Yeah, it has been a while. This guy literally destroyed the clone of the Flame Demon King. Without her boss here to back her up, she was completely helpless. Lai Yang stared at Moyu, shocked. Wait, Lin, you actually know her? Suddenly, all his mental pressure vanished. He glanced down and shrugged. Yeah, ran into her in the upper realm. She tried to kill me once, but totally blew it. Then Moyu smirked at Mina. Since you failed last time, want to give it another shot? Mina, completely drenched in cold sweat, begged. No way. Look, you are a big shot. Please do not squash an insect like me. Let's just call it even. He just stared. How do you know unless you try? She shook her head wildly. Nope, you are busy. I am out. She clutched her abyssal stone, gritting her teeth and cursing under her breath. Damn, black dragon trash almost got me killed. She crushed the stone, biting her lip raw as she panicked. Hurry up, work faster. A bright pink warp portal instantly popped open right in front of her. Moyu tried to shut it down with his energy, but missed. He scoffed, man, she sure knows how to bolt. Lai Yang just stood there, jaw on the floor. What did I just watch? A top-tier demon got scared half to death just by looking at him? Yang Shuai turned around and gasped when she vanished. What the hell? Where did the succubus go? Below them, the Gyalem crew finally snapped out of their trance. Moyu looked over at Li Yang, deadpan. I'm thinking of wiping these guys out. What do you think? He glared up at the traitors. They are working with the Abyss. Wipe every single one of them out. But that jerk Yang Shuai is the guild leader's son. He has got a soul mark, so he will just respawn. Moyu shrugged. And what if I have a way to make sure he stays dead? He recalled a tip he had heard. If you shred the enemy's soul, their soul mark completely disappears. Lai Yang frowned, getting ready to fight. All right then, let's end these punks. But Moyu held him back. Relax, brother. Let me handle this trash. Yang Shuai sneered. I do not know what kind of trick you pulled to scare off our lady succubus, but a level 52 loser like you is just begging to get wrecked. Moyu did not waste breath. He instantly popped Bone Cage. The Black Dragon thugs got pinned by massive bone spikes, panicking. What is this? I can't move. His eyes flared as he raised his weapon. If they were doing this, they were going all the way. No survivors. 0 second chances. His undead army spawned right beside him. Moyu locked eyes with the enemy and barked, "Go." The skeleton warriors raised their massive weapons and charged. A beam of blue energy blasted right through Yang Shuai's chest, but instantly, a swarm of glowing talismans filled the air, quickly piecing together a brand new body for him. Moyu rubbed his temple, sighing. A substitution spell? Man, these yin-yang masters are such a pain. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared behind him, raising a giant weapon. Smoke and dust exploded everywhere, blocking the view. Blood splattered, and Moyu scoffed. Wow. Pathetic. Suddenly, flashes of green light slashed right back at his giant phantom. Moyu flicked his wrist, sending a soul flame right at Yang Shuai. The dude grabbed his head, screaming, "What kind of fire is this?" Below him, the skeleton warriors unleashed a barrage of explosions. Boom! Massive explosions rocked the area, wrapping everything in fire. Talismans swarmed in from all directions as Yang Shuai stared at his burning body in absolute shock. Why? I literally used my substitution spell. Why is this fire still burning me? Moyu looked over, totally unfazed. Because my flame locks onto your soul. Surrounded by his glowing talismans, Yang Shuai panicked and screamed, "Wait, hold on. We are both humans, right? Let's just talk this out." Moyu frowned. Human? You are literally in bed with the abyss and you call yourself human? Just die already. Let's see how many lives you have got left. The fire flared, eating him alive. Yang Shuai bent double, screaming, "My soul, it hurts so bad. No!" His body plummeted straight to the dirt, eyes wide with absolute horror. Moyu's mouth twisted into a creepy, dark grin from the shadows. Now, it's your turn. The remaining Black Dragon goons turned around, absolutely shaking with fear. Lai Yang's squad stood there, totally brain-fried. You seriously just wiped out their entire gang? Am I dreaming? As Moyu walked over, Lai Yang shook his head and stammered, "Brother Lin, are you really only level 52? He nodded. "Cool as ice." "Yep." Lai Yang scratched his head, completely baffled. "How the hell are you this insanely strong?" Moyu just strolled forward, changing the subject. "Hey, Brother Lai Yang, weren't you guys searching for that dragonfish? We still hunting it? Or what?" He sighed softly, nodding. "It is not easy to find. That lanternfish is hiding deep under the ice. We have no way to track it down quickly." Lien Suang grit her teeth and yelled, "We have waited 3 months for this shot. But those losers from the Black Dragon Society ruined everything." Moyu glanced over and asked, "Why are you so obsessed with finding this lanternfish anyway?" He shut his eyes and whispered the story. "Our crew member got hit by some weird poison, and only the glow from that lanternfish's head can clear the toxins out of their system." His eyes lit up with an idea. "Poison, huh? My own toxic skills might actually be useful here." Moyu looked at him and said, "Brother Lien Suang, if it is poison, I might have a fix." Lien Suang jumped, asking, "Really? You sure about that, Lin Xuan?" He just smirked and shouted, "As long as it isn't that nasty, incurable rot poison, we are good." Lien Suang looked at the others and waved them off, signaling a retreat. They turned into streaks of light and zipped back toward a massive, fortified base. The group landed quickly at the heavy iron gates. Moyu followed Lien Suang inside, eyes scanning the place. Dongyi placed a hand on her chest and looked toward him, asking, "Is Lien Suang finally back?" Lien Suang turned around to introduce them. "Lin Xuan, this is my wife, Han Dongyi." Then he looked at her and said, "Dongyi, this is Lin Moyu." Moyu gave a small smile and nodded politely, saying, "Nice to meet you, sister-in-law." Dongyi clutched her chest and gasped, "You two sit down. I will go grab some tea for everyone." After sitting down, Liu Yang looked at Moyu and explained, "We ran into a monster deep under the ice. Never thought the thing carried frost poison. Dongyi got hit and badly hurt. Her stats are suppressed now, so she can't even handle a world teleport. That is why we are stuck here trying to hunt that lantern fish." He frowned and asked seriously, "So Lin, what is your big plan?" Moyu pulled out a test tube and said, "This is the stuff." The system screen popped up. "Deadly toxin. It is pure poison, but it works as an antidote that boosts poison resistance by 1%. He thought to himself, this is just a tiny bit of power from the god of toxicity, but it should be enough to do the trick. As soon as Dongyi opened the tube, she felt the energy surge and cried out, "This aura is insane!" Liu Yang practically screamed in shock. "It is the breath of a god." Moyu raised a hand and laughed. "Brother Lien Suang, don't treat me like a stranger. Sister, just give it a shot." Dongyi nodded and downed the vial. A soft green glow wrapped around her entire body. Seeing this, Lien Suang cheered in relief. The poison is actually fading. Han Dongni saw her level 80,000 stats returning and shouted happily, "My level and attributes are back." Lien Swang beamed and yelled over, "Mr. Lin, I honestly don't even know how to thank you for this." Moyu laughed and waved it off. "It is nothing, man. You helped me out plenty too. Without you, I would probably still be wandering around the great continent like a lost soul." He stood up and said seriously, "Plus, I need to get to Mount Tanglei, so I am going to need your help." Lien Swang laughed and slapped his back. "Of course, just say the word." Liu Yang led him to a glowing circle and said, "This is our Jia Lam Guild teleportation array." He grinned and shouted, "It won't get you to the east side of the Dragon Continent, but it can drop you at the only human city in this lower realm." Mo Yu was stunned and asked, "There is actually a human city down here?" Liu Yang looked at him and said, "Obviously, but it belongs only to our Shenjia Empire. Word is, a semi-god from back in the day built it, and it is still standing." Liu Yang looked at him and said, "Obviously, but it belongs only to our Shenxia Empire. Word is, a semi-god from back in the day built it, and it is still standing." The other Jia Lam Guild members rushed over and asked, "Boss, did the poison clear out of your wife?" Liu Yang raised his hand and laughed, confirming the news. "Yeah, thanks to Lin Moyu here. From now on, our guild finally has a doctor back in the mix." Moyu shouted back, "Brother Liu Yang, honestly, what I did wasn't that big a deal." He ignored the modesty and smiled. "You're one of us now. Come on, let's get you to the city of Shenxia." Blue light flared from the array as it kicked into gear. Deep in the lower realm stood the ancient city of Shenxia, filled with massive, towering buildings. Liu Yang turned to Mo Yu and said, "Man, I forgot to tell you I don't have the rank to use this city's portal." Mo Yu just whispered, "Colonel, huh?" "No worries, I've got a way." Lang Nam watched the soldiers march in. The crowd saw them and started whispering, "Are those two crazy? That is the military lane. They must be new. Just watch. They are going to get kicked out in 5 seconds. Wait, why is a level 52 guy here?" A woman with an 8-star lieutenant badge stepped up and said, "You two, show me your military IDs right now. If you don't meet the requirements, get in the back of the line." Liu Yang calmly pulled out his 1-star colonel badge. Lang Nam saluted and said, "Greetings, officer. You're a 1-star colonel, but sorry, that is not high enough for this gate." Then her eyes darted over to Mo Yu. Lang Nam barked at him, "Where is your badge? A soldier should never take off their ID. That badge represents your honor. By hiding it, you're disrespecting every soldier in the service." Mo Yu didn't say a word and just pulled his badge out. Lang Nam gasped in total shock. "A 2-star god general?" She immediately saluted with everything she had and cried, "Lang Nam of the ancient city greets the god general." Mo Yu glanced at her and asked, "So, am I allowed inside?" She confirmed it instantly, "Of course, sir." Then he pointed at Liu Yang and asked, "What about my friend here?" Lang Nam shouted, "By the rules, a god general has top priority in the city." Liu Yang stood there shaking, thinking, "Have I been away from humans too long? A god general? That means he has taken down a high-level demon king." Mo Yu looked at her and said, "Lieutenant, I need a map of this realm." Lang Nam turned and led the way. The soldiers around them were losing their minds. Weren't they getting kicked out? How did they get in? Is there a 6-star colonel there? Shut up! Look how terrified the lieutenant is. Does that look like she is dealing with a 6-star colonel to you? Suddenly, the crowd saw someone flying toward them and yelled, "Look! Isn't that the city commander, Fong Dat Min? Why is he here? Is it for those two? Who are they?" Dat Min landed right in front of Mo Yu's group. He saluted and introduced himself. 9-star Colonel Fong Dat Min, city commander. Greetings, God General. Mo Yu nodded and said, "Someone from the Fong family doesn't need to be so formal. I am actually classmates with your relative, Fong Tu." Dat Min immediately pulled out a stack of scrolls. "General, here's everything we have on the lower realm, including the maps. Please, take a look." He opened the map and scanned it. Exactly like Liu Yang said, "From this spot, I can teleport to a specific point on the Dragon Continent. After that, I cross the ice sea to reach the Snow Continent. Mount Tanglei is right in the center of that frozen wasteland." Mo Yu looked up and said, "I need the city's teleport array." "Now," Rutmin agreed instantly. "No problem. When are we leaving?" He replied calmly, "We go right now." The crowd was buzzing. Who would have thought a divine general would actually visit? No wonder the commander was in such a rush. I cannot believe our race has a divine general this young. Mark Inger stood inside the portal and shouted, "See ya! An Liert Rung! Let us meet again sometime in the future." He waved goodbye. "Catch you later." Inside the pillar of light, his figure completely vanished. Rutmin took a deep breath. He is a real divine general. Lang Nam stood nearby, looking confused. "Commander, you have met plenty of divine generals before. Why do you respect this guy so much?" He glanced over and asked, You know there is a huge difference between divine generals, right? Is he seriously level 52? I really thought he was just hiding his true rank from us. Min slapped Lang Nam on the shoulder. He is not hiding anything. That is his actual level. Go look up his info yourself in a bit. At the portal exit, Mark Inger looked at the swirling ocean in front of him. Is this the Wind Snow Sea? Mark Inger watched the waves crash against the cliffs and sighed. Crossing this Wind Thunder Sea will not be easy. He used his bone armor and flew up. Lightning strikes hammered the water above him. Mark Inger turned as a massive bolt hit the surface. Good thing I got used to getting struck by lightning back in the corpse world. This lightning is basically nothing to me now. A massive whirlpool was churning ahead. Mark Inger looked up at a flock of birds. Those are the creatures of the Wind Thunder Sea, the flying fish. Suddenly, he watched a flying fish zip past him. Hold on, I think I just flew right into the middle of their nest. Mark Inger saw the fish filling the entire sky and realized why the guide said to bring a 50-man squad. There are just way too many of these things. Suddenly, the system screen popped up right in front of him. Flying Fish Overlord, level 75 boss, strength 500,000, agility 750,000, spirit 500,000, and constitution 600,000. Skills, Wind Stab and Lightning Chain, passive, 50% wind resistance, immune to electricity, and a massive speed boost. Markner looked at the stats and scoffed. These numbers are total garbage compared to the other high-level bosses in this world. The fish's eyes glowed as it spotted him. Mark Inger got serious and summoned his spirit ring. Bring it on. Let us see who has more backup, your fish army or my legion of skeletons. He opened with a bone prison attack. Massive bone spikes shot out and quickly wrapped around the entire swarm of fish. The skeleton commander raised his staff and the fire aura dealt massive damage. Magic circles surrounded the skeleton warriors as notifications flooded in. You killed a level 72 flying fish, gained 4,320,000 experience points. The swarm was massive. All the fish launched their wind stab attacks toward the skeletons. As the wind stabs hit, the system alerts kept screaming. 3 skeleton berserkers destroyed. Those fish used their sharp snouts to knock the skeletons away. Another alert popped up. 2 more skeleton berserkers destroyed. Mark Inger held up a glowing red orb. Too bad for you. Having a massive army of enemies is actually a huge advantage for someone like me. The red orb slammed into a fish, making it explode and scatter red mist everywhere. He stood there watching the chain reactions. Man, it has been a long time since I have seen this. System alert. You killed the flying fish overlord. 6,600,000 experience gained. You found the flying fish knight sword and fish essence. This legendary sword is specifically for the knight class. All stats plus 20,000 and boosts knight attack skills by 100%. Using the fish essence provides a permanent and powerful upgrade to your overall resistance against all electricity and lightning attacks. Markinger stared at the crystal. I did not expect this thing to give me permanent immunity to lightning. He looked down and saw a red glow as flames suddenly erupted, trapping him inside a wall of fire. He stepped out of the inferno and growled, "Come out!" A group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. Chris barked at him. "Hey, lowlife, hand over that fish essence right now." He looked up and replied, "I killed the overlord myself. Why should I give it to you?" The guy frowned and pointed at him. "My name is Chris. We are the squad from the Holy Sect. We spent a lot of effort baiting that overlord here, and then you just swooped in and stole our boss." Moyu was confused. "If you were fighting it, where were you? You only showed up after it died." Chris looked annoyed and arrogant. "Look, kid, I do not want to argue with you. I am giving you one last chance. Give us that fish essence or else." His eyes glowed red as the others raised their staves. Moyu smirked. "Or else what? Are you actually going to try and kill me?" His eyes flashed blue as he laughed. "You really do not get it, do you? If I can solo a boss like the Flying Fish Overlord, do you really think I cannot wipe out your entire squad alone?" Chris was completely speechless with shock. The cultists behind him started screaming in rage. "You brat! You dare look down on the Holy Sect? Hand over that essence right now." Mark Nur immediately activated his Divine Stone domain and stood his ground. His eyes went wide as he realized the danger. "Run! Get out!" Suddenly, bone spikes grazed Chris's face, leaving a scratch. The cultists were instantly trapped and bound by the spikes. Then, an entire army of spirits appeared out of nowhere right next to Mark Nur. The group started panicking and screaming. "What the hell is that? A necromancer? This kid is a necromancer!" Under the pitch-black sky, the spirit army glared down at them. The cultists felt the terrifying power coming from the bone spikes. "This is definitely not level 52 power. He is hiding his rank. We need to get out of here right now." One cultist struggled but could not break free. "What are these bone spikes made of? Why can I not break them?" Chris started glowing with a blinding gold light. "Super limit defense!" The bone spikes shattered instantly when the energy hit them. He wiped the sweat from his face and panted heavily. This is the ultimate upgraded version of the limit defense skill. You can only master this after reaching level 70. For 60 seconds, I am immune to every single negative status out there. Not even a world boss can land a single scratch on me. Suddenly, a skeleton warrior slammed its mace into Chris. Brutal shadow strike. Mark Inger watched closely from nearby. On the other side, Chris spit out blood and collapsed. How is this possible? My super limit defense was actually broken? Just how much attack power do his summons have? The entire spirit army charged toward the panicked cultists with everything they had. Chris wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at the skeletons behind him. There are skeletons everywhere, this guy summoned. Where the hell am I supposed to run? Suddenly, a piercing scream made him jump. Chris stared ahead as he waited for a chance to escape. Suddenly, a cultist raised his sword high and screamed, "Necromancer, today I will use my very own blood to strike you down. Holy sacrifice!" The other cultists followed his lead and raised their swords. Holy sacrifice! Markner was shocked. A sacrifice? Is this like the abyssal pressure skill? Then, the entire group sent themselves to the next world. The cultist coughed up blood and screamed out one last time. Suddenly, a golden halo appeared in the dark sky. As the light faded, a massive angel stepped out from within. Chris looked up with desperate hope, begging the angel to wipe out the heretic in front of them. Mo tilted his head, confused. An angel? As he watched, Chris Jensen and his crew started to fade away like cheap ghosts. Their energy swirled together, hardening into the glowing form of a holy angel. She opened her eyes, looking down with pure disgust. "This place reeks of death. You heretic, prepare to taste the holy fire of heaven." The system screen flashed a massive warning. Holy Spirit Angel, born from the fanatical faith of the church, summoned by sacrificing the lives of its believers. She had the power of a demigod and 5 minutes on the clock. Mo raised her weapon and snapped back. "Hey, I have not done a single thing wrong. Why does everyone keep calling me a monster?" Mo thought to himself, she is just a low-tier deity, basically the same level as a demon king. I can definitely take her. The angel glared at the massive undead army Mo had just summoned. She raised a hand high, screaming like a total fanatic. "Die, you evil brat!" A massive glowing spectral palm slammed down toward Mo. The pressure from that holy energy was so heavy it practically crushed the entire undead army into the dirt. Mo did not flinch, instantly blasting back with a wave of soul fire. The angel got scorched, letting out a scream that sounded like metal grinding on bone. Veins popped on her face as she shrieked, "Holy flame!" The angel snapped her wings open, releasing a wave of blinding heat. The undead army froze in their tracks, unable to take another step against the fire. Mo activated her bone armor, swearing under her breath, "Damn it, with that holy fire burning, my skeletons cannot even get close to her." A pillar of golden light erupted as the holy flames ate through his defense. Mo watched his bone armor crumble and realized it would not hold forever. Without missing a beat, he wrapped himself in green light and shot straight into the sky. He pulled out a vial of the poison god essence and smirked. "If I am fighting a god, I will use the power of a god." Suddenly, the Lich General materialized right by his side, ready for war. Mo slammed the divine blood essence directly into the general's chest. As he raised his staff, a system notification flashed. "Toxic aura activated." A deadly poison shroud began spreading across every single member of the Undead Legion instantly. It dealt massive damage to every enemy within 500 meters, stacking 10 points of power every single second with no upper limit. Thick, toxic mist swallowed the entire undead army. Then, waves of that green poison slammed into the angel all at once. She looked at the mist, totally confused for a second. Poison? Then she laughed, her voice full of pure arrogance. "You really think this weak stuff can hurt me?" She swung at the skeletons, but Mo just pulled a tiny, smug smile. "It is totally useless. My army is infinite and immortal. This aura might look weak on its own, but when it stacks a million times, it becomes a literal death sentence for you." The angel buckled, her face pale. "How is this possible? Why won't the poison stop?" Mo crossed his arms, enjoying the show. "Give it up. This is the blood of a real god. A fake deity like you stands zero chance." The angel gritted her teeth in rage. "You heretic!" she screamed, raising her glowing sword high for one final, desperate strike. A golden beam sliced through the poison mist, tearing right into the ranks. The system started spamming alerts. 25 skeletons destroyed, 16 skeletons destroyed, 10 more skeletons gone. She was cutting through them like they were nothing but wet, useless paper. Mo just raised his hand and summoned more. "Nice try, but I can refill my army whenever I want. You are just wasting your energy." The Lich General gripped his staff and flared the aura again. Every single skeleton warrior was instantly wrapped in a fresh layer of lethal poison. The angel saw more poison coming and roared in pure fury. This damn toxin is draining my life. Mo narrowed his eyes and rushed forward. He knew killing a deity would take some time, and he had to be extremely careful not to make any stupid mistakes right now. He stopped and looked around at the thick green haze. The poison from the skeletons had already covered everything within a 5-kilometer radius. That godly blood is insane. The air was getting thicker by the second. The angel's face turned purple, and poison started leaking from her nose and mouth as she gasped out one last word. Heretic. With that, she collapsed into the dirt. The system pinged in his ear. Holy Spirit Angel defeated. 900 million experience points gained. Meanwhile, back in the human world at the church headquarters, a massive angel statue stood tall in the middle of the plaza. Believers rushed out, staring at a strange green mist forming in the sky. What on earth is that? They asked, totally terrified. The mist wrapped around the statue like a snake. In seconds, huge cracks spiderwebbed across the white stone. The believers watched in total horror as their idol crumbled into tiny pieces. What is happening? People were screaming down below, why did the holy angel statue just fall over? This is impossible. Meanwhile, back in the lower world, Mo raised a hand and called back his skeletons. He used a crystal to suck up the lingering energy, sighing with relief. Finally, those annoying pests are taken care of. Mo waited patiently for the area to clear. 2 hours later, he stared into the far distance. Is that the Wind Thunder continent over there? He started walking, his boots crunching on the dry soil. Once he arrived at the border, he pulled out his map to check his position. Looks like I am not too far from Wind Thunder Valley. At that same moment, in an abyss palace, Mina knelt before a demon king who was lounging on his throne. Great king, Lin Mo has definitely shown up in the lower dimension just like you thought. The king stroked his chin, thinking deeply. He is only level 52, yet he made it down there already? It must have been that ancient survivor from the old era who sent him personally. The demon king looked up. If he made a deal with that person, this is going to be a real headache to handle. But if Lin Mo is down there all alone, it is the perfect chance for the abyss to finally end him for good. Mina looked up, surprised. My king, are you actually going to take care of him yourself right now? The king laughed. Why would I ever do that? Is the tracking mark you put on him still active? She bowed her head respectfully. Yes, it is still there, my king. His eyes glowed red. Good. Go tell the Hathian demon king that Lin Mo is all alone in the lower dimension right now. Just remind him that this kid killed his son. He definitely won't let this slide. Mina licked her lips, thinking to herself. I should follow the demon emperor's orders, but I will let some other idiot do the dirty work. Back in the lower world, the forest was completely trashed. Suddenly, a fleet of warships appeared in the sky, closing in fast. Mo looked up as the ships deployed their heavy cannons. Dozens of shells fired all at once, screaming through the air directly toward the spot where he was standing. He leaped back, easily dodging the massive blast. Wait, isn't the dragon race supposed to be guarding the Wind Thunder continent? A group of dragon warriors with glowing red eyes jumped down from the ships, staring him down with cold, creepy intensity. Honestly, they did not look normal at all. Mo felt their energy and frowned. Something was seriously off about these guys. These aren't real dragon generals. Suddenly, they drew their weapons and charged forward. Kill! My skeletons jumped in to intercept them with their heavy axes. Mo watched the clash, swearing to himself, did the dragon race actually have some kind of massive technological breakthrough or something while I was gone? Can they really mass-produce war puppets like this? If these level 70 generals are just coming off an assembly line, then the human race is in for some serious trouble in the near future. Mo looked at the battlefield and decided, I need to take these puppets out first. He pointed a hand at the ships and yelled, Corpse explosion! Red blood erupted everywhere, covering all the nearby dragon puppets in a gory blast. Next, that mob rushed back onto the old path, leaving behind a massive explosion. The dragon kin on the ships freaked out and bolted immediately. As the warship fleet vanished, Moyu looked up and muttered, They are gone. Their main ship is way too fast for me to catch up now. He stared straight ahead and said, First stop is Thunder Valley to grab that dragon head the old man needs. We will deal with that drama later. As Moyu left, a teleportation circle appeared and Mina stepped out, her eyes scanning the area. Then, Mina pointed and shouted, I feel him. Lin Moyu is right there. The elite squad from the Abyss also stepped through the gate. Hu Li stepped forward and complained, The Demon King is being way too careful. Killing a level 52 human should not require Mina to even fix her hair. These idiots have no clue how strong that kid really is. The elite captain, Hu Li, walked over and slapped Ada on the shoulder, asking how much further to the kid, Mina. Mina looked at the map and replied, We can probably cut him off before he reaches Thunder Valley. Ada acted all shy and said, I am waiting for your good news. He was totally hyped. Moyu was rushing forward, confused why there were no monsters around. Suddenly, he smelled something sweet and gasped. This scent, it is a succubus. Mina crossed her arms and smiled at Moyu. Long time no see, Lin Moyu. He just sighed and asked, You finally decided today is your day to die? Ada stood tall and shouted, The Demon King wants me to tell you that she really likes you. If you want, you could become her most important family member. Ata smirked and added, The abyss will be your home. Moyu just scratched his head and yelled, I am human, but you people just make me want to puke, Mina snapped. Fine, have it your way. If you want to die, I will help you. Huli jumped in front of Ata. Mina, why waste your breath? He is just a level 52 human brat. I will kill him and feed him to the hounds myself. Mina blew a kiss and said, Then I will leave it to you, big brother Huli. He got all pumped up and screamed, Kill him. Next, Ada crushed a sealing stone. Purple light exploded out as Mina laughed. This is a special sealing stone designed specifically to shut down human summoners. Ada's voice echoed everywhere, claiming that inside this barrier, every summoner gets nerfed unless they are god level. Any summoning skill you have is now totally useless. Mina glared at Moyu and added, Without your summons, let's see what kind of trouble you can actually cause. He glanced at the ceiling light and thought, This again? Moyu instantly activated his bone armor and thought, My power level is way beyond what they think. Huli charged first, screaming, Just die. Moyu frowned while watching him, realizing this guy is as strong as a floor boss. It seems the abyss is actually serious about taking me out this time. He countered with bone spikes immediately. Huli saw the thorns and yelled, A curse? Then he saw the skeleton warriors and gasped, Wait, those are skeletons? Mina was speechless and shocked, thinking, No, this is impossible. Ada looked at the undead army and asked, How can you ignore the Demon King's seal? Mina covered her mouth and screamed, Does this mean he already has the power of a god-level warrior? How can this be? When we first met, he was just a tiny ant. How did he grow this much in such a short time? Ada gripped her fists and watched Huli, thinking, If he cannot kill Lin Moyu in 30 seconds, I am out of here. Huli stood his ground and roared, Fire shield! Flames exploded off Huli, slamming into the bone spikes. He swung his weapon with a massive roar, shouting, Die for me. He lunged at Moyu, who easily stepped aside. Moyu looked at the weapon's energy and thought, Another one of those annoying blade mantis types. I have seen them in the upper space before. Moyu started calculating, Thunder Valley is ahead, but I do not know the situation inside yet. It is better to save my big moves for emergencies. Without a heavy strike, I cannot finish them fast. He released a deadly toxin instead, whispering, Let's just watch you rot. Poisonous gas filled the air instantly. Facing the toxic cloud, the demon finally realized, Oh crap, this is poison. Over with the Lich General, he raised his magic staff. He kept attacking. Seeing them helpless and floating in the air, he charged in with his sword. Slash, slash. Powerful strikes finished off the henchmen in seconds. Mina watched this and started panicking. How is this happening? The elite squad of the Demon King cannot even touch Lin Moyu. Huli was not doing any better. Bleeding from his nose and eyes, he realized the poison was draining his strength. If this keeps up, I am totally dead. He gritted his teeth, refusing to go down like this. Inside the thick, toxic fog, he roared, I summon the demon ancestor. That move blasted the army back. But in a flash, the souls of his own men were violent with their day. The line of sucked out by Huli's desperate ritual. Mysterious power surged and swirled into a massive tornado with Huli at the center. His body transformed, his eyes glowing as he glared forward. Mina was terrified, thinking, I cannot believe Huli actually summoned the shadow of the demon ancestor. Seeing the ancestor appear, she cheered, Human, it is over for you. Moyu just sighed. Why that move again? But based on the vibe, this shadow is only as strong as that Holy Spirit angel from before. Moyu clenched his fist, his army seal glowing. If that is it, let's finish this. Huli laughed mockingly. It is useless. The ancestor's shadow carries our collective will. Under his protection, Moyu just laughed and pointed. You sure about that? Then a pure white light exploded from Moyu. He was using the soul flame. The power surged forward, blasting directly at the arrogant Huli. He was too overconfident and got crushed by Moyu's sudden burst. The fire began to burn him alive. He screamed in total agony. It hurts too much. Watching him struggle, Moyu noticed the elite squad was also catching fire. He thought, I have never seen something so convenient in my life. Soldiers, finish them off now. Huli panicked and ordered, Quick, pull your souls back and use the fire to protect yourselves. But it looks like it is game over for those elites. Han's umbrella is a literal death machine, wiping them out as they fall like dominoes. Hathian watches his army getting slaughtered and his eyes turn blood red with pure rage. Mina realizes things are going south. She thinks the tide has turned and it is time to bounce. But then, she freezes. That presence, it is absolutely terrifying. Back with Ha Thien, after catching a beating from Hoa Diem, he is desperate. He has got to use his trump card. It is a suicide move, but better than dying. He raises his spear and chills everyone to the bone, offering his soul to the Demon King. Then, he jams the blade right through his own chest. He screams with pure hate, sacrificing his own blood and his entire elite squad to bring the Demon King down. The blood sacrifice swirls up, staining the sky a hellish red. Suddenly, a massive vortex of death energy starts spinning in the sky. This creepy power is blanketing everything, and it is only getting bigger and hungrier by the second. Mina is terrified. He is actually summoning the real Demon King into this world right now. ManhwaRecap goes pale as he feels that demonic energy. He knows he has to stop this ritual immediately, or they are all officially dead meat. He stares at his palm where the poison god's blood is pulsing. If this does not work, he will have to blow up the corpse to end this nightmare. Ha Thien is losing his mind. Panting heavily, he brags that you puny humans are finally done for. As the vortex opens, ManhwaRecap's poison blood sneaks inside. The venom explodes right where the Demon King is arriving, suffocating his dark power with pure toxicity. The Demon King's hands emerge, already rotting from the toxins. Ha Thien screams, "Wait, what is this? Poison?" Seeing him helpless, ManhwaRecap mocks him. "Guess your precious Demon King is a joke compared to the poison god." The dark aura vanishes, replaced by ManhwaRecap's toxic blood. Ha Thien screams in agony. Where is he? Why hasn't the Lord appeared yet? Poison eats Ha Thien alive as blood leaks from his eyes and mouth. He wails in despair. How is this poison so strong? My body is literally melting away. He looks at his only hope and screams with his last breath. "Mina, you gotta save me!" Mina looks around, terrified. This poison is even nastier than the rot Demon King's. What power is Lin Moyu hiding? She smashes a teleport stone. If she stays, she is toast. Ha Thien's body melts away while magic wraps around Mina. A second later, she vanishes without leaving a single trace. Moyu sighs, realizing that was the Demon King himself. Funny, I just finished killing off all his kids earlier. If he had actually shown up, I would be dead. Meanwhile, in another realm, the Demon King is screaming. This cursed poison is actually hurting his true form. From deep inside his lair, his furious voice booms. Lin Moyu, I will kill you. The poison is everywhere now, even melting the stone pillars into dust. His demon servants are drowning in the toxic clouds. They collapse as their bodies warp and blood is squeezed right out of their skin. With that settled, Moyu gets a system alert. Level 70 Abyss Demon killed. 4,360,000 experience points. Guess the poison is still working. Back in the Abyss, total chaos breaks out. Everyone is screaming to run. Where is this poison even coming from? The Demon King is losing his mind with rage. You killed my kids, destroyed my clone, and now my city? You better hope I never find you. Moyu is miles away while the system keeps spamming kill alerts. Level 71 Sword Demon dead. Experience points plus 4,420,000. He lands and his wings fade. He looks around. My skeletal lightning wings just turned off. Something is definitely up with this spot. He suits up in armor and heads inside. Suddenly, he senses danger. A massive ball of golden lightning appears right before his eyes. The ball fades and a lion appears. The system identifies it as a thunder beast. It is a level boss with lightning immunity that gets stronger from electricity. Not far away, a fully geared army is already standing by. This thing is fast. He casts Bone Prison, trapping the lion in skeletal chains. Then, a massive rain of arrows comes pouring down. Explosions rock the beast. The lion finally collapses, gasping for air. Lightning bolts strike from the sky, and the lion instantly recharges. It starts tearing into its attackers. Glowing with electricity, it triggers a massive thunder blast and roars. The bones shatter. A blinding light explodes from the beast. Moyu shields his eyes. Not good. It is a self-destruct skill. A massive explosion rocks the valley, burying everything in thick dust. Moyu ducks behind an iron golem to survive the blast. He is impressed. It took 3 layers of bone armor just to block that suicide attack. That kind of power would probably kill a level 70 knight instantly. A golden light appears and starts floating toward the sky. If the whole Thunder Valley is full of these things, this trip is gonna suck. He reaches a fork with 3 different paths and stops. Based on the map Antares gave me, I need to go right. There are 9 total turns in this valley. 1 wrong turn and I am lost forever. I have to be super careful. He picks a path, but a powerful yellow light suddenly blocks him. System alert, level 76 and 77 Thunder Beasts. Moyu can feel their insane power level. These are even stronger. It must be because I am heading deeper into the valley. Plus, there is an extra one now. Does the monster count increase with every turn? If so, the last turn is going to be 9 lions. Makanu orders his team to attack. But before they can move, the beast's power blasts them all back. Moyu grumbled, "Damn, didn't expect adding a boss would boost the self-destruct power this much." Now he is legit worried. If his math is right, his entire undead army might get wiped out before this is over. Standing at the third fork, Moyu sees that same golden glow again. It is starting to feel personal, not even surprised. 3 of them now, glowing gold and kicking up clouds of smoke. Moyu rubbed his chin, thinking hard. This stacked self-destruct energy is way nastier than the last round. He has to stay sharp. If not for his bone armor and skill link, he probably would have died 5 times already. No joke. He wondered if anyone actually makes it to the center of this canyon. Reaching the 4th turn, Moyu kept his cool, strolling forward. There is no turning back now anyway. It is either the center or the graveyard. Blue smoke and weird water leaked from the massive rocks. Then, the Dark Sky Demon King spoke in a raspy voice. "Hey, rotting poison. Can you actually purge this nasty stuff off me? Is there any left in my city?" The Rotting Poison King mocked him. "Wow, Dark Sky, you are actually begging me to save your life?" The ugly dude in front of him was the Rotting Poison King himself. Dark Sky snapped, "Shut up and do it." The old man eyed a floating stone and said, "Let me see what kind of poison could possibly leave a Demon King looking this pathetic." A sick green glow started radiating from that floating stone. It did not look good. His eyes went wide with terror. He slammed the stone down and screamed, "This is bad, real bad." He tried to catch the green light, then suddenly hacked his own arm off without a second thought. He shook with fear, gasping that this toxin is terrifying. It is even more lethal than his own stash. Dark Sky asked nervously, "Well, what did you find?" The Poison King replied that he felt the power of law inside the toxin. He had to double-check his own sanity before asking the next question to be sure. "You are telling me this poison actually contains the power of law? Are you for real?" Dark Sky was confused. That kid is barely level 50. How does he have access to that kind of top-tier power? The old man confirmed it. "It is weak, sure, but that is definitely the law at work." Dark Sky, when are you going to drag him into the abyss? That brat must be carrying some insane legendary treasure. Dark Sky played it cool, telling him to relax. He promised to kill the kid when the time was right. Secretly, he planned to end him instantly. Meanwhile, in the Charm Queen's palace, she asked if Lin Moyu really deleted Dark Sky's clone. Mina confirmed it. First it was Li Yan, now Dark Sky. That kid has officially taken down clones from 2 different Demon Kings. He is on a roll. "Mina, just drop it. You do not need to go looking for trouble with that guy anymore." Mina hesitated, asking about the Great Demon Emperor's orders. The Charm Queen told her to just handle it. Then she ordered to leak the kid's location. Eventually, some idiot will be brave enough or stupid enough to make a move. She figured if someone else kills him, great. If not, she definitely cannot afford to be his enemy. Who knows what he likes? Maybe she could fix their relationship. Over at Fork 9, Moyu dragged his shirtless, battered body to the turn. Finally, he went quiet. Is this really the last fork in the road? The challenge waiting for him looked exactly like the others. 9 thunder beasts appeared, along with the big boss of this zone. Moyu's eyes went wide as a golden orb spiraled toward him. It slammed into the dirt, causing a massive shockwave that rattled his teeth. The system pinged. Thunder Crown Divine Beast, a world boss. It absorbs lightning and has a devastating tripod skill. It is immune to lightning and actually eats it to get stronger. Moyu was stunned. Those stats are insane. So this is what a world boss Thunder Crown looks like? Terrifying. But he was not backing down. He got into a fighting stance. If he could harvest its soul after the kill, his power would absolutely skyrocket. Time to go to work. Moyu told himself he had fought enough of these things to know exactly how they move and strike. This had to be a blitz. He could not let the fight drag on. If they started absorbing lightning to heal or self-destructed, it would be a total disaster for him. His massive army stood ready. Moyu triggered his skill, Strong Army. He yelled that if they wanted a quick win, they had to go all out. 30 seconds to decide who lives and who dies. A golden light surged through his skeletons. Massive energy waves collided like hungry predators. The Thunder Beast unleashed its own power, the 10 Directions Thunder Tripod. Bolts of gold lightning rained down on the skeletons. The impact hit hard. Moyu let out a sharp grunt as the shockwaves rocked him. Dust and gold light swirled together in the air. He wiped his face, admitting the damage was brutal. If his elemental resistance was not maxed out, he would be toasted. And if his undead army did not have that Soul Link skill, they would be piles of dust by now. Moyu's face tightened. That was just one skill. If it used the self-destruct move, things would get ugly. Moyu gripped his staff and charged straight into the fray. The level gap was huge. His bone prison could not hold this beast for long. He needed his ace in the hole to end this fast. Suddenly, his attack connected with a massive thud. A white-haired figure appeared, floating in front of him, the poison god. A sharp scythe hovered, ready to reap. As the blade slowly descended into the darkness, Moyu pulled out his ultimate weapon. He was not playing around anymore. Poison god blood. He hurled it at the Thundercrown beast, watching with intense eyes as the blood made contact. The beast writhed in agony from the toxin. Moyu watched closely, hoping the explosion would finally take it down. It roared and broke free. Moyu was shocked. It survived? He gritted his teeth, confused why something that killed a Demon King clone could not finish off this world boss. Then he realized it was because of the beast's special trait. Green light started glowing everywhere. Moyu yelled, "Oh no, it is trying to eat lightning to heal." He screamed for them to stop that lightning right now. The skeleton warriors charged forward without hesitation, diving straight into the terrifying storm of energy. He regained his cool. Without that lightning, the beast had no way to fight off the poison god toxin. The skeletons raised their weapons, creating a massive aura of green poison rings. Those glowing rings successfully cut off the beast's energy supply. A green light began crawling up its legs. Soon, the poison covered its entire body. It started sagging, its fur looking like it was literally on fire from the rot. Moyu saw the opening and ordered the final strike. "Move in." Through the beast's fading vision, a swarm of skeleton warriors charged in, one of them hacking down with a wicked scythe. Simultaneously, the system pinged. Level 80 lightning beast killed, plus 80 million experience. Lin smirked, thinking, what a powerhouse boss. Time to resurrect and work for me. A weird energy surged into his scythe from the beast he just dropped the soul pearl. After a moment, that glow roared into a monster. Soul capture was a total success. Staring at the thing, he froze. Wait, this isn't the lightning beast. The system screen popped up again, detailing exactly what stood right in front of him. The poison lightning beast soul has passive lightning absorption skills as well as passive toxin absorption abilities. Lightning blast, toxic blast, and 10 directions of thunder with elemental immunity. Lin wondered if the poison god's blood caused this mutation into a poison lightning beast. Despite the shock, he successfully bound that soul to his scythe. Lin grinned, totally satisfied. This is actually a huge win for me. Its skills are way stronger now. This thing is definitely going to be one of my ultimate trump cards. After that, he kept pushing forward. He just had to clear this path to reach the meeting spot they had agreed on. Lin covered his face, feeling totally annoyed by the view. Facing the final destination, he stared at the magic formation ahead. Seriously, a magic circle here? As he walked deeper into it, he was shocked when it started pulsing with a very strange and powerful energy. Purple rock shards floated into the air before shooting straight at him. Lin reacted instantly, shifting into a defensive stance and activating his heavy bone armor. The system popped up, plus 1% lightning immunity. He calmly checked the situation. This lightning is piercing my bone armor. Wait, that is not right. I have not taken any actual damage at all from this attack. Then, Lin could not help but shout in shock. Is this the reward for clearing Thunder Burial Valley? My lightning immunity just jumped all the way up to 90%. The purple shards slowly vanished, letting him walk calmly into the center of the magic circle. A purple stone rose from a hole, holding a hidden gem inside. Lin pulled out a bright red orb called Dragon Blood. He then gently tossed that dragon blood onto the exact spot where the pearl was waiting. The purple rock slowly melted away, revealing a shimmering gold pearl. Lin held the glowing object in his hand and said, I finally got it. A beautiful, flickering light radiated from the pearl. Suddenly, Bat Tai appeared behind him and said, You little brat, you actually managed to get the dragon pearl. He kept pushing Lin, saying, Okay, you can go back now. Just activate the teleportation circle on that dragon pearl. Lin refused, though. I still have business on this lower level. I will head back once I am finished. Lin gave a sly smirk and thought, this dragon pearl must be huge for him, or he would not be in such a rush to get me back. If I act like I am not in a hurry, he will probably let me stay on the lower level a bit longer. Just as he figured, Bat Tai happily replied, Fine then, it is your call. Once you finish this trial, we can finally sit down and negotiate a real deal. Lin agreed and said, No problem, I will head back when I am done. He walked off, saw the landscape, and let out a grunt. A hidden cave. The skeleton warriors rushed in front of Lin. Suddenly, a furious and angry scream echoed from inside the green castle. Hey, who is that trespassing here? Shen Yan barked a furious order. Find out who went through the Thunder Burial Valley on the lower level these past few days. His terrified henchman just knelt at his feet. Hat Thean thought, Thunder Burial Valley? My clone died there. Could it be Lin? He glanced at the guy next to him but stayed quiet. Then he screamed again, Lin! It is always Lin. Send out my orders now, by any means necessary. At any cost, kill Lin. The reward is a law treasure. The venomous demon king paused. A law treasure? Hathian turned to ask him about it. Venom, you are not interested in a law treasure? The demon king laughed loudly. Those treasures are not easy to get. I will just stick to my poison research for now. Leave all that killing and fighting to someone else. Covered in wounds, Lin stepped inside. Lightning element essence found. Your lightning element immunity has increased by 1%. Holding the gold stone, he said. My limit has hit 90%. Now I can use this essence to max out my lightning immunity to the absolute limit. What is actually waiting at the back of this cave anyway? After saying that, Lin pushed deeper into the cave. A massive palace bathed in glowing lights appeared before him, the palace of the Thunder God. Lin gasped in shock. It is really the Thunder God's palace. He remembered what he had and said, I actually have the key to open this place. The design on the door matched his key perfectly. He took it out, letting it float over his palm. The Thunder God's sword, a divine blade that acts as the key to activate the palace. After opening the door, Lin slowly stepped inside the palace. There was just a simple stone altar surrounded by bright gold light. Lin started wondering to himself, I remember the Thunder God was killed by the Wild Beast King. Did they have a massive battle right here? Looking at the figure on the ground, he realized something. He saw a mark on the god's forehead and said, This must be where the electric grass goes. He reached out to the mark. Electric grass can be used to wake him up. A golden light flooded the room. Energy beams shot out from the stone altar holding the Thunder God, wrapping around both of them in an instant. He floated up into the air, carried by that golden energy. Lin saw the Thunder God's eyes crack open and cheered. He is finally awakened. He stood up slowly. From the light, a blade flew quickly towards him. The Thunder God grabbed the sword tightly, like it was something that always belonged to him. His voice rumbled slowly. I did not think I would see my oldest partner again before the very end. Thank you, young human. Lin was totally confused. What do you mean? Are you not awake right now? The Thunder God explained. This is just a remnant soul tied to the electric grass. My actual soul was destroyed long ago in that great war. He praised him, saying humans have come a long way. He then asked, Is Antares still alive? Lin replied slowly. The ancient electric dragon senior is currently on the upper level. He looked satisfied. Good. If he is there, the world will be safe. I can finally rest easy. After a few more words, he grew huge and said, I need to leave. Young human, strive to become a super god. Only after becoming a super god can you truly understand the meaning of my words and how we communicate. But he still left Lin some gifts. Let me give you one last present. True to his word, the system pinged. Your lightning immunity limit increased by 1%. Lightning immunity limit upgraded. You now have permanent lightning immunity forever. He looked at his body and told himself, From this very moment on, I am completely and totally immune to lightning. No lightning in the world can hurt me anymore. Breaking the immunity limit is usually impossible to level up, but this was the special gift from the Thunder God himself. The system notified Lin. Mid-grade godhood obtained. Absorb godhood to become a god. Master its power, and reach god rank status. You have successfully claimed the position and divine status of the Thunder God. Merging with the divine position grants the Thunder God's legacy. Small gold particles appeared in his hand. Mythic material, lightning law crystal. It holds the power of the lightning element's law. They're just like shimmering diamonds, but wait, these glass shards are literally packed with raw magical power. Tons of questions are popping up. Becoming a super god is the only way to talk. Are those deities plotting something? I'm not strong enough yet, but maybe Master Antares can spill the truth later. Suddenly, the ceiling starts cracking and falling. Look out, this whole place is about to cave in right on top of us. We need to get out before we're crushed. She bolts out just in time as rocks rain down from the ceiling. Those golden lights are fracturing and crashing everywhere. It is absolute chaos in here. He looks up, wondering if Thunder Valley really hides the lightning god. A beast growls from the shadows. Lightning is finally falling. Who knew this kid had the thunder sword and grass? It's fine. You're finally free. Rain pours over the city skyscrapers as Van watches from the balcony, wondering what the heck is going on. Why is another god falling? Nothing for 1,000 years? Now 2 in a minute? Makhan asks, Hey teacher, can you help? Can you check on Xiao Nu for me? He answers bluntly. You know the drill. Every calculation costs me a bucket of your blood. She doesn't care. A little blood is nothing. Just help me. And Van reassures her. Chill, your brother is totally fine. She finally breathes again. Thank God. A stone tablet flies straight at him from the cave. He spins around. What's this? A tablet? He dodges it like a pro. The flight ban is officially lifted. He stares at the light, eyes wide. No way. A primordial rune? Hidden right here this whole time? That is insane. A red beam strikes the ground, slicing space in two. The energy forms a massive shield around him. Everything is turning red. Another primordial rune? Great. That means every alien race out there is going to see me for the next 10 days straight. His face turns dead serious. I'm not waiting for them to find me anymore. I'm going to them. Time for a total massacre. He takes off, glowing blue with power. His face is covered in scratches and dirt from the last fight, but he looks more determined than ever. No more playing around. It is time to get down to business. First stop, the dragon race. Those war puppets they have are sketchy as hell. I bet they're already gearing up for a full-scale invasion. Far away, a dragon soldier spots the red beam hitting the sky. He screams out in total shock at the sight. Red light! It's the primordial rune! Suddenly, the dragon fleet fills the entire sky. The commander bellows, "Move out! Secure that rune at all costs! Don't let him get away!" The sky turns a nasty shade of gray. Something big is about to go down. Surrounded by blue light, he flies forward into the unknown. But then he sees something ahead that stops him cold. Scars and all, his face is twisted in pure shock. The dragon fleet is right there, glowing red across the horizon. He stops midair, muttering to himself. Well, look at that. They saved me the trip and came straight to my door. Across the way, the dragon soldiers are already locking eyes with their target. The stat screen pops up. These guys are no joke. Dragon Spearman, Commander rank, level 70. Strength is at 200,000. Agility, 120,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 150,000. Special trait, whirlwind resistance. Seeing the massive army, he gets a bit nervous. There are hundreds of ships out there. Each one has almost 100,000 puppets. Where did the dragon race get all these materials? He hangs there in the red beam, blue light forming wings behind him. He looks like a total king standing his ground in the middle of the sky, ready for war. Suddenly, a voice shouts his name. Lin Mo! A dragon soldier points at him, screaming his lungs out in pure rage. He's killed so many of our people! Kill him! The Dragon King ordered his head on a platter. He has the rune. The dragon ships fire up their engines, glowing with purple light. Lightning strikes the ground from the sky, looking absolutely terrifying. This is getting real fast. It is a total light show of death. He watches them gear up and scoffs. Oh, you're really using the valley's lightning to hit me? That's your big plan? Actually, that makes sense. His eyes light up with a smirk. Okay then, let's see what you've got. The dragon commander yells, "Fire! Obliterate him!" The ships glow purple, charging up massive bolts of lightning. It looks like the end of the world is about to drop right on his head. Every single ship fires their purple energy beams straight at him at the exact same time. But wait. He absorbs the purple light and lightning like it's nothing. The screen flashes. Lightning immunity. It looks incredible as the energy swirls around him in a wild storm. He smiles while soaking up the power. Too bad for you, that doesn't work on me. The commander is totally losing it. No way! This is impossible. How is he doing that? He's immune to lightning? Fine. If that's how it's going to be, then everyone, charge, get him now, move it. The soldiers rush forward, leaving purple trails in the sky. He looks back with sharp, cold eyes and speaks. Come on out, my soldiers. It's time to show them what's up. The Lich General and his army appear from thin air, looking absolutely massive and ready to wreck everything. It's green mist versus purple smoke. Both armies are staring each other down, waiting for the signal to kill. Then his voice rings out again over the chaos of the battlefield. So many puppets. He raises his hand and shows his mark. You want the rune? Then taste its power for yourself. The notification screen pops up immediately on the display. The Lich army gets a massive buff. Their eyes glow with an eerie blue light. They look ready to tear stuff up. An evolved skeleton soldier charges forward. The dragon soldier swings his weapon, but gets tagged by a lethal arrow out of nowhere. It is a clean hit to the vitals. The dragon soldier drops dead instantly. The skeleton spreads its jade wings and flies forward at insane speeds, looking for more blood. He grabs the dragon soldier's leg with one hand and hurls him across the sky like he's made of trash. Right then, Moyu channels a massive red energy blast, aiming it straight at those Dragon Clan soldiers. Boom! Across the field, that red light goes nuclear, sending the whole dragon squad flying in every direction. He is not done. Moyu stays cool, charging more energy at them. He just says, "Keep popping," as his screen flashes. Another explosion rips through the ground, sending rocks flying and dragon warriors soaring through the air like rag dolls. Over there, the dragon army is getting swallowed by red light and back-to-back explosions. Their battleships are shaking hard, and the dragon troops are losing it. The commander screams at the top of his lungs, "Bad news! Get those shields up, right now!" Gold shields flare up, lighting up the sky as they wrap around the ships. But even with the defense, those boats are still rocking violently under Moyu's assault. The dragon soldiers are all staring at the shields, trembling. One guy finally asks, is this thing actually gonna hold? Right as he says it, the commander sees things going south and panics. Retreat! Pull back! Save the ships first! Suddenly, every single shield snaps. A massive fireball erupts, drowning the whole fleet in a sea of smoke and flames. Rocks fill the sky as the ships get shredded into confetti in seconds. The fire is so bright, it turns the whole horizon deep red. Red light and massive booms keep shaking the sky. The surviving battleships try their best to keep their gold shields up and push through the fire, but it is a total mess. Those defenses are just crumbling to pieces every time they get too close to the explosions. Flaming debris turns into fireballs raining down. In the middle of this nightmare, Moyu just stands there, totally chill. He says, "Wow, this looks pretty cool." Across the way, the dragon commander realizes they are toast and gasps. How is this even possible? Behind him, another soldier chimes in with the report. It has not even been a minute, and we have lost over 200 ships. Over 4,000 generals are dead. Hearing that, the commander goes pale. He gives the order, and the surviving dragon troops ditch their posts to swarm back onto the main ships, ready to haul tail out of there. Once every last soldier is back on the main ships, the entire fleet pulls a U-turn and retreats, leaving the smoking, ruined battlefield behind them. Meanwhile, Moyu just stands in the exact same spot, looking like a total boss with the smoke from the fight drifting behind him. He watches the ships run and says calmly, "I will let you run for now, but if you do not make it back to your base, I will never figure out how you are mass-producing those general puppets." Then, he powers up, getting ready to shadow the dragon army all the way to their hideout. The wings on his back glow with teal energy as he charges up. He mutters, "Cannot let these dragon guys keep growing. Imagine if they make level 80 puppets. That would be bad news for the humans." The sky turns pitch black, like it is warning everyone that something scary is coming. Then, Moyu takes off after the ships. An hour later, the retreating fleet approaches a massive steel fortress floating in the sky, glowing with a creepy purple light. Moyu's voice cuts through the air. "Found you." He stares coldly at the Dragon Clan's floating fortress. He whispers, "Did not expect them to build a flying city here. What kind of secret are they hiding to spend this much cash and labor?" Just then, something flies out of the city like a purple streak, leaving a glowing trail across the sky. It is the dragon leader of this floating city, and he is charging straight at Moyu with crazy red eyes, looking like he is ready to rip someone apart. Moyu thinks to himself, "That is an ancestral bloodline. Looks like I found the big boss of this outpost." The dragon leader stops in front of him, floating there and staring at Moyu's red energy field. He growls, "Lin Moyu, cannot believe you actually had the guts to follow us." Moyu just stares him down. "Talking is useless. Our people have been at war forever. Let's just go." The dragon leader's eyes flash red, baring his teeth. "All ships, delete Lin Moyu." On his command, the fortress and the main ships flare up with gold shields, making the whole sky glow. Purple beams start raining down from the fortress toward Moyu. He just stays calm, sizing them up. Not bad. These guys are actually real Dragon Clan generals. Moyu closes his eyes and summons a glowing teal axe. He says, "All right then, let's make this a real war." He swings the axe down, teal energy following the blade's path. Then he yells out, "Come on out, Poison Thunder Beast." Just like that, a massive lion with glowing gold eyes pops up, surrounded by yellow lightning and teal light. His eyes flash teal, and behind him, a whole army stands ready to wreck shop. Moyu just stares ahead, thinking, while those swirls of red and teal energy keep wrapping around his body. Right then, a drop of teal gold liquid floats in his palm. The screen notification pops up again. Poison God's blood. When the dragon leader sees that stuff in Moyu's hand, he starts losing his mind. That drop of poison blood creates a thick teal gold cloud that covers Moyu's body. The dragon leader's eyes go wide and bloodshot, staring daggers at him. He tries to talk tough. "I can tell your poison is strong, but toxins do not work on metal ships and floating cities, kid." Moyu just stands there in the middle of that swirling teal and gold cloud, sounding totally unbothered as he asks, "Oh, is that so?" Then, Moyu points his axe forward, clearing the teal smoke around him. He barks the order, "Go, Poison Thunder Beast." The beast zooms toward the fortress and ships, leaving nothing but a teal streak in the sky. The poison smoke follows the beast toward the dragons. The Poison Thunder Beast opens its massive mouth, sucking in air for its next big move. It transforms into a gigantic lion, glowing with teal light and fierce lightning. Right in front of the dragon army, the notification reads, "Deadly Poison Light. Seeing that teal glow coming from the beast, the dragon leader's eyes nearly pop out. He screams, "Crap! Stop that thing! Now!" The poison thunder beast rears up on its hind legs, and that toxic teal light gets even stronger as it starts spreading everywhere. That toxic gold and teal cloud rushes into the dragon clan's ranks, swallowing up anyone in its path. Those dragon soldiers are completely stunned as the poison cloud hits them, instantly melting their flesh and bones until there is nothing left but tiny scraps of dust. That nasty toxic mist just keeps on rolling. It hits the Dragon Clan main ships and shreds their shields like paper, turning this whole battlefield into a total disaster zone in seconds. The surviving dragon warriors are scrambling to get clear, but they aren't nearly fast enough. The fog catches them and literally melts them down into nothing before they can even scream. Now the poison gas is hitting the main fortress and all the war vessels nearby. This gross mist is just swallowing everything in its path. All I see now is this weird yellow and green haze everywhere. Check it out. One corner of that super tough dragon fortress is getting eaten alive by the mist. A few seconds later, the whole thing just crumbles into tiny pieces, falling through the toxic clouds. Once the fortress is gone, this purple light starts glowing through the wreckage. Then, out of nowhere, Lin Moyu starts speaking. He says, "Right now, a glowing hole surrounded by floating rocks appears right where the fortress used to be. It looks like some mysterious portal to another dimension." ManhwaRecap is shocked, calling it a secret realm. Their leader is furious, eyes glowing red and screaming his head off. "Scrap the ships! Kill Lin Moyu now! Protect that realm! We cannot let a human get their hands on it." Moyu just smirks at that. He gets serious for a second and then says, "Sorry, but you guys are too late. This secret realm belongs to me now. Catch you later." Suddenly, a swarm of bird people dives out of the sky like a broken nest. Their leader keeps yelling, "Kill him! Kill Lin Moyu!" But they trip over each other because of that green poison. One guy sees the sludge on his skin and starts panicking hard. "What even is this? Why am I getting poisoned again?" Turns out it is a toxic halo. It poisons the enemies and makes them totally useless in a fight. You can see the halo working. That one guy is literally coughing up smoke. Seconds later, he is finished off in a really painful way. ManhwaRecap is just standing there mid-air, charging his power in one hand and holding his staff in the other. He tells them numbers mean nothing to him. Those puppets they love so much? Yeah, they are his weapons now. His power makes everything just blow up and fall apart in a really brutal way. ManhwaRecap just looks down on them. So pretty. In all that chaos, the enemies are trying to run, but he traps them in a skeletal prison. No escape. He says, "Not this time, guys." The bones wrap around the enemy squad, trapping them and causing total chaos. "What is this thing? This is bad. I cannot move." The toxic halo hits them again, and they start melting right where they stand. Inside the prison, the leader is losing his mind. He screams that he is going to kill Lin Moyu for sure. He starts glowing and growing into a giant. After waking up his bloodline, he starts smashing everything and screaming. You do not mess with ancestor power that easily. It shreds his own body, but he does not care as long as he kills Lin. He lets out a massive roar that fills the air with smoke and pure hate. "Lin Moyu, you are dead. Ancestor power is on my side, and I will use your blood for my people." But Moyu just hits him with a massive blast. Moyu just looks bored. "Is that it? Did you skip lunch today or something?" The leader gets even more triggered and tries to attack again. He goes all out with his best moves, trying to take Moyu down. But that power does not even scratch him. Moyu is not even scared. He is just unimpressed. "This is your best shot?" Dragon bloodline power is kind of a joke. The leader is so embarrassed and angry that he did not even do any damage. Before he can even process that, ManhwaRecap sends skeletal fangs flying. Sharp spikes sprout out and stab the dragon leader. He is shocked and in total agony. After getting stabbed, the guy is livid. He screams, "You little brat, how dare you insult our bloodline like that? Now you die." He turns into this massive shadow beast with horns and wings, standing against a crazy red background. He roars like he is trying to breathe fire. The sound is deafening. ManhwaRecap actually flinches for a second and jumps back to avoid the incoming vortexes. When that red energy grazes ManhwaRecap, he grinds his teeth and admits that it was actually a pretty decent hit. "It won't hurt me, but it might take out my skeletons." But then, the dragon leader just vanishes into thin air. Watching him run away is just disappointing. ManhwaRecap is just standing there like, "Seriously? I thought he would fight to the death like a real demon." Looking at the hole the guy left behind, ManhwaRecap cannot believe how cowardly he was. He even left his fortress. At least ManhwaRecap leveled up to 53. After killing all those dragon generals, he finally hit level 53. Now he is checking out the hole the dragon left. He is curious about this secret realm the Dragon Clan was hiding. He reaches out to touch it, wondering what kind of juicy secrets are inside. He starts walking in nice and slow. But the second he steps inside, this massive wave of energy blasts him right back out. He is totally caught off guard. He realizes that the secret realm just rejected him. He looks at the mark on his hand and gets it. He is still in the middle of that 10-day trial for the primal rune. Until the red light fades, he is blocked from everything. No dungeons, no secret realms, and no leaving the training grounds. He figures he will just have to come back later. Suddenly, he feels someone right behind him. He goes on high alert. That feeling? That is definitely a demon king. It is the real deal, coming through the barrier. Facing a true demon king, Mark Nur is actually a bit worried. He has killed clones before, but the real thing is different. He turns around and prepares to blast the demon king with his toxic blood explosion skill. But with the trial going on, he is trapped. There is nowhere to run. He is stuck wondering what he should do now. Then, the level 91 Fire Spirit Demon King shows up, and Mark Nur loses it. He screams, "That is the Fire Spirit Demon King." The Demon King reaches out for him. Mark Nur is terrified, questioning what is happening as he looks back. Yo, why are those abyss fires still raging after the fire demon showed up? Don't tell me there is more than one of these big bads dropping into our dimension. A voice laughs, telling Makanu they will catch him for a reward from the Demon King. The fire demon turns toward him, roaring with its massive mouth. Wait, what kind of crazy poison is this anyway? Even I can't find a way to stop this stuff from eating through me. As the fire demon lunges, a voice mocks him. Give it up, kid. My abyss flames are about to turn your little toxic cloud into straight ash. The fire demon's eyes flare with pure hatred. Once I burn through all this nasty gas, you're toast. Your life ends right here and right now. Things are looking seriously bad. He starts frantically digging through his gear for anything useful, but it's totally hopeless. Between the primal rune trials and the ancient dragon's pearl, absolutely nothing in his kit can get him out of this training ground alive right now. It's not just one fire demon anymore. Now, a whole squad of demon kings with all sorts of twisted shapes are staring Makanu down. It's official. The Abyss didn't just send one heavy hitter after him. Makanu glares at the fire demon uses his power to blow away the toxic gas protecting Makanu. The smoke clears, and the guy is just gone. The demon realizes he's not standing there anymore. He's absolutely livid. Where did that brat go? He used the teleport stone to ditch us. To hunt him down, the fire demon calls in the ice and shadow demon kings for backup. He's not even worried. He's actually super confident that Makanu won't get away, laughing to himself. What is there to even stress about? The primal rune only exists within the celestial field. That kid must be hiding inside the walls of that ancient city right now. Over at the teleport station in the city, Makanu finally appears on top of a roof. Soldiers and locals swarm the walls to see the weird phenomenon happening. Everyone is buzzing that it's a primal rune. They are hoping some legendary human warrior actually managed to snag that power for themselves. The leaders of the city, including Fong Rat Min, rush toward the scene. They recognize the face instantly. It's the Shadow General. The city lord thinks to himself, no way. Did this guy really just grab another piece of the primal rune? Makanu shouts out for help. Lord Fong, I have 5 demon kings on my tail and nowhere to run. Can this city actually hold them off? Everyone turns pale, and the lord stutters. 5 demon kings? He thinks to himself that in all his time as city lord, he has never seen those demons deploy that many heavy hitters at once. Are they really all here just to hunt down the Shadow General? Fong tries to keep him calm, telling him to relax. Don't worry, man. This ancient city has stood firm in this dimension for thousands of years for a very good reason. The city lord turns to his people. The demons are attacking us. City troops, get ready for war. Get the barrier up now. Everyone starts panicking and asking if the demons are really here as they gear up for combat. Hurry up. We need to join the Legion and get ready to fight. Someone points toward the distance, screaming to look at the sky. A whole legion of demons is flying in, ready to tear the city apart. Suddenly, the city's secret treasure, the ancient thunder artifact, glows bright. It blasts lightning from the top to protect everyone inside. It gets brighter and brighter, acting as the ultimate shield for the citizens. Then, the voice of the fire demon echoes through the air, threatening every single person in the city. Humans, hand over Lam Makanu right now. The ancient thunder keeps flashing with massive bolts of lightning. Lord Fong just mocks them, totally confident in his defenses. Keep dreaming. Once you demons cross into this dimension, you'll lose most of your power anyway. You can't touch us here. You think a bunch of losers like you can actually wipe out this ancient city? You've got no idea what you're up against. The Demon King is absolutely fuming. You're dead. Do you have a death wish? The fire demons gather their energy to attack while Lord Fong grabs the ancient thunder artifact and screams, Thunderhead! The ancient thunder turns into a massive shield, protecting the people while draining the demon's strength. The lightning coming off it is so intense that even the enemy starts to look worried and a little bit terrified. The sheer power of the lightning completely scatters the demons nearby. They're screaming in pain from the electric shocks. Lord Fong is losing energy and looks totally exhausted, struggling to control the artifact. Seeing this, Makengu rushes over and asks him if he's going to be okay. The Lord acts like he's fine just to keep Maknu from worrying. I'm okay. This tower is special because it has a lightning core right at its center. To use its power, you have to survive the electric shocks. I'm barely holding on against the punishment of this core myself. Lightning, huh? Well, why don't you let me give it a shot instead? This caught Lord Fong off guard. General, are you sure about this? Maknu starts taking control of the artifact, telling him to just trust the process. Looking up at the demon army, the people finally realize the truth. These monsters are going all out just to hunt down the Shadow General. It turns out the Shadow General already snagged his second primal rune. The demon bosses are clearly terrified of his potential. He is a human genius, and we have to protect him at all costs. Meanwhile, Makengu is channeling his energy to control the ancient thunder, keeping himself and everyone in the city safe from the attack. He grits his teeth as his vision merges with the tower. He shouts in surprise. I'm resonating with the tower and the city's defenses. My senses are everywhere right now. The whole world looks so sharp now, it's even clearer than looking with my own eyes. He spots a tiny shadow on a rock. Hold up, is that a demon king? He realizes if he can see them, he can use the tower to take them out. In an instant, the tower erupts with power, firing a massive blast at the target. Min's eyes light up. It looks like the general has totally mastered the tower. He's actually even stronger with this thing than I ever was. Inside the tower, Maknu laughs. The Lord wasn't kidding. This tower and the city defenses are legit. We can definitely stop the Demon Legion. Total lightning immunity. No wonder this city has stood for thousands of years. It definitely has some serious secrets hidden away. He cranks up the power, and the tower feels massive in his mind. I can feel thousands of years of energy right at my fingertips. I'm in total control now. Never fought a battle like this before. The ancient thunder tower is actually here. He shouts his ultimate move, and lightning bolts swarm the sky, blasting straight at the Ice Flame Demon King, who barely brushes it off. What kind of crazy lightning is this? It actually managed to hurt me. Ratmin smirks and yells, how could you idiots ever understand our people's true power? I am straight up wrecking you right now. That totally set the Ice Flame Demon King off. He grit his teeth and growled, break their defense now. Then he threw himself full force against the barrier. The Demon King's punch lands, and the impact is pure chaos. Ratmin stays cool though. Unless the Demon Emperor himself shows up, you losers aren't breaking through this ancient shield. Maknu readies his next attack and snaps, if you are gonna hunt me, you better be ready to die trying. Another massive bolt erupts from the tower, tagging the Ice Flame Demon King right in the chest. He screams as the electricity fries him from the inside out. The Demon King howls. What kind of terrifying power is this? If I take one more hit like that, I am toast. Fear finally hits him, and he knows he needs to bail. Maknu calmly explains, the tower calls this the God-slaying thunder. He gives a cold smirk. It was made specifically to wipe out trash like you. You are not getting away. The next surge of lightning rips straight through the Ice Flame Demon King, and his tough body instantly shatters into 100 pieces. The soldiers below are stunned. Did a Demon King just die? Just 2 blasts of lightning were enough to execute a literal king. Ratmin mutters in shock, the god-slaying thunder. General Lam can actually control the legendary power that is supposed to kill god-level warriors. The Fire Spirit Demon King is losing it. Is this the city's secret weapon? Even Ice Flame is gone. The other monsters are terrified and ready to bolt. Maknu just speaks up casually. Hey guys, I am here too. Don't leave yet. The tower opens fire again, and as the lightning closes in, the blue-headed Demon King screams, don't you dare! Lam Maknu! 2 lightning bolts strike at once, instantly smashing through his guard. He is shaking now, realizing the hidden power of this ancient city is way beyond his league. He looks back, begging the Gloom Demon King who has been standing still. Do something or we are all dead. If we go down, you are going with us. From the depths of the abyss where darkness rules, the Gloom Demon King finally steps up, ready to lead a direct assault on the enemy lines. The lightning keeps blasting, relentless. The Gloom Demon King skillfully dodges the strikes, charging forward until he is right up against the city walls. Right? I can phase through anything, and your little shield is no exception to the rule. Suddenly, a weird energy field traps the Gloom Demon King. Maknu laughs as the demon gets caught in a flash. Wait, what? The barrier is getting stronger, and my phasing power is slowing down, Makengu calmly says. Found you. The Gloom Demon King realizes the lightning is packed with law energy. One hit will be the end of him. Makengu decides to add some spice to the mix. Godstone domain. The stone lights up, and a brand new energy field wraps around the ancient tower. Dark energy weaves through the lightning bolts like it has a mind of its own, hunting down the monsters. The air is filled with screams as they beg the demon kings for help. In a heartbeat, the attack reaches the Gloom and Fire Spirit demon kings. The Gloom demon king snaps. Looks like we have only one option left. Fire Spirit asks if there is really no other way. Gloom nods. It is do or die. Lam Macnu is not going to let any of us walk away from this. The Blue Demon King shouts, then do it. Right away, the Gloom Demon King looks to the sky and lets out a roar that shakes the entire world. The soldiers in the city cannot handle the sound. They clutch their heads in pain. What is happening? This hurts. What are those freaks doing out there? The Gloom Demon King spreads his arms, pulling energy from everywhere as the monsters start to recover. They cheer about being alive, but Gloom just barks the order to attack. One demon starts bragging about his leader, but before he can finish, something stabs him through the heart. The other monsters are dying too. Why are the demons killing their own? Rat-Min grits his teeth and says, a blood sacrifice. Macnu flies over and mocks them, saying it is a familiar sight. Rat-Min just wonders why they would go this far. Even if they summon a high-level demon king, they still won't break this city. The power of all those monsters is being crushed into one massive, black sphere of energy. The Gloom Demon King shakes his head. Not enough blood. It is our turn now. He plunges his own hand straight into his heart. A wave of terrifying energy explodes outward, and the other demon kings follow suit, powering up the sphere. Soldiers collapse from the pressure. Something much worse than a demon king is arriving. Rat-Min screams in a panic. This is bad. General Lam, they are using a blood sacrifice to summon the demon emperor. A soldier stares in horror. The ruler of the abyss is coming. The Gloom Demon King smirks as a giant, sharp finger starts poking through the center of the energy sphere. That finger strikes the city's protective barrier, and with just a tiny tap, the whole shield starts to shatter. The soldiers start to panic, but right then, the ancient tower moves in, going head-to-head with the massive demon finger and barely holding it back. The soldiers cheer. We stopped it. General Lam's tower actually blocked a hit from the demon emperor. But suddenly, the sky rips open, and both sides just freeze in shock. Terrified voices cry out as the sky starts to crack. The collision between the tower and the emperor was just too much for this dimension to handle. The world is trying to repair itself, pushing out power that should not exist here. That sacrifice only bought them one hit. Energy floods the cracks, and the giant finger fades away. Once everything goes quiet again, the soldiers finally find their voices. It is over. The demon kings are retreating. Rat-Min rushes over to Macnu and breathes a sigh of relief. General Lam, we owe you one. Without you, this city would have been crushed by those demons. Somewhere in a dark dimension, the demons gather to kneel before their master. They all stand perfectly still, slowly recovering from the battle. The Gloom Demon King bows and reports that they failed to kill Lam Macnu, but the Emperor is not even mad. You did fine, he says. Killing him inside that city is impossible. The Fire Spirit Demon King looks ashamed. Lord Emperor, we will find another chance. We will definitely finish the job next time. The Demon Emperor just waves his hand and says 2 words, get out. The Demon Kings immediately bow and follow his command. Is he actually talking to himself, a level 53 using a god-tier lightning curse? No freaking way. Did this guy inherit the legacy of the Thunder God or something? Right then, Yat-Min runs over to Lin. Yo, General Lin! You should just chill in the ancient city for a few days. With the tower's blessing, nobody is going to touch your primordial rune now. You are safe here, for real. He nods. Good call. I was thinking the same thing. This city really saved my neck this time. 10 days later, the exam ends. Lin suddenly steps out of thin air, a red glow bleeding through the cracks of reality. It is dead of night at the Great Tower. A notification pings as a red tattoo burns into his hand. Skill unlocked. Primordial rune self-gathering. He can now channel his summon's power, steal all their skills, and fuse their stats. It only lasts for 5 minutes, but the power boost is insane. Cooldown is 60 minutes. Lin stares at his hand, totally stunned. Inheriting summon skills and stats? Does that mean I can actually pull off Holo's moves myself? He immediately summons a new minion to test this gathering skill. Up in the sky, Nuatiu notices Lin hovering above. She gasps. General Lin is out of the city already? Yat-Min spots him too. Looks like his primordial rune fusion is finally complete. He smiles, feeling proud. A kid this young rocking 2 primordial runes? He is probably the only human in history to pull that off. A moment later, Lin glides over to a massive lake. He lands right in the middle of a monster pack, ignoring their glowing red eyes. Lin unleashes his move. Come forth, my soldiers. He raises his hand, the red mark glowing bright. Power gathering, activate. The energy from his army floods into his body. The system screen flickers on. Name, Lin Moyu. Status, power gathering. Level, 53. Strength, 200,000. Constitution, 200,000. Agility, 200,000. Spirit, 200,000. Lin stares. So this is what max power feels like? I feel like I am bursting with energy. My stats are higher than any world boss at this level. He scans a monster charging at him. Beast King, level 70. Strength, 400,000. Constitution, 350,000. Agility, 550,000. Spirit, 350,000. Skill, angry roar. Lin swings his scythe. He is weak, but perfect for testing. Violent observation. With one clean slice, the Beast King is split in two. It did not even have time to scream. Even Lin is shocked by the impact. Insane. I did not think I could one-shot a level 70 boss like that. If I add my soldier buffs, the damage would be off the charts. Too bad the duration is so short. He raises the scythe again to test another move. Elemental explosion. The calm lake surface gets absolutely vaporized by the blast. Lin switches his gear. He pulls back a heavy bowstring, locking his soul sight onto the target. Arrows streak through the air, hitting beasts way off in the distance. Every shot shreds right through their guts. Lin smirks. This power is legit, so this is how my soldiers see the world. Suddenly, his eyes go wide. A new thought hits him. Wait a second. If this works, can I inherit the Lich General's skills too? If that is the case, I can finally take out those ghosts. Lin blasts off into the sky immediately. This gathering skill probably has potential way beyond what I am seeing now. It has a massive ceiling, for sure. He speeds forward, muttering to himself. Time to head back and scout that Dragon Race war fortress once and for all. Let's see what secrets they are hiding. He arrives in a mysterious purple void. Floating rock fragments swirl around him like a massive stone ring. Lin shows up in no time. This is the spot. He steps inside the ring, wondering what the dragons are hiding. He starts scouting the area, flying through the ruins. He finds a fortress sitting by a lake. Could this be a dragon military base? Better head down and have a look around. He decides to land nearby, but as soon as his feet touch the ground, he triggers a hidden trap. A massive formation suddenly locks him down. Lin looks up, unimpressed. A formation? He quickly counters, and the ground erupts in a massive blast. He narrowly avoids it, frowning. That was a close one. I did not think the dragons would leave a self-destruct trap here. Wings sprout from his back once more. Lin takes flight, whispering that he needs to break the formation first. Just then, the water starts bubbling like crazy. A monster surges up, trying to swallow him whole. It is an iron scale python. Level 80. Strength, 500,000. Agility, 600,000. Spirit, 300,000. Constitution, 750,000. Skill, Dragon Breath. Lin kicks off its head to dodge, staying cool as he scans the beast. Let's analyze this thing. An iron scale python? I heard these live in the dragon world, but I did not know they could be tamed. Using them as living weapons is wild. A python at this level must be super rare. The beast misses and dives back into the water. Lin watches the dark shadows swirling beneath the surface. So many of them? Whatever the dragons are hiding, it is definitely at the bottom of this lake. He reaches out, making his choice. First, I break this formation. Then, I find those dragon secrets. His scythe appears, radiating a terrifying aura. Gathering power. Now, Lin strikes, cleaving a massive crystal in two with a violent slash. He smashes one, then looks back at the dozen still standing. All right, let's go. He points at the remaining crystals. Smash the rest of these mana stones. His undead army charges forward on command. Lin does not just sit around. He aims for the center stone. A spatial rift tears open right in front of his eyes. Two dragon-headed monsters crawl out from that crack in reality. Lin just smirks. Finally, the welcoming committee. An iron-scale python lunges out of the water, flanking the two humanoid dragons. When the python sees Lin, its eyes turn strangely clear. The dragon hybrid recognizes him. You are Lin Moyu. He introduces himself as Tata, a knight of the ancestral bloodline. The blue one speaks up, calling himself Tazia. Tata immediately rushes in to fight. Lin defends himself while plotting his next move. In this gathering state, I can definitely handle enemies at this level. Tata roars, "You human brat, you are dead meat." Tazia looks just as feral, screaming that he is coming to help, but Tata snaps at him, "Stay back. I am taking his head alone." Lin activates his bone prison, sending skeletal ribs shooting from his body. Tata just scoffs. "You think these old bones can hold me?" Lin's eyes go wide. A primordial rune? He quickly regains his composure, narrowing his eyes. Makes sense. There are 9 primordial runes out there in total. If the demons and dragons can get their hands on one, his strength is the real deal. Tata flexes his power, his wings glowing as he summons heavy iron chains from the void. The bone fragments are ground into dust, shattered by the chains. A haunting, crazed laughter echoes through the air. Tata's eyes burn with a terrifying light. Iron scales! My dragon form is 10 times bigger and my power just jumped 10 times higher. How you gonna fight me now? Lin just stares back. Go! Right after that chant, a mob of skeletons lunged at him, packing elemental heat. We are talking lightning rings, poison rings, fire rings, and ice rings, total overkill. Tata got jumped by the skeleton squad and they did not stop. He was getting sliced and diced until he was covered in wounds. But before he could even blink, a massive surge of power slammed into him and wrapped around his body. Tata was terrified, his eyes glowing red as he screamed about where all this lightning was coming from. Moyu just watched from the sidelines, whispering to himself that this power only boosts the attack strength, nothing more than a cheap power-up. His defense has not changed one bit. Looks like the effect of this primal rune is pretty mid if you ask me. Tata's body was catching hands non-stop. He went ballistic, swinging back and screaming for those trash skeletons to get lost. He did not hesitate for a second, charging straight into the mess with pure rage. A sharp iron axe swung wide and slammed right into him. Suddenly, the skeleton in the armor vanished without a trace. Tata felt completely disrespected and started losing his mind, screaming like a crazy person. No way, this is impossible. How can I have all this power and still not kill a single skeleton? Meanwhile, Moyu started radiating massive energy, pointing his hand right at the guy like he was the boss. Soul fire. Moyu blasted a weird, scorching flame straight at Tata, making the guy howl in pure agony. What kind of fire is this? It hurts! The massive blaze swallowed Tata whole, leaving him helpless. Desperate, he started screaming for Tasha to come and save his skin. Tasia, what are you just standing there for? Get over here and help. Looking from a distance, Tasia realized things were bad. Even Tata was not a match for this guy. Even if I jump in, nothing is going to change. Through the thick smoke and rising fire, Tasia's red eyes locked on. He did not waste a second and bolted straight down like a rocket. Tasia grabbed Tata's arm and pulled him up. He yelled, "Do not fight this thing head on. Just grab me and let us get out of here first." Moyu was not about to let them slide. He raised his hand and declared that since they escaped last time, they definitely would not do it again. Time for the divine poison blood. Suddenly, a terrifying monster appeared right in front of Tata and Tasia. The poison lightning divine beast? What even is that? Without a sound, it opened its jaws and unleashed a massive blast. Seeing the beast's move, he panicked and yelled out, "This is bad! If we get hit by that poison, we are dead meat." Suddenly, a protection stone was pulled out, floating between the two creatures. It exploded with a massive bang, shattering into pieces. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a figure behind a protective shield, wings spread wide and ready for action. A strange, swirling portal started to form right on top of the shield. From inside that hole, a massive, sharp hand reached out and snatched a flying shadow right out of the air. Mo Yu was not backing down, noting that the Dragon Tribe elites definitely had some tricks up their sleeves, but then he stopped mid-sentence. His eyes went wide as a giant, blood-red eye opened up right in front of him, staring him down. Mo Yu was paralyzed, his face turning pale as he lost his words. The thing lunged at him, and he barely snapped out of it in time to move. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. This was an attack from the Dragon Emperor. That massive hand swung through the air, trying to crush Mo Yu like a bug. He was almost caught, but he gritted his teeth and looked back. Damn it, there is no way out of this. I either teleport back to the ancient city or use the Abyss teleport to escape this space. Those sharp claws swiped down and easily snatched him up. Mo Yu went totally silent, his face shadowed as he just sat there for a moment. But Mo Yu slipped away easily. He opened his palm to show a glowing stone, whispering about a mythical-grade lightning material. This thing had the power of the lightning element and was way stronger than that poison blood. Without hesitation, Mo Yu turned around and chucked the stone straight at that massive hand. The tiny stone shattered instantly upon impact with the target. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted right on the Dragon Emperor's giant hand. The flames kept burning his hand, making the Dragon Emperor roar in pain. Mo Yu was feeling the pressure too, whispering about how intense this battle of rules and laws actually was. The spatial portal was still open, and that hand would not let go. He was not giving up, determined to make sure this kid did not make it out alive. He reached out again, trying to crush Mo Yu once and for all. He spun around, calmly ordering his skeletons to step up. "Go! My soldiers, hold that thing back!" Following Mo Yu's orders, the skeleton warriors charged forward with their weapons. They dove straight into the thick dust and smoke, rushing the target without any fear. Inside that gloomy space, the sound of skeletons being crushed was non-stop. Reports kept coming in that another veteran skeleton warrior had been taken out of the fight. Things were getting intense. The Dragon Emperor's hand was still swinging, and my undead army was almost completely wiped out. But it looked like the spatial rift was finally being repaired, just like when the Demon Emperor invaded. From far away, that poison beast from earlier charged in to attack him. Suddenly, the monster just blew up, spraying a strange green substance everywhere with massive force. That green cloud headed straight for the Dragon Emperor, and he was actually spooked. How could they still use high-level poison like this? As the portal started to shrink, he realized he was about to lose his connection. The gate kept radiating pure, killing intent until it finally vanished, dragging the Dragon Emperor's hand right along with it. Seeing all the trouble finally fade away, Moyu slumped to the ground in exhaustion. He admitted that without the lightning tower, trying to fight monsters like that was way out of his league. He looked up and gave a little smirk, whispering that the damage was pretty heavy. He had lost at least 2/3 of his entire undead army in that mess. Still, getting to experience a clash with rule-level power firsthand was worth it. This kind of opportunity does not just happen every day. After a while, he held up a clenched fist and thought to himself, "Soon, I will not need any outside help to go toe-to-toe with the demon or dragon emperors." Time kept flying by as they reached the advanced spawning pool. It was filled with all kinds of monster blood, designed to replicate living things using their own flesh. Something was moving under the surface. A voice suddenly echoed out, wondering what replicating life even meant. Moyu stood there, rubbing his chin and thinking hard about what this all could mean. The locals in this secret realm were probably just those spawning monsters, but once the dragon tribe found this place, they turned it into a massive hatchery to churn out endless puppets for their own personal army. He did not waste any time and made us. Moyu watched silently as his blood dripped into the pool. Instantly, the water started bubbling like crazy, eventually exploding upward and spraying everywhere as the whole process began. A blurry reflection of Moyu appeared right in front of him. It turns out dropping blood really can create a copy. But it did not last long before the water clone shattered into pieces. Wait, why did it break? So what is the deal? This thing pumps out level 70 dragon generals, but I am only level 53. Why won't it copy me? No way this fails. Lin Moyu pulls out a tiny test tube and crouches by the lake's edge. He carefully dips the glass in, scooping up a sample of the glowing water. I cannot exactly pack up this dungeon and take it home. I will just bring this water back to the human world. Maybe Teacher Mung can figure it out, or I could just bug Old Man Antares for answers. Somewhere else in a creepy corner of the world, a weird castle floats in the sky. Inside the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Emperor sits on his throne, radiating pure menace. He is dead quiet, like he is trying to keep his cool. Who knew that Brat was packing something with lightning laws inside it? Turns out that guy from the last fight was the actual god of lightning. That is the only way this kid could have stumbled into such a crazy power-up. Below the throne, Tata and Tasia are shaking in their boots, heads down. The Emperor growls. Next time you guys run into Lin Moyu, do not play around. Just use your protection amulets immediately. I want him brought here so I can grill him personally. Hearing this, the two flunkies snap to attention and shout at the top of their lungs. As you wish, Great Dragon Emperor. We swear on our lives we will not screw up again. Back with Muoyu, a glowing space portal starts tearing open, and his blurry silhouette begins to step through. Antares spots him and grunts. You are back already, kid? Muoyu walks up, holding a glowing item high. He says, I got the stuff you wanted. It took me less than a day, just like I promised. Antares opens his massive maw and sucks the item right down. Muoyu stands there, wipes his brow, and sighs. Senior, I finished your little test. Now it is your turn to help me out. Time to hold up your end of the deal. Antares stays cool and says, I get it. I will toss you some rare crafting materials. Muoyu does not skip a beat and turns him down. I do not need materials. I just need some straight answers. Antares looks at him like he is a total pain. You annoying little brat. Fine, ask away. If I actually know the answer, I will spill. Muoyu pulls out the test tube and says, This is water from the lake of birth inside the dragon world. The dragons use this stuff to clone an army of level 70 generals, so why could it not make a copy of me? The giant beast leans in close, squinting at him before finally explaining. Oh, is that all? That is actually pretty simple, kid. That monster blood only copies things under level 70. Plus, it only works on low-tier species. You are just too high-end for it. Moyu mumbles to himself, confused. What do you mean by low-tier species? After a long pause, the light bulb finally goes off. He looks up at Antares with serious eyes and a heavy heart. Can you tell me about the God-falling city and the lightning tower? I really want to know the true history of those places. The beast shifts its weight and gives him a straight answer. Look, The history of that city goes way back, even before my time. I do not know anything about its past. Muoyu smirks and starts poking fun at him. Wow, so there is actually something the great Antares does not know? That hits a nerve, and the beast snaps back. Hey, that is just one of the very few things I do not know, okay? If you do not believe me, ask something else. I will give you a full breakdown, guaranteed. Muoyu gets serious as a bright light suddenly flashes. You said it, not me. Antares stares him down in silence. I want to know what this corpse is actually for. Muoyu's mind starts racing. The beast stays quiet for a second, its golden eyes wide. It blurted out, I cannot believe you actually have the body of the god of poison. Elemental images swirl around them as Antares breaks it down with a heavy tone. Listen up. Gods are the ultimate form of the elements. If you want a fancy word for it, they are called laws. A silhouette appears before Muoyu, leaving him stunned. Laws? Antares quickly nods. Exactly. Normal gods do not leave a physical body behind like this when they kick the bucket. They are basically the universe's favorite children, a perfect fusion of pure elemental energy. They represent the absolute peak of their element. Muoyu can't stop staring at the corpse. Even a tiny piece of a god's body is a massive jackpot, a total game changer for anyone lucky enough to find one. In all my long years, I have never heard of a single person owning an entire, fully intact corpse of a god like this before. Muoyu scratches his head, still feeling a bit lost. I just got lucky, I guess. But senior, what is the actual point of having this god corpse anyway? What does it do? Antares narrows his eyes, looking totally fed up. You are such an idiot, kid. The man's body suddenly erupts, giving off a strange, pulsing energy. You know why these bodies are so incredibly precious? It is because they have laws literally tucked inside them. By studying and mastering those laws, the god-level elites of your human race can power up way faster than they ever could on their own. Muoyu finally connects the dots. Oh, I get it now. He stands there with his eyes wide open, totally stunned. No wonder my teachers freaked out over just a tiny broken finger from a god. Antares suddenly gets super grumpy, turns his head away, and snaps. Look, I have already answered a ton of your annoying questions. I need to get some sleep. There is a dragon pearl hidden in the Dragon King Palace dungeon. Go grab it for me when you can. We will call that our new trade deal. Muoyu does not even have time to react as a blast of wind hits him. When you bring it back, I will tell you the secret of how to become a super god-level warrior. After a while, he finally makes it back to his own world. Muoyu looks around and mutters, Back in the human world, huh? I need to track down my teachers first. Yi Yuan runs over, grinning. You little rascal, I felt you coming back while I was over at the Hall of Spirits. Muoyu walks up slowly and gives a respectful bow. Hello, teachers. He sits down with them and explains everything that went down. It is wild. I cannot believe both the Demon Emperors and the Dragon Emperor were gunning for me at the same time. The teacher across from him sips some tea and chuckles, and yet, they still could not kill a kid named Lin Moyu. I bet those two losers are absolutely fuming right now, their eyes probably turning red with rage. Then, Muoyu puts 3 glowing, cracked stones on the table. Teacher, look at these. These are the lightning law crystals I told you about before. Can you guys master the laws inside these? Yi Yuan gasps. In our whole human race, only that one legendary old man has a wind element law crystal. And Wen leans in, totally stunned. Honestly, these crystals are worth way more to us than those god corpses you found earlier. Muoyu frowns, his face getting real serious. I'm giving 3 of these to my master. As for the last one, please help me get it to the god of war personally. The teacher looks at him and laughs. Man, if that grumpy guy finds out, he will be so happy. Suddenly, a floating building held by massive chains appears right over their heads. The teacher looks up at the giant object and shouts, Little Lin, let us move! Muoyu is caught totally off guard and asks, Wait, where are we going? Yi Yuan clenches his fists, looking fired up. We cannot help you with the Abyss or the Dragon Race, but when it comes to human business, we still have some pull. A moment later, the two of them appeared at the top of the mysterious location. The Hacklong group is gonna pay. Down in the courtyard, a mob has gathered. Someone yells, Where are all the Hacklong scum? Get out here now! Everyone is bugging out, whispering and looking around, wondering who has the guts to start this mess. That is Bai Chen's voice from the Empire, but what is he doing at our headquarters? Suddenly, a massive streak of light blazes down from the sky, slamming into the ground with enough force to shake the earth. A guy steps out of the smoke, acting all polite. He says, Lord Bai, we didn't know you were coming or we would have rolled out the red carpet. Mak Engu stops and stares, realizing this guy is actually a legendary god-level powerhouse. Yi Yuan's face turns cold as ice. He glares and snaps, Move it. Now, this has nothing to do with you, so do not get in my way. I am only here to settle the score with Hacklong. But the man will not back down. Just keeps asking annoying questions. What did the Hacklong group do to piss you off so bad? Yi Yuan stands tall and looks him dead in the eye. They are in bed with the Abyss demons. Simple as that. They tried to take me out, so yeah, I am here for blood. When the crowd hears that, everyone starts freaking out. Wait, what? Working with Abyss demons? The man finally caves and steps aside. As soon as the path is clear, the two of them dive straight down at a speed that would make your head spin. Golden light flashes everywhere as Macnu and Yi Yuan land. It does not take long for them to realize something is seriously wrong here. A barrier. Through the thick smoke, he stares ahead and barks out an order. Get out here, Yinri. You were brave enough to do it, so do not hide now. Yinri walks out, leaning on his staff with a creepy grin. Ever since the kid sent word from the other dimension before he kicked the bucket, I knew this day was coming. He walks forward, eyes glowing, teeth grit. You are the one who murdered him, aren't you? You are the one who killed Xiaoer. You brat. You didn't just kill him, you shredded his soul so he couldn't even get a chance to respawn later. Fog starts rolling in as Yinri raises his staff to the sky. Lord Bai, I might not be able to take you down, but this forest general of yours, he is never leaving the Hacklong group alive. Heat waves pulse from the flames, and then two massive demon kings slowly rise from the fire. Demon kings? So you really are working with the Abyss. Yi Yuan realized the Abyss gifted that old man two dead demon kings to turn into his own personal puppet Shikigami warriors. Yinri does not even flinch. He just laughs like a total psycho. I am a level 93 on Myoji, and I am about to send you both straight to hell. Yi Yuan's body bursts into flames as he charges at the enemy. I will handle these Shikigami puppets myself. You just watch your back and stay sharp, kid. On the other side, Macnu is not slowing down either. He powers up and mumbles something under his breath. He is an onmyoji, and I am a summoner. If he loses those puppets, that old man is going to be totally helpless. Macnu charges ahead with everything he has got. Yinri looks excited. The youngest general in human history? You have got a lot of potential, kid. I can see why they like you. I am going to turn you into my Shikigami to make Xiaoer feel better up in heaven. He raises his staff, and a massive wave of fire shoots out, lighting up the whole sky. The heat from the flames blasts Macnu, but he does not stop. Yinri's eyes go wide. Wait, something is wrong. How are you still standing? You just took my soul curse straight to the face. You should be down for the count. Macnu grabs the blue light swirling around him, his eyes dead serious. A soul attack? Yeah, I know that trick too. Now it is his turn. He sends a blue orb flying right at the old man. It slams into Yinri's face, making him scream in agony. Yinri is not done yet. Thousands of talismans appear, swirling around him as he grits his teeth. Secret technique. Everyone watching is totally stunned. What the hell is going on over there? Suddenly, those talismans swarm the crowd, trapping them. People start panicking. Leader, what are you doing? Why are you locking us in? Let us out of here. We are on your side, man. I am losing my strength. Yinri does not care. He is soaking up all that stolen power and laughing like a maniac. Give me everything. Your power, your lives, it is all mine now. The skeleton warrior swings his axe with everything he has got, but the blade just slides off those talismans like they are made of steel. He cannot break them. The people trapped inside are having their life force sucked dry, turning into shriveled husks right before everyone's eyes. It is a total nightmare. Yinri glares at Lin Macnu and screams at the top of his lungs, It is useless, you brat. You cannot break my destiny chains. I am going to shred your summons into tiny pieces and then I will torture you until you become my ultimate slave. Macnu stays quiet, just staring him down. He knows deep down that his current moves against a god-level opponent like this are still a bit too weak for comfort. Another version of him appears out of nowhere. He raises a glowing sword high into the air, and it shines so bright it is almost blinding to watch. Suddenly, a whole army of skeleton warriors lines up, ready for war. They charge forward without a second thought. Yinri yells, You really think you can use lightning against me? Seriously? His face goes dark, and his eyes light up. Come out! Massive bolts of electricity explode behind him as a terrifying beast emerges. Shikigami, the son of thunder! The Son of Thunder points at the skeleton army and blasts them with insane levels of electricity. Macnu is caught in the crossfire, but the lightning does not even flinch him. Yinri cannot believe his eyes. He screams in total shock. What the hell is going on? How can he take a direct hit from the Son of Thunder and not have a single scratch? Suddenly, Yi Yuan drops from the sky and strikes the beast. He looks at Macnu and asks, You done playing around yet, kid? I told you. I am handling his Shikigami puppets. Macnu brushes his hair back, looks up, and gives a quick nod. Got it, teacher. He is all yours. Then he clenches his fist, feeling the massive power starting to build up inside. Out of nowhere, Macnu swings his arm and smashes the floating talismans. Time to break these chains. Yin-Ri sees the insane power behind that hit, and his eyes go wide. Wait, this kid's attack power just jumped by 10 times. He is not giving up, though. He presses his hands together and starts chanting a spell as fast as he can. If you can break my destiny locks, you might actually hurt me. But you are just a level 53 brat. How dare you try to mess with a god-level expert like me? A magic circle appears under Yin-Ri's feet. He tries to hold his ground and screams, "Merge!" A massive swirling vortex of fire starts to form. Under Yin-Ri's shadow, a blinding light explodes, looking like it is about to swallow the whole world. The red flames finally start to fade away as the spinning vortex disappears into thin air. Yin-Ri is totally hyped up now. He gives a creepy laugh and declares, "Once my summoning is complete, neither of you are leaving this place alive." Yi Yuan just stays calm, like it is just another Tuesday for him. I heard the strongest Onmyoji can summon legendary Shikigami, but I didn't think you would actually be at that level yet. Suddenly, inside the thick smoke, a pair of giant eyes snap wide open. Mac Nu pulls out a small blue stone, looking totally serious. This dark energy is pretty gross. I am not a fan. He tosses his own beast out and orders it to attack immediately. Go. Han hovers over the ritual wreckage, glaring down at Mark Nur. Listen, you little brat, warn a guy next time. That toxic junk is nasty. I am not trying to catch that vibe twice. The clash is pure chaos as two massive energy beams collide. The little beast lets out a god-tier roar, flexing insane power. Old man Yurt freezes, stammering, "Wait, what kind of insane skill is this?" Before he can blink, the blast slams into him, pinning him down. Yurt watches in pure horror as his body starts turning into dust. He is just screaming into the void now. Impossible. What kind of poison can rot a god-tier body like mine? His entire form begins to evaporate into the wind. He is losing it, howling, "No," as he fades into nothingness. Finally, only a skeleton remains before crumbling into dust. Viren just stands there, totally chill, and mutters, "Damn. That poison is actually pretty terrifying." Summoners are usually glass cannons, but that kid actually pulled it off. Suddenly, the massive barrier surrounding them shatters like glass into a million tiny pieces. The guy who tried to block them earlier is standing there like a statue, completely mind-blown. Viren turns to leave, giving one last casual glance over his shoulder. Then, both their shadows flicker and just vanish. The guy and his crew are still standing there, processing the absolute madness that just went down. That eerie green mist is still hanging in the air, refusing to fade away. Mark Nur quietly pours some tea, his voice heavy with doubt. "Master, are we really okay doing this? I mean, that guy was supposedly a god-level legend of the human race." Viren grabs his tea, eyes burning with straight-up rage. Anyone vibing with the demons is an enemy, period. They are not human anymore. Plus, this sends a loud message to other countries. Stop playing dirty. I get it, he mumbles, looking down. But in his head, Mark Nur is frustrated. He knows he is still not strong enough for what is coming. Viren looks up and mentions, "Oh, by the way, the Mount Kunlun dungeon is about to open. It is perfect for your current level." Markinger pauses, sounding confused. "Mount Kunlun? Really?" Before you know it, he is there. The Mount Kunlun range is absolutely massive, towering into the sky and covered in a thick, blinding blanket of white snow. The crowd there starts whispering, looking at Mark Nu like he is a joke. What level is that kid? Check the outfit, probably just a lifestyle class worker, right? What is he doing at Mount Kunlun? Does he not know this place is a death trap? Ignoring the haters and the brutal blizzard, he just stuffs his hands in his pockets and strolls deep into the mountains alone. Mark Inger stops right in front of a shimmering space portal. Some adventurers see his thin clothes and start acting all concerned. "Hey, little brother, aren't you freezing? Are you a lifestyle class? Did you lose your team?" Mark Inger just gives them a chill smile and a little nod. "Thanks for the offer, guys, but I am actually just here to solo this dungeon." The guy laughs, rubbing the back of his head like it is a joke. "Oh, so you are actually here to clear the dungeon? No way. Looking at those threads, I seriously thought you were just a support class worker or something." He starts looking around, totally confused. "But wait, where is your actual squad?" The man points toward the entrance. "This is the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. It is split into 3 different sections. Just a heads up, some players from other countries have been acting crazy lately. You really need to be careful out there." He just squints slightly and lets out a small smirk. "Thanks for the heads up." Then, Mark Nur shoves his hands back in his pockets and walks right past them. He reaches out and touches the glowing purple stone, feeling the surge of power. The screen reads, "Kunlun Divine Palace, level 55. Maximum party size, 12 people." The guy looks up and sees Mark Inger has already vanished into thin air. He rubs his eyes, totally losing it. I am not hallucinating, right? Did that kid just walk into the dungeon all by himself? The man is still stunned, stuttering over his words. That is the Kunlun Divine Palace. In all these years, nobody has ever managed to clear this dungeon solo. Another guy steps up, crossing his arms and laughing. Boss, kids like that do not know their limits. He will figure out how hard this is soon enough. He scans the white wasteland and starts channeling his power. Bone armor! Instantly, skeletal plates form behind him as he whispers to himself in the cold. I did not expect to deal with constant freezing stacks and frost damage right out of the gate. It is not too much for me, but any other class would definitely struggle to survive here. Markinger does not waste another second. He blasts off into the sky, flying straight ahead exactly like his teacher told him to do. The Kunlun Divine Palace is split into 3 parts. You need to pull off a high score in every single stage if you want to unlock the hidden final boss. He stops mid-air, looking at 2 glowing orbs. The countdown is starting already? Guess I better kick it into high gear. Below him, elite snow lions start spawning in the drifts. Level 56, 55,000 strength, 70,000 agility. Then there are the elite white wolves at level 55, packing 50,000 strength and 60,000 agility. Total nightmare fuel. He does not even flinch. He just waves his hand, blasting his dark energy toward the massive pack. Bone prison. You guys are honestly just a bunch of weaklings compared to me. Green mist explodes everywhere, suffocating the beasts. Toxic explosion. He wipes out the level 54 wolves and 56 lions, and the experience points start flooding in. Level 54 wolf dead, over 3 million experience points. Level 56 lion dead, another 3 million points. Markinger just casually starts absorbing all that raw power. If I want to speedrun this, corpse explosion is the way to go. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the distance, vaporizing everything in its path. Level 54 wolf down, 3.24 million experience. Level 56 lion gone, 3.36 million experience. Just like that. The air shifts and the wind starts howling like crazy. Is the boss finally showing up? Out of the snow, a level 58 Kunlun demon ape leader emerges. 150,000 strength and 100,000 constitution. It has a berserk sweep skill, but Markinger just looks at it with pure boredom. Pathetic. These early-stage dungeon monsters are a joke compared to the horrors I faced back in the ancient training grounds. It is not even close. The beast raises its massive axe, letting out a roar that shakes the earth. It charges at him with its berserk skill, but Markinger just whispers, "Bone fangs." He just stands there, holding his hand out. The charging monster suddenly hits an invisible wall and freezes right in its tracks, looking totally confused. He deletes the boss in seconds and picks up a glowing purple stone. Level 58, ape dead, 5.8 million experience points. Got the demon ape soul and armor too. He looks up, calculating. Based on my math, cleaning up the rest of these trash mobs should only take me about half an hour. With this speed, I am definitely getting an excellent rating, right? Suddenly, a glowing leaf appears in front of him. Kunlun Divine Palace cleared. Final rating, excellent. Reward, Kunlun Snowgrass. This Kunlun Godbow is a legendary drop from level 80 dungeons. If you are under 80, it levels up once. Under 70? Twice. Under 60? 3 times. Just seeing this insane loot had the kid screaming with pure hype. This snowgrass can actually trigger a direct level up. Does crazy magical gear like this really exist in this world? Moyu reached through the glowing ring and snatched the leaf. He squinted at it, checking every detail before whispering that he should not use it yet. Better to check with his mentor Antares first. He stashed the herb and kept moving. Rubbing his head, he calmly muttered that it was time to hit the next dungeon raid. Hopefully, the next boss fight actually provides a challenge. His silhouette vanished into the whiteout near a boulder where a space portal flickered. Suddenly, he froze, scanning the area with a sharp look. He knew someone was out there watching his every move. Strange. Why do I feel like I am being followed? A man nearby watched in shock, wondering how the kid cleared the dungeon so fast. He could not believe anyone could finish that raid and reappear this quickly. Did I just see things? Through the dim light, Moyu's dark silhouette slowly materialized right in front of the whole group. His body went limp, hovering mid-air as the crowd shrieked in terror. Then, in the blink of an eye, he just vanished into thin air again. Are we seeing ghosts? As the darkness faded, Moyu reappeared in a new zone, muttering that they finally decided to make their move. He stayed silent, watching the desolate mountains while a freezing gale ripped through the area. Moyu raised his hand to shield his face from the biting wind. He squinted through the never-ending blizzard. This was not the Godbow dungeon anymore. This place was pure elemental energy. Like Antares said, this was likely the private world of some ancient deity. Moyu looked up and yelled at the sky. Suddenly, a massive blast of snow swirled into a vortex. "Come out," he challenged. "Stop playing games and show yourself." Once the storm died down, the snow god appeared. Moyu studied him, realizing this was the boss he had to deal with. "Mortal, you may address me as the Kunlun snow god." Moyu tilted his head, his eyes sharp and full of caution. "My name is Lin Moyu, 3-star god general of the Shengxia Empire. You blocked my teleport and dragged me here to attack me with snow. I want a real explanation for this disrespect right now." Facing the snow god's massive hand, he stayed cool. "How do you know about my divine rank? And if I refuse to hand it over, what can you do?" Hearing Moyu's cocky reply made the god snap. His face twisted with rage as he tightened his fist. "Fine then, I will just end your life right here." The kid just laughed, letting his power flare up with total disrespect. "You? A brand new deity? Clearly, you have no clue what a 3-star god general is capable of doing." Moyu leaped up, signaling his army. Suddenly, the sky was packed with skeleton warriors ready for war. The snow god pointed and roared for his blizzard to freeze everything solid. A massive wave of ice and snow slammed into the skeleton warriors. Just as expected, the freezing cold locked them all in place instantly. Moyu just watched the scene with a frown, showing no fear. He was completely immune to the chill. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes locked onto his target. "Do not get ahead of yourself." A single drop of glowing green blood appeared, the legendary poison blood of a god. The snow god froze, eyes wide with terror. How could you be hiding the blood of a higher deity? Without a word, a beast charged forward with insane speed. The monster bolted toward him, its body soaking up every bit of the surrounding toxins. The snow god glared at the creature, asking what kind of freakish thing this was. It reared back and roared as a blinding toxic light exploded from its massive body. Poison strike. Green poisonous clouds spread fast, trapping him in a deadly fog. The snow god panicked, realizing this poison came from a deity far more powerful than himself. The snow god's eyes suddenly flashed with power, his face twisted in agony as a massive wind erupted. "You human brat, I will grind your bones to dust." Far away, people saw the blinding light behind the mountain and started shouting. "What is that? Is something fighting up there?" In the distance, an entire army appeared as a deep voice echoed, vowing to rip the human to shreds. Everyone watching the army appear grew anxious, staring at the chaos unfolding on the horizon. "That is the undead army. I recognize it. It belongs to God General Lin Moyu. This pressure is terrifying. What kind of monster is our God General actually fighting against?" Realizing the danger, Moyu addressed the crowd directly. "All humans, listen up." He scanned the area, his voice cold as ice. "By my authority as God General, I order everyone to fall back." The people saluted, shouting their loyalty. The snow god was absolutely livid now. His face was a mask of pure, terrifying power. Moyu did not flinch. He raised his hand, channeling his energy to end this. "If one explosion does not finish you off, then I will just do it again. I have plenty of divine blood and an elite army." Suddenly, something slammed down from the sky at high speed. Moyu lunged forward, launching a barrage of bone chains that linked together perfectly. "Bone prison!" The snow god was instantly snared, looking around in a state of total confusion. Thick white smoke erupted as the snow god was pinned down, unable to move while the toxins drained him. He tried to flee but ended up stuttering and begging for mercy. A massive explosion rocked the area. The snow god had nowhere to run and was instantly blown to bits.